सायुज्य मुक्ति। ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम। ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम। ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम। ओम नित्यानंद परमशिवोहम। आनंद परमशिवोहम। ओम नित्यानंद 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 परमशिवोहम। Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam, we welcome all the viewers and participants of the Paramashivoham Level 1, 2 and 3 to today's Nithyananda Yoga, the first session where we'll be performing the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama and practicing a few asanas from the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama. I request all the participants to now be seated in a restful space. Bring your hands together in front of your heart center. Close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and let us begin the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasya Laksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Now let us chant the Shivamula mantra Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha 11 times internally. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. 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 Let us now perform the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Keeping your hands in the Gokarna Mudra, bending the index finger to the center of the palm and keeping the other finger stretched, pour 1 spoon of water in your palms and drink it at the end of the mantra. Om Atma Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Pour another Uddharani of water and drink it at the end of the mantra. Shivat Vidya Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Pour another spoon of water and drink it at the end of the mantra. Shiva Tattvam Shodayami Swada. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the right hand, base of the right hand thumb, wipe the upper and lower lip. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the index finger and thumb touch the right nostril, left nostril, and with the ring finger and thumb touch the right eye, right ear, left ear. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now with the little finger and thumb touch the navel, the right chest and the left chest, and with all the fingertips touch above the head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with a spoon of water. Now let us enter the Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. Place your right palm on your left palm and both the hands on the right thigh. Close your eyes and visualize a particular reality you want to manifest from today's Nithyananda Yoga. Om Mamo Partha Samasta Duridakshaya Dwara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartam Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartam Cha Adya Purvokta Evam Guna Visheshena Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadito पूर्णारोग्ययुक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परम शिव शक्ति आविष्करणातम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Now wash your hands with a spoon of water. Om apaupasprisya. Keep your panchapatrams and uddharnis out of the palm's way, so it is not a disturbance during the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. Yes, now let's enter a quick recap of the 12 components, with the first one being the asana. All of us know the asanas are the various body postures that we'll be performing, but the most important part of the asanas is that it allows our body to align to the cosmos, aligning our energy centers and pulling the kundalini to the highest level, the sahasrara, the third eye. Now we move to the next component, pranayama. Pranayama, the various breathing techniques that we'll be performing. The pranayamas help pull as much prana from the air around us and intensely push our kundalini like a pump. The next is the mudras. The mudras are like locks. They lock the prana energy into our energy channels and activate them like switches which have just been given electricity. So the mudras help to activate the various energy channels, and in turn they help activate the various energy centers in our body. The next is the bandha. The bandhas help push the kundalini to the sahasrara. Each time we perform the four bandhas, either one of the four bandhas, the mula bandha, the perineal lock, uddiyana bandha, pulling the stomach in and up, Jalandhara bandha, locking the chin to the chest, or Mahamudra bandha, performing all the four bandhas together, they help lock the kundalini in the position it is and slowly push it little up by up, level by level. The next is the karanas, the various dance postures. These dance postures were performed by Paramashiva himself thousands of years ago, and when we perform these dance postures, we embody Paramashiva. The next is visualization. Visualization is a very important component, as what we visualize during this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama directly gets into our body. So visualizing the gods, sages and other spiritual items intensely help to hold only those right cognitions throughout this Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama. The next is the japa, the chanting, the internal chanting of mantras. The various mantras like Soham, Shivoham, Sadashivoham will be chanted throughout the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, and that will help to keep ourselves in the space of unclutching. The next is the chanting of the Shastra Pramanas, the scriptural references. Each asana has a scriptural reference, and when we chant it, we also continue to remember that these asanas are not just ordinary asanas, but they are directly given by Paramashiva himself. The next is the weightlifting. Weights are a very integral component in the yoga, as you can use it to intensify asanas. The intensification of the entire Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama is possible with the weights. The next is the mandala, the sacred geometry. As you can see behind the acharyas, there is the Shri Yantra, the most powerful yantra, as it represents Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Just by gazing at this Shri Yantra, you can intensely activate your third eye. Finally, we come to the last two components, with the first one being the Aushadha. The Aushadha is the various alchemy products, and for the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama we'll be using the Basma, Kumkum on the third eye and turmeric on the temples. And finally is the Abharana. For the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama we'll be using the Rudraksha. The Rudraksha is an energy bead given by Paramashiva himself, and it is like a battery which can never get exhausted. Just by wearing the Rudraksha during the Nithyananda yoga, you can intensely get more benefited through the entire process. Now let's enter into the sequence itself with the first asana, Sukhasana. Now be seated in a comfortable cross-leg position. Keep your hands on your knees with the fingers in Bindu Mudra touching the thumb and index fingers. Visualize Paramashiva. Perform the Mahamudra Bandha, which is performing all the three bandhas together. Start performing the Samana Kumbhaka, which is inhaling, holding the breath, visualizing intense fire in your stomach, and then exhaling. Start performing and holding the japa Soham in your throat center. Tatsukasanamityuktam ashaktastat asanam vijitam yena jitam tena jagatrayam. The next asana is Parvatasana. Now continue to be in the cross-leg position, or you can sit in Padmasana. Then bring the hands together and raise them above the head in Namaskar Mudra. Visualize Mount Kailash and hold the visualization of Mount Kailash and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Atavakshe Mahadeva Parvatasana Mangalam Yat Kritva Asthira Rupi Shyat Chakradi Vilopanam. The next is Halipavasana. Bring the soles of the feet together and keep the hands interlaced behind the back and lower the entire body, the forehead onto the heels. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform Mahamudra Bandha. पूर्वविधियाहो मे जानो उभे पगतली संपुटटानो पिष्टपचेदो करल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम कहावो. The next asana is Nagi Pavasana. Now bring the forearms to the shins and the palms to the soles, cupping the palms. Visualize a snake. Gaze at the nose and continue to perform the Mahamudra Bandha. पूर्वविधि परियागाने चहो ये कहो निपनास्यो लगाए हाथ आगाने धरती लगावे पसारी दो हाथ की अंजोली करे. The next asana is Kokilasana. Now hold the big toes with your index and middle fingers, which is called Pranamudra. Then raise the feet and straighten them. Then cross the feet into Padmasana. Visualize a bird and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Atanyadasanam vakshe yena siddho bhave naraha akasmad vayu sancharam kokilakyasanena cha. The next asana is Nithyananda. Now stack the knees and ankles and hold on to opposite elbows. Rotate the hands in one direction and then the other. Visualize Swamiji, gaze at the nose and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Goda Baba Padiki Ahamahli Soye Dachicharna Kovar Lauta Parigulpa Samoye. Next is Gajasana. Now come to a plank position and start scooping the body repeatedly. Visualize an elephant and perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Nujjambadagre bhumau kritva lambi bhuyamastakaagre nidaya nidambam murdhamunnamaya nabilaksham bhumo nasika maniya. The next asana is Rikshasana. Now stop scooping your body and alternate raising one heel and pressing the other one down. Visualize a bear and continue to perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Ekaikam badama kunjagajasanam kuryad Rikshasanam bhavati. Next is Vaishyasana. Now stand tall and bring the hands to the chest, placing the index, middle and ring fingers on the heart center. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Keshena padayulam tadvatishte tadomukahata vaishyavakshe yatkritva satyavan bhavet. The next is Urdhva. Now come into a half squatted position and bending the knees, keeping the heels together and toes pointed out. Bend the elbows and bring the hands to the chest level. Then with the right hand, make a circular motion from the outside, then coming into the body and then back to the starting position. Then perform on the left side and repeat on both sides again and again. Now we move to the next asana, Balalingasana. Now interlace the fingers from the inside out in Sharvavashankari Mudra and pull the right knee to the chest. Then balance, visualizing holding a baby, and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Ekam jano risi alingya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. Now we move to the next asana, which is Padapidanasana. Now pull the right leg towards the buttocks and hold it with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Stitve kasmin padatale karabhyam yeshtayetanum prishte samstapyetvena padapidanamasana. Now we move to Natarajasana. Now hold the right leg with the right hand from the inside and pull the right leg backwards and up, stretching the left hand forward, placing the fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Uttana Padam Kraunchancha Marichim Veera Badrakam Natarajam Trigonam Cha Suptangushta Prasarane. Relax and once again interlace the fingers inside out as we perform Balalingasana on the opposite side. Pull the left leg this time to the chest and hold the raised left leg. Visualize holding a baby and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Ekam jano ursi alingya statavyam balalinganam bhavati. The next asana is Padapidanasana. Now pull the left leg towards the perineum and hold the left leg with both the hands. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra Bandha. Stitve kasmin padatale karabhyam yeshtayetanum prishte samstapyetvena padapidanamasana. Now we move to Natarajasana as you pull the left leg towards the back buttocks and hold the left leg with the left hand. Pull the left leg backwards and up and stretch the right hand, placing the fingers in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Lord Nataraja. Uttana Padam Kraunchancha Marichim Veera Badrakam Natarajam Trigonam Suptangushta Prasarane. Now relax and let us move to the next Karna, Ardharechita Karna. Once again coming back into the half squatting position. Keep the hands, elbows bent with the hands by the chest. Now cross the right leg behind the left and make a pendulum motion with the right hand, moving it back and forth a few times and then touching the nose. Then repeat the same on the opposite side. Now we move to the next asana, skeleton dance. Now intensely shake your body in all directions without visualizing anything except that you are a complete skeleton structure. See all your laziness, tiredness and boredom leaving your system and intensely Swamiji's energy flowing inside you. Relax as you take a moment to catch your breath. Now we move to the next asana, Katichina Karna. Now once again coming into the half squatting position, raise your hands above the head and cross the elbows, wrists. Then turn to the right and open the hands wide and then come back to the center and cross the hands. Repeat again and again on both sides. Now we move to the next asana, Tadasana. Now go to the back of your mats and raise your hands as high as you can, standing on the tip of your toes. Keep the palms facing each other, visualize a palm tree and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Hold the new japa, Shivoham in your inner space. Mahamudra Badra Gono Tadasana Vibedakan Vinotanam Sada Kuryat Antarvatni Padipriya. Now slowly lower the feet and then lower the entire body, bending the hips and keeping the hands by the heels with the forehead at the knees. Visualize Swamiji and continue to perform Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudra Baddha Arasana Vivedakan Vinotanam Sada Kuryat Antarvatni Patipriya. Now come to a plank position, Tarakshvasana. Keeping the hands shoulder width apart and the body completely straight, tuck the chin to the chest and rotate the neck from side to side in Jalandhara Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gajasana Vastitva Mastakam Varam Varam Dakshina Kuksham Sabya Kuksham Naye Tarakshvasanam Bhavati. The next asana is Bhujangasana. Lower the entire body onto the ground and keeping the hands by the side of the chest, using the strength in the lower back, raise the upper body and open the mouth, inhaling through the back of the throat and exhaling through the nose in Bhujangani Mudra. Visualize a cobra. Angushtanabhiparyantam madobhuma vininyaset karabhyam chadram dhritva udashisha panivahi. The next asana is Shashasana. Now once again raise up into a plank position and alternate bringing one knee to the chest. Visualize Swamiji start performing the Saja Kumbhaka. Gajasana Vastitva Mastakam Varam Varam Gajasana Samsitau Janadvayama Kuncha Varam Varam Kartavyam Shashanam Bhavati. Now we move to Rathasana. Now alternate placing one foot between the hands. Visualize a chariot. Gajasana Samsitau Ekaikam Padam Puramagena Brahmetva Kartavyam Rathasanam Bhavati. Now relax as we move to Virabhadrasana. Keep your right foot forward and the left leg back. Then turn the hips forward and bend the front leg in a 90-degree angle. Raise the hands above the head and visualize Lord Virabhadra. Gaze at the third eye and perform Uddiyana Bandha. Vashishtamada Mutukukutamevacha Ashtavakramatotanam Mayuram Seta Bandhanam. Now we move to the next asana, Virabhadrasana on the opposite side. Now switch the position of the feet and once again keep the hips turned front, bend the front knee in a 90-degree angle, raise the hands above the head and visualize Lord Virabhadra, perform Uddiyana Bandha. Uttanabadam Kraunchancha Marichim Virabhadrakam Natrajam Trigonam Jasuptangushta Prasarane. Now bring the feet together in Vrikshasana. Now standing tall, place the right foot in the inner left thigh and bringing the palms together, raise the hands above the head. Visualize a tree and perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Vamo Ramula Deshecha Yamyam Padam Nidayato Tishte the Vrikshavad Bhumo Vrikshasanam Idam Viduho. Now place the right leg in front of the left thigh and visualize Lord Garuda. Keep the hands together in front of the heart center. Garuda Asanama Vakshe Yenadhyanam Sirambhavi Sarvadoshadvinir Mukta Bhavatiya Mahabale. Now place the leg down and take the left leg and place it in the inner right thigh. Then keep the hands together in front of the heart center. Visualize a tree and perform Uddiyana Bandha. Vamo Ramula Deshecha Yamyam Padam Nidayato Tishte the Vrikshavad Bhumo Vrikshasanamidam Viduho. Now we move to the next asana, Garudasana. Place the left leg in front of the right thigh and keep the hands together in front of the heart center. Visualize Lord Garuda. Garuda Asana Ma Vakshe Yenadhyanam Sirambhavi Sarvadoshadvinir Mukta Bhavatiya Mahabale. Now place one foot forward and the other foot back. If your right foot is forward, stretch the hands parallel to the ground and lower the right hand to the right leg. Then raise the left hand and gaze at the sky. Visualize a triangle. Uttanabadam Kraunchancha Marichim Virabhadrakam Natrajam Trigonam Jasuptangushta Prasarane. Now raise up and switch the position of the feet, placing the left foot forward and the right leg back. Then take the left hand and place it by the left foot and keep the right hand pointed up. Gaze at the sky and visualize a triangle. Uttanabadam Kraunchancha Marichim Virabhadrakam Natrajam Trigonam Jasuptangushta Prasarane. Now raise up and we move into the next karna, Nikutaka Karna. Now bring the hands parallel to each other and keep one heel raised. Now alternate switching the position of the palms and raising the opposite heel. Now we move to the next asana, Angushtasana. Now come to a squatting position on the heels and keep the hands together in front of the heart center. Keep the knees together. Visualize Swamiji start performing the new Kumbhaka, Brahmari Kumbhaka, which is exhaling and inhaling, making a buzzing sound. Hold the new japa, Sadashivoham, in your inner space. Kabandhasanamityahho, Gorakshasanamevacha, Angushtamushtigamyayam, Brahmaprasaditam tata. Now we move to the next asana, Saurasana. Now stretch the right leg forward and keep the hands by the side of the body. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mula Bandha. Prasarya ekambadatalam samsthapetveka padakam. Now hold the right leg with the index and middle finger of the right hand and hold the left leg's heel with the left hand. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mula Bandha. Gulpau stitau padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samside tatkaren gulpam chanim dharya tatkarena dunam pitam chavase chobayatra. We move to Saurasana on the opposite side. Now pull the left leg out and keep the hands by the side with the palms facing front. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Prasarya ekam padatalam samsthapetveka padakam. Now we move to Vidunanasana. As you keep the left leg straight, hold the left leg's big toe with the index and middle finger of the left hand. Then hold the right leg's heel with the right hand. Lower the entire body onto the knee. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gulpastitau padamekam prasarya tatpadagram samside tatkarena. Now we move to the next asana, Brahmajarankushasana. Now keep the back of the palms on each of the knees and open the knees wide apart. Tuck the chin to the chest and gaze to the floor. Visualize Swamiji. Ido panapani hoy vese eri do guna nivese korbakatalya ki mahili aisamahera semili. The next asana is Kapilasana. Now keep the knees on the mat and the palms on the respective knee. Visualize the great sage Kapila and perform Uddiyana Bandha. Udbei pakatali samata harave tinki mahilikor milave panapani ukada hoy vese edi do joni nivese. The next is Bhajya Gorakshasana. Now just in the same position, just switch the gaze to the third eye and visualize Swamiji. धो पगतली संपुट करे कौरवारली भूपर इधरे कौरवारली राके ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वारटी की बेसे. The next is Suryasana. Now keep the knees off the mat and bring the soles of the feet together. Then touch the little finger and thumb and open the palms wide. Raise the hands above the head. Visualize Lord Surya and perform the Uddiyana Bandha. Edi dogra tariyane panapani bhetak punitane goda jangar adhir kare rahe ade bamisi vidigahe. Now relax and come to a seated position on the heels. Keep the palms on the knees. Visualize a frog. Gaze at the third eye. Roll the tongue and touch the back of the throat in Manduki Mudra. पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अंगुष्ठद्वये च संस्पृशे जानुविग्रहं पुरस्कृत्य साधयन् Mandukasanam. Now we move to Uttana Mandukasana. As you just raise your hands in the same position and cross the hands touching the opposite shoulders. Visualize a frog and gaze at the third eye. Perform Manduki Mudra and Uddiyana Bandha. Mandukasana Madhyastham Kurparabhyam Sharam Dadaha Etadbe Kavaduttanam Etaduttanam Mandukam. Now relax. Cross the ankles this time and keep the hands on the respective knee. Stick the tongue out. Exhale forcefully and gaze at the nose, visualizing a lion. Dakshinam Savyagulpena Dakshineta Etram Hastau Jajanvo Samstapya Swangulisha Prasarya. We move to the next asana, Bhadrasana. Now uncross the ankles and cross the hands behind the back. Hold opposite big toes. Visualize Swamiji. Gaze at the nose and perform Jalandhara Bandha. Gulpau च वृषणस्यादौ युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्टौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा तिष्ठते शतः. The next is Kakabusandhyasana. Now come to a squatted position and keep the soles of the feet flat on the mat. Now from the inside, wrap the knees and interlace the fingers. Visualize a crow, gaze at the nose. प्रथमे वेश उकड़टाने दो हाथ पगम वीच आने तिनकी मोड़ी नल्या परिलावे पिष्टपचे कांकसी करावे. Now place the hands on the mat as we move into Kani Pavasana. Then place the knees behind the armpits and slowly lean onto the hands, raising the feet to the buttocks. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mula Bandha. Asana ko guna asidisda hoyi to achi hoyi. Relax, and now let's move into Kapalyasana. This is the inverted asana, so you can take the support of the wall or a partner to perform. Now place the hands wide apart and then the forehead between them. Then place the knees on the elbows and slowly, finding balance, raise the legs and straighten the knees. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Shisha shisha darti teki pagdovo milva ucha gukare. Relax. And now let's move to the next asana, Parshamayurasana. From this asana, we'll be performing the Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is exhaling completely, holding the lungs empty as long as possible, and then inhaling. Now, in a squatting position, turn to one side of the body and align the elbows to the knees and hips. Then lean the knees and hips onto the elbows and stretch the legs to the side. Visualize a peacock and gaze at the third eye. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakam kuryan mayuram parshvabhyam mayura parshanamakam. We now move to the next asana, Parshamayurasana, on the opposite side. Now, once again, turn to the opposite side, align the knees and hips to the elbows and lean them on the elbows, stretching the legs to the side. Visualize a peacock and gaze to the third eye. Mayuram dandavat kuryan mayuram dandanamakam kuryan mayuram parshvabhyam mayura parshanamakam. Now we move to the next asana, Bhairagnathasana. Now come to a plank position and keep one foot from the outside between the palms. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava, gaze to the third eye and perform Mula Bandha. Asana ko gunapi di jaye. We move to the next asana, Bhairagnathasana, on the opposite side. Now once again, keep the other foot between the palms. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava, gaze to the third eye, push the hips forward and perform Mula Bandha. Asana ko gunapi di jaye. Now we move to Unmukha Pitasana. Once again, come to a plank position and place the forearms on the mat. Walk the feet forward and keep the hips raised high. Then visualize Swamiji, gaze at the third eye and perform Mula Bandha. Bhunyastau jaruni hastau chatuspatava manmukam uttapitangri yugala chatuspatama biruka. Now we move to the next asana, Vashishthasana. Rise up into a plank position, turn on to the left hand and stretch the right hand up. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Visualize the great sage Vasishtha. Urdha Kukkuta Vasishtha Marichihala Matsyagam Parivirtim Chodarasya Vividam Dhanurasanam. Now we move to the next asana, which is Vashishthasana on the opposite side. Now turn on to the other hand, raise the hand above the head and visualize the great sage Vasishtha. Urdha Kukkuta Vasishtha Marichihala Matsyagam Parivirtim Chodarasya Vividam Dhanurasanam. Now we move to the next asana, Anjani Asana. Now be seated with the legs stretched forward. Place the hands underneath the buttocks and visualize Lord Hanuman, gaze at the nose and tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Hold the new japa from this asana, which is Mahasadashivoham. Do karaki ube hateli korvar le me lebeli so agane bubaridase mahane anguli milirase. Now we move to the next asana, Paschimottanasana. Slowly lean forward, bring the forehead to the knees and hold the big toes with your index and middle fingers. Visualize Swamiji and perform Mahamudra Bandha. जानु परिललाटं तु पश्चिमं दानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं दार्यं च जायते. We move to the next asana, which is Ugrasana. Now interlace the fingers behind the neck and lower the entire body onto the knees. Keep the elbows outside and visualize Goddess Kali. Perform Mahamudra Bandha. स्वपानिभ्यां दृढं दित्वा जानोपरिशिरोऽन्यसेतासन अग्निविदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनम्. Now we move to the next asana, Marichi asana. Now keeping the legs straight, pull the right leg to the perineum. Now with the right hand, rotate the right leg from the inside and interlace both the hands behind the back. Visualize great sage Marichi. उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे. Now we move to Mahamudrasana. Place the right leg down and hold the left leg with both the hands, placing the forehead on the left knee. Visualize Swamiji. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and gaze at the nose. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin mama vallabeyam prabhisiddha siddhim cha kapiladhyapuragataha. The next is Marichi asana on the opposite side. Now bring the left leg to the perineum and with the left hand wrap the left knee, interlace the fingers behind the back, visualize Swamiji and visualize Sage Marichi and perform the Moola Bandha. Uttanapadam Graunjam cha Marichim Veerabhadrakam Natarajam Trikonam cha Suptangushta Prasarine. The next is Mahamudrasana. Now place the left leg on the mat and with both hands hold the right leg and place the forehead on the right knee. Visualize Swamiji. Perform Mahamudra Bandha. Mahamudram pravakshami tantresmin vallabe yam prabhisiddha siddhim cha kapilabhyapuragataha. The next is Bhadrasana. Bring both the soles of the feet together and keep the hands on the respective sole. Visualize Swamiji. Gaze to the third eye. Gulpaut Vrishnasyadah Shivanyah Pashvayoh Kshipet Padapashvena Panibhyam Dadambadvasu Nishalam. The next asana is Gwalipavasana. Now slightly push the feet away from the perineum and keep the hands on the knees. Visualize Swamiji. Gaze at the nose and tuck the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. पूर्वचर पड़चो कह्यो सोही वाही विधियो की जी सोही आमे एडी भिन्न जरा से अंगुल आत अंतरोरा से. Next is Joni asana. Now raise up, bring the soles of the feet together and keep the hands on the soles. Lower the entire body onto the mat and keep the forehead in front of the soles of the feet. Visualize the Yoni Mandala, physical representation of Paramashiva Shakti. दो पगतली संपुट करे एडिमेड के रिंगदरे अर्धहात को अंतर रासे लिलात पगतल्या उपरदासे. The next is Midiki Pavasana. Now raise up and stretch the hands straight at the shoulder level and lower the entire body onto the heels. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose. पूर्वविधि परिपकतली संपुट सोली येडी मिली रासे एडियासु माहिली कानी अंगुल दो आतरे लात तरती लगावे. The next asana is Siddha Samadhi asana. Now place the hands underneath the shins and keep the palms facing up. Visualize Lord Surya and gaze at the nose. Keep the palms facing up. दो पगतली संपुट करे सोलमेर आगा में दरे अंगुल आत अंतरोरा से एके कोवे ऐसे विदिदा से. The next is Chiniki Pavasana. Now keeping the soles of the feet together, open the soles of the feet like a book. Visualize Swamiji, gaze to the nose and perform Moola Bandha. दो पगतली एडी धरती मगवा में लगावे पगतली माहिली कोर अंगुटा सदी सुदी जोड़े. The next is Charapata Chokasana. Now keeping the soles of the feet as close to the perineum as possible, keep the hands on the respective knee and gently press them down. Perform the Udyana Bandha. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. दो पग तली संपुट धारे आगाने कर जार पसारे घोड़ा अबू सौलकता रासे हाथ दो घोड़ा परिदासे. The next is Bhairavasana. Now pull the heels up and the toes to the perineum. Visualize Swamiji and gaze to the third eye. Visualize Lord Kalabhairava and gaze to the third eye. Perform the Udyana Bandha and keep the fingers on the respective knee in Bindu Mudra. Gulpo sampijya cha nyonyam nutkrumena samahitaha janmopashokatau hastau dandavat bhairavasanam. The next asana is Samanasana. Now keep one foot by the perineum and the other foot by the chest. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gaze at the third eye. Samana asanama vakshe siddhamantradi sadnat ekapadamaro dattva guhyonyalinga vatrake. The next asana is Apanasana. Now, keeping the raised leg on the respective shoulder, stretch the opposite foot forward and straight up. We should keep the hands by the side for balance. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. केवलं पादमे कञ्चस्कन्धे चारोऽप्यन्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेदनन्दवत् प्रभो. The next is Samanasana on the opposite side. Now keep the other foot by the perineum and keep one foot by the chest. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. Samanasana vakshe siddhamantradi sadnat ekapadamaro dattva guhyonyalinga vatrake. The next asana is Apanasana. Place the raised foot on the respective shoulder and stretch the opposite leg, keeping the hands by the side for balance. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the third eye. केवलं पादमे कञ्चस्कन्धे चारोऽप्यन्नतः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेदनन्दवत् प्रभो. The next is Gomukhasana. Now cross the knees and stack the feet. Visualize a cow. Keep the hands interlaced on the top knee. Gaze at the nose and start performing the new Kumbhaka, which is Sitkari Kumbhaka. Inhale and exhale. Inhale through clenched teeth and exhale through the nose. Visualize the cow and perform the gaze at the nose. Hold the new japa Om Nithyananda. सव्ये दक्षिणकुल्पन्तो पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजये दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं यथा. Next is Anusuyasana. Now in the same position, keep the hands on the sides, holding the big toes of each foot. Visualize Rishika Anusuya, gaze at the nose and perform Udyana Bandha. दक्षिण गोड़ो नी कोटाने वामोटा के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पुनि दे संधि पसारी. The next asana is Anusuyasana 2. Now interlace the fingers behind the back and lower the entire body down, placing the nose by the floor. Visualize Rishika Anusuya, gaze at the nose. जीवना गौड़ा की संधि उपरिदावा गौड़ा की संधि गौड़ा मिलावे गौड़ा स्योले पगतल्यालो आडवाय सुधारा से. The next asana is Garudasana 2. Now rise up and keep one foot flat and the other foot by the perineum. Keep the hands on respective knees and visualize Lord Garuda, gaze at the nose. दावो पगमोड़ी येड़ी माहिलम गुल्पमूलद्वारिणी चेदे बेसे जीमनी पगतली धरती टेकी गोडो ऊंचा उबोरा से. Now sit on the heel touching the perineum and interlace the fingers and turn outside of the raised knee. Visualize the great sage Narada and gaze at the third eye. Pishtijuvam pakadali keri bhuprita hilaga veperi. Goda sudo pano he joy dachapasiti rase soyi. The next is Matsya Pitakasana. Now place the foot you are sitting on the opposite thigh, and then with one hand wrap the leg which is on the opposite thigh, and with the other hand hold the respective big toe. Visualize the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu and gaze at the nose. Vamena vamangushtanto gritam machyapitakam yoni vamena sambhidra medrartha paridakshinam. The next asana is Gomukasana. Now once again cross the feet, stack the knees, keep the heels by opposite hips, visualize a cow, interlace the fingers on the top knee, gaze at the nose, and perform the Seetkari Kumbhaka. Savye dakshina gulbanto brishtapashve niyojaye dakshina ऊपर आने गौरा सिंधी मिलावे भारी आरा पुनि पुनि दे सिंधी पसारी. The next is Anusyasana 2. Now interlace the fingers behind the back. Mahilam Gulpamula Zede Bese Jimani Paktali Darti Teki Gondo Uncho Uborase. The next is Naradasana. As you sit on the heel touching the perineum and turn outside of the raised knee, visualize the great sage Narada and gaze to the third eye. Pishtijama Pakdali Keri Bupridahi Laga Vepeni Pana Pani Hukura Hoi Besi Edido Joni Nivese. Now we move to Matsya Pitakasana. As you place the foot you are sitting on the opposite thigh, and with one hand wrap the foot which is on the opposite thigh and hold the shin of the other leg, and with the other hand hold the big toe of the respective foot. Visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu. Vamena vamangushtanto grihyatum Matsya Pitakam yoni vamena sambhidra medrada dakshinam. The next is Matsyendrasana. Now stretch your feet and keep the left leg on the right thigh, and then bend the right knee, turn outside of the right leg, and keep the left hand on the right knee and the right hand on the mat behind. Visualize Matsyendranatha, gaze to the third eye. Uttaram paschimabhasam krishtva tishtati yatnatah namrangam vamapadam hi dakshajano parinyaset. The next is Kubasana. Now keep the left hand by the right foot and keep the right hand on the right ear. Visualize a camel and gaze at the third eye. Asana Gogana Jolo Jhaye. Now keep the right hand back on the mat and visualize Matsyendranatha, gaze at the third eye. Matsyendra Pitam Jatra Pradeep Prasana Rakmandala Gandanasram Abhyasada Kundalini Pramodam Dandasida Hipumsam. The next is Matsyendrasana on the opposite side. Now once again stretch the feet and keep this time the right leg on the left thigh, and then bend the left leg, turn outside of the left leg, placing the right hand on the left knee. Then visualize the sage Matsyendranatha, gaze at the third eye. Udaram paschima basam kritva tishniti atnatah namrangam vamapadam hi dakshajano parinyaset. Now in the same position, just lower the right hand down and visualize the camel. Visualize a camel and gaze at the third eye. Asana Gogana Jolo Jaye. Now in the same asana, just place the hand back on the mat and visualize the great sage Matsyendranatha, gaze at the third eye. Matsyendra Pitam Jatra Pradipam Prachanda Rakmandala Gandanasram Abhyasada Kundalini Prabodham Dandasidatim Dadahipumsam. Now we move to the next asana, Padmasana. Now Crossing the feet and placing them on opposite thighs, visualize Lord Paramashiva and perform the Mahamudra Bandha. Keep the hands on respective knees and gaze at the nose. Asanam dividam proktam padmam vajrasanam tatha udorupadi chedade ube padatale yatha. The next is Padmasana 2. As you cross your hands and hold opposite big toes, visualize Goddess Parvati and gaze at the nose. उत्तानो चरणो कृत्वा ऊरु संसौ प्रयत्नतः ऊरु मध्ये गतो तानो पानी कृत्वा तादृशो. The next is Kukutasana. Insert your hands between the gap of your thighs and calves and lift the body off the mat. Visualize a rooster and start performing the Saja Kumbhaka. Padmasanam se samstapya nanurvorantare karau nivesha bhumo vashishte dhyomasta Kukutasana. Now we move to Baddha Asana. In Padmasana, rise up onto the knees नामावष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परिस्थानीव ताभिपार्श्वः उच्चासनो दण्डवदुत्तिकत्येमायुरमेतं प्रवदन्ति पीतम्. Now relax and coming into kneeling. Relax, lie down in Makarasana. Interlace the fingers behind the head. Now we move to the next asana, Shalabhasana. Now, keeping your hands by the chest and with the strength of the lower Yugmamashtam Prishte Nidabhyama Kunchayet Samyogodadashakadam Ushtancha Pitam Yogino Vadanti. Now we move to the next asana, Dhanurasana. Tightening the grip on your feet. Pull the legs and upper body simultaneously off the mat. Visualize Paramashiva's bow and gaze at the third eye. Prasarya padau bhuvidandaru karach prishte dita padayukmam kritva danastulyavadistitagram nigandhi yogi dhanurasanam tate. Now we move to the next asana, Bhagasana. Come to a seated position on the knees. And keeping the hands on the knees, visualize Swamiji, gaze at the third eye. Hold the new japa, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Ulta modi pavado vese bahro jagati kare ek vese pavana mahila gulpajujo gulapasiti la veso. The next asana is Gohyasana. This is an inverted asana, so you can take the support of the wall or a partner to perform. Now place your forearms on the mat, interlace the fingers and place the forehead between the interlaced fingers. Then raise the knees off the mat and slowly walk the feet forward. Stack the hips over the knees and lift the feet slowly off the mat. Keep the knees by the chest and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Gaze at the nose. दो हाथ की कहोनी जोई पुनिह कलावे जाड़े दोई पिष्ट आगाने की पुनि जानो ए सबले बुहु परितानो. The next asana is Shirasasana. Now slowly raise the legs and straighten the knees. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and gaze at the nose. Viparitam mandalam cha dideva viditam hinaha dandasanam diva proktam viparitopaveshane. The next asana is Podhyasana. Now relax, come to a seated position. From this asana, we'll be performing the Bastrika Kumbhaka, which is intense exhalations. Now, being seated, place your hands behind your calves and straighten your knees, bringing the feet to the forehead. Visualize Swamiji. Start performing the Bastrika Kumbhaka. दो हाथ की पग बार आने कोड़ा तरे कांग सीटाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता दरे चरण उभय आसादिसी करे. The next is Parigasana. Now relax and cross the hands behind the head, holding on to opposite shoulders. Then stretch the legs into a 45-degree angle, visualize a maze and gaze at the third eye. उत्तानशयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य निदम्बं भूमौ स्पृश्य हस्ताभ्यां कन्दरां बद्ध्वा कुम्भकं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् परिगासनं भवति. Next is Naukasana. Now relax the legs and keep the hands by the hips, or you can straighten them off the mat and keep them off the air. Then visualize a boat and raise the legs to a 45-degree angle and gaze at the third eye. उत्तान शयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिम् अवष्टभ्य हस्तास्यौ निदम्बं निधाय शिर उरु जङ्घापादान् दण्डवद्धारयेत् नौकासनं भवति. Now relax and bring the soles of the feet together. Insert the hands underneath the shins and holding onto the feet, pull them to the chest. Visualize Lord Rudra. पगतले संपुट करा हस्तास्यो पगा ऊंचा पगा अंगूठा दो लेउ पर लीकानि तालवे. The next asana is Unmukha Pitasana too. Now lie down on the back with the knees bent. Keep the feet flat and touch the back of each of the foot. Then raise the hips off the mat. Raise the hips off the mat and balance, tucking the chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Inhale and exhale through the Jalandhara Bandha, which is called Murcha Kumbhaka. Visualize Swamiji and gaze at the nose. Urdhve cha januni kritva shavitvodvamukam tata uttapya hastau tishthetu pita unmukha namake. Now relax. Place the hands by the side of the body. Keep the feet relaxed. Now relax from every muscle. All the muscles that are there, relax from them. Relax from the senses, unclench from the thoughts. Visualize only Swamiji intensely activating your Kundalini. Let every muscle from your foot to the head get relaxed. Unclutch from all the senses, the thoughts, the feelings, the micro movements. Allow your breathing to become still and steady, slow and deep. Atashavasanam Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shantiharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Start to wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side and slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed Tattatama Vinyasa Krama 108 asana sequence. Thank you all so much for joining today. We are going to conclude the Nithyananda yoga session for the Paramashivoham Level 1 participants. The next Acharya is going to start the session very soon, so stay tuned, drink some water and get ready as we are getting ready to continue the yoga sequence. Just let us take a few moments to settle down.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes, with this, let us now move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Yathasana Ishtasana. Sitting in a posture that brings ease to your physical and mental space. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra, index fingers and thumbs together. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Fill your stomach with prana. Visualize a fire being kindled in your stomach, rising up your spine. Perform the Mula Bandha and internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Yathasana Ishtasana.
पर्यङ्कं तत्समाख्यातं यतसंस्थं यथा स्थितिः
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes, Nithyananda. Sorry for the technical glitch. I hope we are visible and audible for everyone now. Let us move on to the next asana of the sequence, which is Samasana. Sit in a cross-legged position with your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you inhale and exhale as deep as you can again and again. Keep breathing deeply as you visualize a flame being kindled in your stomach.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासो यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपति
Next up is Muktasana. Now, place your left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left foot. Keep your hands flat on your knees as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a sage liberated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
निपीड्य सीविनीं सूक्ष्मां दक्षिणेतरगुल्पतः वामं याम्येन गुल्पेन मुक्तासनमिदं भवेत्.
Next up is Siddhasana. Maintain the posture, gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
स्थानुसंयमितेन्द्रियोचलदृशा पश्यन् भ्रुवोरन्तरं चैतन्मोक्षकपातभेदजनकं सिद्धासनं प्रोच्यते.
Next up is Siddhyasana. Gaze to the ground in front of you. Engage all three bandhas and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
वामपादकीडे जानो शिवनिमृतासुकोण्ठानो.
Next up is Urutrasana 2. Now rotate your hands on top of the knees into Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Rudra.
वामचरणपरिदर्शनराके एकजुगति आसे विधिधाके.
We move on to Santadunasana. Keep the hands on the knees in Bindu Mudra. Gaze to your nose and embody tranquility and an unshakable nature.
आसन की गुणमन की चंचलता मीट.
Next up is Siddhasana 2. Now maintain the posture but bring your hands to your navel, cupping one palm over the other, resembling a lotus flower in Samputa Mudra as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऋजुकाय समाशीनं सिद्धासनमुदीरितं प्रसार्य भुवि पादौ तो दोर्भ्यामङ्गुष्ठमादरात्.
Next up is Bandha Yoni Asana. Now set the Sankalpa to manifest through the womb of creation as you inhale all the way and hold your breath. Enter Shanmukhi Mudra. Close your mouth with your little fingers, nostrils with the ring fingers, eyes with middle and index fingers, and your ears with your thumbs.
यत्र मध्ये महादेव बन्धयोन्यासने शृणौ यत्कृत्वा केचरो भूत्वा विचरेदीश्वरो यथा.
Next up is Virasana. Now place the left foot on the right thigh, the right foot on the left thigh, and the left foot underneath the right thigh. Keep your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra and embody the state and space of bravery, Vira.
एकं पादमतैकस्मिन् विन्यस्योरिणि संस्थितः इतरस्मिन् तथा चोरुं वीरासनमुदीरितम्.
The next asana is Valmikasana. Now maintain your legs and your hands in the same position, gaze to your third eye, and visualize the great sage Valmiki, poet and author of Ramayana.
दावापगकी पगतिलिपुनियेडि हे जोय.
Now place your hands flat on your knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti in Joni Mudrasana.
वामपादकी पगतिलिजायि माहिली कोर.
Next up is Yoni Asana. Now maintain the posture and the visualization, but shift your gaze up towards your third eye.
योन्यासनं पर्वतेन योगं योगफले निलं तत्कालपललं तावत् केचरो यावदेव हि.
Next up is Bhadrasana 3. Now bring the soles of your feet together. Place your knees on the ground. Hold on to your feet with both hands as you hold your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Virabhadra.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादः श्रीवन्त्यः पार्श्वयोक्षिपेत् सव्यगुल्पं तथा सव्ये गुल्पं तु दक्षिणे.
Now place your left hand on the left knee and the right hand covering the mouth. Close your left nostril with the index finger. Inhale through the right. Then close both nostrils, hold your breath. Exhale again through the left. And then invert the breathing flow. Breathe in the opposite order. In Abhyanta Kumbhaka, as you press your tongue upwards, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as an Agori in Agorasana.
पूर्वकाहो भिष्टिका जोई बाही विधि कीजे सोई.
Next up is Kanadi Pavasana. Keep the toes of the feet together but separate your heels. Rest your elbows on the heels and bring your chin on the hands as you gaze to the nose. Engage Uddiyana Bandha. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a female elephant drinking water in Kanadi Pavasana.
ग्वाली पावा आसन कह्यो है जय है याहुम में जाने विदितई से.
Next up is Padasana. Now raise your knees and bring your arms underneath the shins. Interlock the fingers in front as you lift your feet off the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ततोर्ध्वं रेचयेद् वायुं मृडनिश्वास संयुतम्.
Next up is Gopi Chandasana. Now hold onto the feet, interlock the fingers and lift them up against your chest. Rest your chin on your hands, gaze to the nose and embody the state and space of a king.
पूर्व विधि पगाग अंगुट कंजकु परासे.
In Udarasana, scoop the hands underneath the feet and interlock them around the toes. Then bring your hands against the chest and rest your chin on the soles of your feet as you gaze to the nose and visualize your body free from any defects.
दोऊ पगतली संपुटटाने उभय हस्तकरी ऊर्ध हिताने अंगुष्ठ दोऊ समत हरावे चुबको नीचे ताही लगावे.
Next up is Vishishtasana. Now lift your feet even higher in front of your face as you keep the interlocked fingers in front of your forehead. Visualize yourself excelling in everything.
दोऊ पगतली जोड़ी संपुट करे दोऊ हाथ पगे बिचा आनी थले.
The next asana is Bhujasana. As you lift your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows upwards to interlock the fingers around your neck and visualize yourself as a cobra.
शिरासनं तु विज्ञेयं कक्षासनमतः परं ग्रीवासनं च परमं भुजासनमिहोच्यते.
The next asana is Kalyanasana. Now, with your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows downwards and interlock your fingers behind your back. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a beautiful, auspicious goddess.
दोऊ हाथ पगम बिचा आने तिनको गोड़ों नीचे ठाने.
Next up is Sankatasana. Now place the top of the left foot on the mat and sit on the left heel as you stick the right knee over the left knee. Keep your hands on opposite knees, gaze forward in Vaishnavi Mudra without focusing on any external object. Just focus on the object within as you visualize yourself as an elegant swan and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama. Make an ocean-like sound with your mouth on the in and exhalation.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं संन्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the left foot outside the hip, sit on the ground as you place your hands on the top knee. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize a cow in your inner space in Dhenukasana.
अनुसागी नागर पंचतम ऋषिरिम दकल्यम्नि.
Now slide the right foot onto the left thigh and bring the left foot onto the right knee. Twist your left arm behind your back. Hold on to opposite thighs with your hands. Twist your spine even further. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजंग परिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तभिष्टि दिशाने.
In Machandrasana 2, keep your legs in the same position. Untwist your spine. Hold on to the feet and lean forward and down. Place your forehead on the ground and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम जी मनोचरणो जोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Rise up, interlock your fingers and place them on the top knee. Engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize Swamiji, your Guru, in your inner space in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशकुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
Now bring the top of the right foot on the mat and sit on the right heel. Stack your knees in front, hands on opposite knees. Visualize yourself as an elegant swan and Sankatasana on the other side.
वामपादं चितेर्मूलं सन्न्यस्य धरणीतले.
Now slide the right foot outside the hip and sit on the ground as you place both hands on the top knee. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize a cow in Dhenukasana.
अनुसागीनागरपञ्चतं ऋषिरिन्दकल्यम्नि.
Now bring the left foot onto the right thigh and the right foot on the left knee. Twist your spine, bring the right arm behind, hold on to opposite thighs as you gaze up and visualize Swamiji in Machandrasana.
वामजंग परिदक्षिणटाने वामहस्तभिष्टि दिशाने.
Untwist your spine, hold onto the feet and lean forward and down as you repeat Machandrasana 2.
प्रथम जी मनोचरणो जोई वामजंग परिराखे सोई.
Interlock your fingers on the top knee, engage all the bandhas and visualize your Guru in Guru Asana.
ऊर्मूले इतरपादस्य कनिष्ठिका प्रदेशकुल्पं संस्थाप्य.
Place your feet flat on the ground. Cross your arms in front and pull opposite knees against your chest as you press your tongue upwards in Kichari Mudra. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Pashasana.
पादतले भूनिदाय जाननिवर्षनिदाय विपरीतहस्ताभ्यां मूरुसहितजङ्गे निबध्य.
Next up is Bodha Shukasana. Now hold on to opposite wrists with your hands. Place your chin on the knees and gaze to your nose as you visualize yourself residing in an abode of bliss in Bodha Shukasana.
दो पगतली भूपरिददे कोरुमाहिली ऐसे करे.
Now bring your arms underneath the knees, hold on to opposite elbows. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Kudakatasana.
दो हाथ पग भरी ल्यावे घोड़ा नीचे लेता हरावे.
Now cross the ankle of the right foot over the left, toes pointing up. Keep holding onto the elbows, gaze to your nose and visualize the great sage and Maharishi Sumati in Sumati Asana.
मूलद्वारि धरति परिताने दावा पग परिदच्च पाद आने.
Now extend your legs forward and your arms upwards. Interlock your fingers with the wrists pointing outwards as you engage all tribandhas, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Dandasana.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथा लगौ सुखप्रसवलाभाय प्रोच्यते प्राक्तनेपति.
Now lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot. Hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra. As you bring your head towards the knees, inhale through one nostril, exhale through the other alternatingly. As you perform Nadi Shodhana without the support of your fingers, visualize Swamiji in Arambhasana.
दो पग मिलिवा पसारी पग अंगूठा पकड़ी लीलाट घोड़ा लगावे.
Next up is Bidukasana. Now, separate your feet and raise your knees slightly. Bring your arms underneath the shins and hold the soles of your feet from the outside as you place your forehead on the ground. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम बैसी दो पाव पसारी कचकु कुरुडो दारे.
Next up is Jalandhari Pavasana. Join the soles of the feet. As you keep the feet away from the body, bring your hands underneath the shins. Lean forward and down and place your face on your feet as you keep the palms facing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो येडी मैली की दी जहात पसारी.
The next asana is Urdhva Paschimottanasana. With the legs extended forward, lift one leg behind your neck, lean forward and down, hold onto the front foot with both hands. Breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama. Visualize the prana flowing upwards through your body, through the soles of the feet, the regenerative organs, the navel, the heart, the throat, the uvula, the center of your eyebrows, the top of your forehead, and the crown of your head, the Brahmarandha. Visualize it flowing upwards in golden light in Pratyahara Pranayama as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पश्चिमतानवत्स्थितं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Now lean back with the leg behind your neck. Extend the opposite leg forward. Hold onto the foot behind your head with your hand. As you gaze through your nose and visualize you are infinite, endless, eternal, Ananta in Anantasana.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं वायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Now roll onto the side. Keep holding on to the foot behind your head. As you gaze through your nose, feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
Next up is Drushasana. Lay on your back, pull your knees towards your chest, and circle them with your hands and rock your body from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
उद्दानशयनं जानुने हृदयेऽवष्टम्ब.
Now repeat Urdhva Paschimottanasana on the other side. Lift the other leg behind your neck, lean forward and down, hold on to the foot, visualize Swamiji, breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama.
पश्चिमतानवत्स्थितं कृतं एकं पादं ग्रीवायां धृत्वा तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Anantasana. Lean back, hold on to the foot, gaze to the nose, and feel endless.
उत्तानशयनी एकैकं वायी ग्रीवायां विन्यस्य.
Roll onto the side of the hand which is holding onto your foot. Gaze to the nose and feel in complete control in Ankushasana.
उत्तानशयित एकैकं पादं ग्रीवायां कुर्वन्.
The next asana is Yoga Nidra. As you lay on your back, lift your legs up one by one behind your neck. As you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, interlock your fingers around your lower back. Interlock the fingers behind as you breathe in Pratyahara Pranayama.
पादाभ्यां वेष्टेत् कन्दं हस्ताभ्यां वृषबन्धनम्.
Next up is Atma Ramasana. With your legs over top of your shoulders, bend your elbows upwards and interlock your fingers behind your neck. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
आत्मा राम आसन प्रथम सूदो सोवे.
Next up is Kochikasana. As you lay on your back, extend your arms out to the side at shoulder level and pull the knees towards your chest with the soles facing upwards. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
दो हाथ सीधा सा करे तीन सौ उबे सा पा करे.
Next up is the Jatara Parivritti. This asana consists of 3 steps. Let us perform all 3 steps on one side and then on the other. Throughout this asana, visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Perform the Mula Bandha and Pratyahara Pranayama. Now extend your arms out to the side. Pull the knees to the chest. Neutral position to which we are going to return in between the repetitions. Now drop one knee down to the side. Extend the opposite leg. Step 1. Bend both knees to the side. Step 2. Extend both legs to the side. Hold on to the feet and gaze in the opposite direction. Step 3. Return to the center position. Drop the other knee down. Step 1. Repeat step 2. And repeat the third step as you gaze away from your feet.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
The next asana is Dviparapitam. As you lay on your back, place your feet flat and hold onto your ankles. Then push your hips up high. Tuck your chin to the chest. breathe in Murcha Kumbhaka. Push the air against the throat dot as you gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as sturdy as a bridge in Dvipada Pitam.
प्रतिक्रियायुतं द्वन्द्वपीठः सर्वबलप्रदं गर्भिणीनां दुर्बलानामिति गार्गी जगादनु.
Next up is Paryankasana. With your feet flat, bring your hands over top of your shoulders, fingers pointing towards your feet. Push your hands into the mat, lift your hips up high. Walk your feet closer towards your hands as you visualize yourself as sturdy as stone furniture and breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka through your nose in Paryankasana.
उद्दानशयनं हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्याम्.
Now lay down on your back, pull your knees towards your chest and place your hands on the respective shoulders. Move your hips in a circular motion and visualize yourself as a dog, playfully rolling around on its back in Shvotanasana.
शववच्चरीरं संस्थाप्य जानुनी सम्मील्य नववाणीय.
Next up is the Viparita Karani. Now place your arms flat and then lift your legs up high. Move your legs in a circular motion as you breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani.
भूतलेष्वशिरो दत्वा केनरेचरणद्वयम्.
Now stop the movement of your legs. Be stable and sturdy as you visualize Swamiji in Viparita Karani too.
करणे विपरीताज्ञा सर्वा विद्या विनाशिनी नित्यमभ्यासयुज्यस्य जाठराग्निविवर्धने.
Now drop the feet down over top of your head. Bring the toes to the mat and interlock your fingers behind your back in Padusha Mudra. As you place them on the ground, visualize yourself as a plow in Langalasana.
ग्रीवाखण्डेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वये मूर्धमुन्नयेत्.
Next up is Charita Paschimottanasana. From the same position, now hold onto the feet over top of your head. Internally chant the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Visualize Paramashiva, for this is one of the 84 asanas revealed directly by Lord Paramashiva himself.
तानं शयित्वात् कुर्वीत शयितपश्चिमतानकम्.
Next up is Supta Konasana. Now bring your hips over top of the shoulder level and then separate your legs to the side. Bring your toes on the mat and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Supta Konasana.
परिवृत्ति कुक्षिभागे त्रिधा हि परिकीर्तितः बद्धकोणं सुप्तकोणं मूर्धकोणमतापि च.
Now bring your feet back together, hold on to your ankles and roll onto your back as you keep your arms and legs straight, visualizing yourself as a chakra, a wheel in Chakrasana.
शवासनस्तत्पादौ कृत्यान्मस्तकतः परौ.
The next asana is Supta Prasarita Parangushtasana. Laying on your back. Now raise your legs up vertically, hold onto the big toes in Prana Mudra, and then separate your legs wide as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe in Ujjayi Pranayama.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now join your feet together, hold onto the big toes and visualize Swamiji in Supta Parangushtasana.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Next up is Matsyasana. From the same position, cross your legs into Padmasana. Bring your hands over top of your head, holding onto opposite elbows. As you gaze to your nose, visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu.
मुक्तपद्मासनं कृत्वा उत्थानशयनं चरेत् पूर्वराभ्यां शिरोभेष्ट्या मत्स्यासनं सुरोगः.
Next up is Parasharamasana. Maintain this posture, but place the back of the right hand onto the left palm over top of your head. Palms facing up. Gaze to your nose and visualize Lord Rama in your inner space.
प्रथमकरे पद्मासन आज्ये सूदोषो वे भूपरिपाचे.
Next up is Sarvangasana. Now raise your knees and your hips up off the ground as you support your lower back with your hands, elbows on the mat. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
अथवा क्षेत्रसंक्षेपात् सर्वाङ्गासनमुत्तमं यत्कृत्वा योगनिपुणो विद्याभिः पण्डितो यथा.
Now free your legs. Keep one foot on the opposite thigh and pull the opposite knee up towards your chest. As you extend your arms above your head, hook your fingers forward and tuck your chin to the chest. As you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a scorpion in Vrishchikasana.
प्रथमशयनो सुदोषी शकेशिकी सन्धि सुधाके.
Now repeat Vrishchikasana on the other side. Place the other foot on the opposite thigh and lift your legs and your arms up. Visualize yourself as a scorpion.
प्रथमशयनो सुदोषी शकेशिकी सन्धि सुधाके.
Next up is Vrishabharakshepasana. Lay on your back and interlock your fingers around your neck. Lift your legs off the mat and alternate, pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth as you visualize Swamiji and breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
उत्थानं शयनं कृत्वा अङ्गुलिकन्दरां बद्ध्वा कूर्परो मिलित्वा.
Now keep your arms flat next to your hips and alternate lifting one knee against the respective ear again and again as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Maruttanasana.
स्वोतानवत्सितिं कृत्वा जानुद्वयं पर्यायेन कर्णयोः संस्पृशेत्.
The next asana is Vrikasana. Laying on your back, place your feet flat, then stand up and lay back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a wolf.
उत्थानशयनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा उत्तिष्ठेत्.
Next up is Lutasana. As you lay down on your back, roll over completely again and again, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space. Finally, end in a prone position on your stomach.
उत्थानशयनं पादौ शिरन्त्य भूमौ स्थापयित्वा.
Keep your hands at the side of your shoulders as you lay on your stomach, toes pointing back. Contract your lips and make a whistling sound like a flute on the inhalation. And visualize yourself as a chariot, carrying warriors into battle for Dharma on your chariot back in Sadatasana.
नित्यशयनं कृत्वा नाभिं भूमौ निधाय सम्पत्स्यं भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Next up is Dehal Yolanganasana. Keep your hands on the ground, push your body up into a plank position and jump your feet in between the hands back and forth as you visualize yourself transcend body and mind.
हस्तद्वयं बद्ध्वा तन्मध्ये चरणद्वयम् उड्डानैव बहिरानीय.
Next up is Jatyasana. Now, from a standing position, lean forward and down. Place your hands on the mat and walk around on hands and feet, visualizing yourself as a wise 60-year-old elephant.
अथ जाट्यासनं वक्ष्ये येन जाटिस्मरो भवेत्.
Next up is the Lolitika Karana. Now, raise your arms to shoulder level and tilt your head back as you rotate your arms around your body. Move your head in all directions. Open up your chest widely. The next asana is Sarapasana. Now stand on the mat and tie your feet with a rope if you have a rope available. Then keep your arms close to your body, hands on the thighs, and visualize your Kundalini Devi rising and curling upwards around your body in Sarapasana.
अथ सर्पासनं वक्ष्ये वायुपानाय केवलं शरीरं दण्डवत् तिष्ठेत् रज्जुबन्धस्तु पादयोः.
Next up is Ushta Sadhanasana. Now lean forward and down and step your toes onto your fingers, clench your hands into fists, and walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य उष्ट्रावत् उष्ट्रासाडनं भवति.
Next up is Ashvasana. Now place your hands on the mat and hold onto the toes from the outside. Walk around on the mat, visualizing yourself as a horse.
मुष्टिकनिष्ठिकाप्रदेशेन भूमौ निधाय उपरि पादतले संस्थाप्य अश्वावत् शरीरं चलनीयम् अश्वासनं भवति.
Next up is Kapotanittakasana. Now stand with your heels together and hold on to your hands behind your back and lock them in Padasha Mudra as you lean back. Tilt your head back and bend down. Bring your hands towards your calves as you visualize yourself as a soaring bird diving in Kapotanittakasana.
पादतले भूमौ निधाय पृष्ठभागेन हस्तौ जङ्घापर्यन्तं नीत्वा
Next up is the Tala Pushpa Puttam Karana. Now stand in Adimandi posture and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra. Then bow down to one side and open up the palms. Raise the respective heel. Visualize you're holding a bouquet of flowers and offering it to Paramashiva. Next up is Khadgasana. Now stand on the mat, gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a rhinoceros. Then lay down on your stomach and jump your hands back up towards your hands and stand with your hands in Namaskara Mudra, resembling the horn of the rhinoceros.
निजसरतमासनं कृत्वा पादतलाभ्यां भूमिमष्टभ्य
Next up is the Uttanottanam. Now, hold on to weights and sit down on the ground and stand back up again and again. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space, breathe calmly in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
पुनः पुनः उत्थातव्यम् असितव्यम् इति उत्थानोत्थानं भवति
Now raise your arms up above your head and jump repeatedly, visualizing yourself as a mace in Musalasana.
सरलं स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वं बाहुं नयेत्
In Uchirshakasana, pull one foot with both hands towards your chest. Sit down and stand back up on the other leg. On both sides again and again, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji.
हस्तद्वयेन धृत्वा तिष्ठेत् उच्चीर्षकं भवति
Next up is Parshvajanukarana. Now keep the toes of one foot pointing to the side and pull the other knee against your chest. Encircle it with your arm. Keep the hand in the fist and place the other hand on the inner thigh. The next asana is Tandavasana. Now, visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva as you hold on to weights, extend your arms and one leg forward, sit down and stand back up.
एकेन वादिन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति
Next up is Brahmanasana. Now raise the left foot towards the inner right thigh. Keep the heel against the perineum, hands by the sides and visualize Lord Brahma blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत् एकपादमुरौ दत्वा तिष्ठे दण्डाकृतिर्भुवि
Next up is Garudasana 3. Bring the left foot over and around the right knee. Tuck the toes behind. Bring the left arm behind the right and join your arms in Namaskara Mudra as you visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्थानपूर्वपीठश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च वातायनं गोमुखं च भारद्वाजं त्रिविक्रमम्
Now place the left foot onto the right thigh. Keep your hands further aside and visualize Swamiji in Ekapadasana.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरि निधाय च
The next asana is Dhruvasana, the pole star posture. Now hold on to the big toe of the left foot and extend it out to the side as you rotate quickly on the standing leg. Visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्यागं धृत्वा
The next asana is Trivikramasana. Now, lift your leg up behind your neck. Stand tall. Sit down and stand back up. Visualize yourself being blessed by Lord Vishnu.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Now repeat Parsva Janukarana on the other side. Lift the other knee up. Keep the hand in the fist encircling the knee and the other hand on the inner thigh. Now repeat Tandavasana on the other side. Extend your arms and the other leg. Visualize yourself fiercely dancing as Lord Shiva. Sit down and stand back up.
एकेन पादेन स्थातव्यं ताण्डवासनं भवति.
Now repeat Brahmanasana on the other side. Lift the right foot towards the inner left thigh. Hand by the side. Visualize Lord Vishnu blessing you from within.
ब्राह्मणासनमावक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा ब्राह्मणो भवेत्.
Now bring the right foot over and around the left knee, tuck the toes behind, and bring the right arm below the left. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra, visualizing yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 3.
उत्थानकूर्मपीठश्च सैमस्गारुडमेव च.
Next up is Ekapadasana. Now bring the right foot onto the left thigh. Keep the hands by the side. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space and breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
दक्षाङ्घ्रिं वामपादस्य जङ्घोपरिनिधाय च.
Now repeat Dhuruvasana, the pulsar posture on the other side. Hold on to the big toe of the right foot and extend it out to the side. As you rotate quickly on the standing leg, visualize yourself as the North Pole star.
एकेन हस्तेन दण्डरूपस्य एकस्य पादस्य अगं धृत्वा.
Now repeat Trivikramasana on the other side. Lift your leg behind your neck, sit down and stand back up.
ग्रीवायं पादं संस्थाप्य स्थातव्यम् उत्थातव्यं त्रिविक्रमासनं भवति.
Next up is Samana Kakarana. Now stand with your heels together, the toes separated, hands slightly extended away from the hips. Breathe calmly and relax from this intense sequence of asanas as we get ready to enter the final 100 asanas of this sequence.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Let us now enter into the next asana of the sequence, Gorakanjali asana. Now, squat down.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda
Yes, Nithyanandam. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with Gorakanjali asana. Now, stand up and squat down. Bring your arms from the outside in between the legs and interlock your fingers in front of your navel. In Paramashivoham Mudra, as you visualize the great sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya, breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka and perform the Mula Bandha.
प्रथम ही उबो होई बाहुर नीचे पुनि होवे.
Next up is Kanchi asana. Squatting down. Now hold onto your hands behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
ऊर्मध्याधस्थो निवेश्य नितम्बं धृत्वा.
Next up is Bhairava asana. With your feet together, interlock your fingers around your back and gaze towards your navel as you visualize Bhagavan Kala Bhairava the Lord of Time.
दो पगा की तिल्या की माहिली कौर मिलाई.
Next up is Varahasana. Sitting on the ground, bring the heels together, toes apart. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and bring them behind your head, fingers pointing towards the ground as you visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
पगतली की माहिली कौर मिलाई पना पानी उकड़ बैसे.
Next up is Tutpitasana. Hold on to the big toes in Prana Mudra and then rise up. Bring your hips to the same level as your knees as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पाशि द्वय सम्मील्य स्थित्वा नितम्बं जानु प्रदेश आनीय.
Next up is Bakasana. Now place your hands on the ground and bring your knees onto your arms towards your armpits. As you lean forward and down, lift your feet up and visualize yourself as a crow.
हस्तद्वयम् अवनिमष्टभ्य जानुद्वयं नाभौ सम्मील्य.
Now place your head on the mat. Form a triangle with your head and hands. And bring your knees onto your elbows. Lift your arms. Lift your legs up. The feet pointing towards the sky. Then cross your legs into Padmasana. Gaze at the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
आसन गौगुण कपाल आचो होई.
Next up is Guptasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture with your heels outside the hips. Place your hands on the knees, gaze to your nose, and visualize you're sitting in the secret seat with Paramashiva and Guru.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ कृत्वा पादौ च गोपयेत्.
The next asana is Vrikshasana 2. Now, place your hands on the mat and lift your legs up into a handstand. You can lean against the wall for support if needed. Everyone should perform this asana to purify all 7 chakras as you visualize yourself as a tree with deep roots growing into the ground.
सप्तचक्रक्षालनाय वृक्षासनविशेषकान्.
Next up is Shiva Asana. From the handstand, gaze towards your third eye and visualize Tejas. Energy is flowing towards your third eye and rejuvenating your body.
दो उपका की जोई माही गुल्प मिलाई.
Next up is Matsyasana 2. Now place your hands on the mat, lower your body down, and lift it back up into the plank position as you visualize yourself as a fish.
निर्दिशयनं कुर्परो पार्श्वभागायां मूर्धकृत्य.
We move on to Sarpasana 2. Now place your hands on the hips and lift your head and chest from left to right as you visualize yourself as a snake.
निर्दिशयनं कृत्वा हस्तौ नितम्बं संस्थाप्य.
Now place your elbows on the ground in front of you. Keep your hands in Padma Mudra, the lotus mudra, as you rest your chin on your hands and feel self-supported and completely independent in Niralambanasana.
कराभ्यां पङ्कजं कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् कूर्परया शुद्धिः.
Next up is Chakrasana. As you place your hands flat on the mat, bend your knees, lift your feet up, and bring your upper back close towards your feet as you visualize yourself as an umbrella protecting your Guru from the sun rays.
अर्ध्यासनवस्थित्वा हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now come to a kneeling posture. Sit on your heels as you extend your arms out in front and place your forehead on the ground in Vajrasana as you visualize yourself as Vajra, the weapon of Indra, symbolizing indestructibility. Gaze to your nose.
इदानीं गर्भिणीनां योगाभ्यासौ यथालगौ.
With your hands flat, raise your hips up high into Gajrasana position. Then alternate striking the ground with your hands as you visualize yourself as powerful as a ram.
गजासनं संस्थितौ एकैकं बाहुं भूमौ ताडयेत्.
The next asana is Ajasana. Now, place your hands on the ground and lift your legs up over top of your body. Then lower your face down towards the ground as you visualize yourself as unborn, existing for all eternity.
गजासनं संस्थितौ पादद्वयम् अन्तराले कृत्य.
Next up is Dhanantarasana. Now sit in a kneeling posture, hold onto the toes, and pull them towards your perineum. Then place your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose, and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
पूरवविधि परिहता की काकसी स्यौ पनासरा मोडी.
Next up is the Angamotanam. Now interlock your fingers in front. Move your arms upwards, downwards, left, right, in all directions. Give massage to the various different joints and muscles of your body. As you then interlock your fingers behind your back and repeat the movement on the other side.
हस्तयोरङ्गुलीर्बद्ध्वा हस्तयोर्मध्यात् सर्वमङ्गमं निष्कासयित्वा.
Next up is Garudasana form. As you turn your feet so the toes are pointing to the side, place your thighs and calves on the ground and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda, flying Lord Vishnu and Lakshmi on his back.
जङ्घोरुभ्यां दरां पीड्य स्थिरकायोद्विजानुना.
Next up is Ananda Mandirasana. As you bring the soles of the feet together behind your body, toes pointing back, separate your knees and gaze to your third eye, visualizing yourself residing in the blissful space of a temple.
अथ वक्ष्ये वीरनाथ आनन्दमन्दिरासनं यत्कृत्वा अमरो धीरो भवत्येवेह साधकः.
Now cross your feet and sit on your heels as you press your tongue flat against the top of your mouth in Manduki Mudra. Engage Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a frog in Mandukasana too.
पृष्ठं सम्पीत्य गुल्पाभ्यां जाह्नग्मे सबल्याकृतिः.
Now tuck your toes, sit on raised heels, place your palms flat on the ground, thumbs touching. Gaze to your nose as you visualize Narasimha, the Lion Man, avatar of Lord Vishnu. Stick your tongue out and exhale forcefully again and again.
दो पनापानी होए वैसे एडी मिलरी गुडानी वैसे.
Next up is Pishdakasana. Now sit on raised heels. Cover your mouth with both your hands and bring your thumbs underneath the teeth. Close your lips. Inhale through the right nostril. Exhale through your mouth in Vishnaka Pranayama as you visualize yourself as Devi and gaze to your nose.
दो पगांकी एडी गोड़ा पुनि पानो मणि पुनि होए.
Next up is Makadasana. Now keep the soles of the feet together, toes pointing back, and sit on the heels. Raise your arms and bend your elbows to imitate as if you are a monkey stretching itself, gazing to your third eye and visualizing yourself as a playful monkey in Makadasana.
दो पगतली संपुट आने तिनकी बिष्टि भूमि परिताने.
Next up is Vajrasangadasana. As you bring the soles of the feet together, knees raised off the mat and separated, hold on to opposite elbows behind your back. Gaze to your nose and embody diamond-like strength for you and your Sangha, your spiritual community.
प्रथम पनापानी होए वैसे दो एडी गुडानी वैसे.
Next up is Kanjanasana. Now cross your feet and sit on your heels as you place your knees on the ground. Keep your hands on the ground next to your body. Gaze to your nose and visualize perfect health beyond any and all physical or mental ailments as you engage Uddiyana Bandha.
कञ्चनासनमा वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सृष्टिरो भवेत्.
Now place your hands on top of the knees. Gaze to your nose and embody a turtle with a stable body and mind to live for centuries as you make your upper body and neck stiff like the shell of a turtle in Kurmasana.
गुल्पौ च वृषणस्यादो विक्रमेण समाहितौ.
Maintain the posture but relax your back and neck. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Yogasana.
गुरं नियम्य गुल्पाभ्यां विक्रमेण समाहितः.
Now stand on your knees and cross your feet behind to bring the toes near the opposite knees. Hold your calves with the fingers inside and the thumbs outside. Gaze to your third eye and visualize a space of eternal oneness, Advaita, with Swamiji in Vijyogasana.
गोड़ा मामनो उबो होई गोड़ा आड़े राके दोई.
Next up is Ushtrasana too. Now stand on the knees, keep the feet flat and lean back. Hold on to the heels as you tilt your head back and push your hips forward, visualizing yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थि जाट्या सम्पिपाद इषुपुमान्.
Next up is Jatyasana too. From the same position, now lean back, place your elbows and the back of your head on the mat. Hold on to the feet, gaze to the nose and visualize yourself as a lotus blooming.
दो एडी संपुट करे सोले मूलद्वारि तरिदेरे.
Next up is Viratasana. Now lean back all the way, place your back on the ground and rise back up again and again. You can use the support of your hands if needed as you visualize the healing and liberation of all causal subtle forms of your body and gaze to the nose.
जङ्गाभृतिभूमौ निधाय जङ्गोर्धरयोः ऊर्णि संस्थाप्य.
The next asana is Kapotasana. Now lean back and bring your hands over top of your shoulders. Place your forearms on the ground and hold onto your feet as you bring your head in between the feet. Visualize yourself as a beautiful dove.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाद्या सम्पिपाद इषुः पुमान्
The next asana is Padasana. Now stand on your knees with the toes tucked behind. Hold onto opposite arms. As you gaze through your nose, visualize Paramashivoham and chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, for this is the boon-fulfilling posture. Receive your boon from Paramashiva in Vadasana.
जाननि भूमौ संस्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा.
Next up is Varahasana 2. Now keep the toes tucked, sit on the heels and lean forward and down. Place your forearms on the ground and your head on your hands. Visualize yourself as Varaha, the boar avatar of Lord Vishnu.
सूर्यं चन्द्रं वेदनानि आसनानि निकत्यते.
With your forearms on the ground, interlock your fingers, place your head on the mat and support it with your hands. Walk your feet forward to raise your hips. Then lift your legs off the ground and point your feet up towards the sky. As you gaze to the nose, breathe calmly in Sahadra Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a lob tree in Mundasana.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Next up is Andhasana. Lower your body down and come to a kneeling posture with your feet flat. Sit on your heels. Lean forward and down and bring your head in between the knees. Hold on to your head with both hands. Elbows outside the knees. Then inhale through the nose and exhale through your mouth in this asana as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पगतली समतहरावे कोरमा हिली उबे मिलावे.
Next up is Viparita Shalabhasana. Now lay down on your stomach and extend your arms up over top of your head. Hold on to weights to intensify this asana as you then lift your arms, your legs and your chest off the ground, visualizing yourself as a locust.
शलभासन भेदश्च नटभैरुण्ड नामके गणडभैरुण्ड सहिते शीर्षन्दासनं तथा.
Next up is Kapalasana. Now place your hands on the ground next to your hips and place your forehead on the ground. Visualize a skull representing the mind with purified thoughts and the strong will to attain enlightenment as you lift your legs off the mat.
कपालं भूमौ निधाय ऊर्ध्वं पादौ नयेत्.
The next asana is Akasha Kapotasana. As you lift your legs over top of your body, place the feet flat on the ground in front of your face. Visualize yourself as a free and open dove.
उष्टासने स्थित्वा चरणौ भूमेरुत्थाप्य.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now continue with the next asana of the sequence, Chatakasana. From a kneeling position, Place your forearms on the ground in front of you, navel on the knees, and visualize yourself as a sparrow.
पर्यन्तो हस्तौ दरामवष्टभ्य
The next asana is Vrishikasana too. As you place your forearms on the ground, lift your legs up over top of your body, and bend the knees to bring the feet down towards the back of your head, visualizing yourself as a scorpion.
व्यश्चैव पुष्टप्रतिमाङ्गि पार्श्वे धृत्वा शुशीरे चुबकं विदार्यकौ
We move on to Vrishasana. Now sit on the right heel and keep the left foot outside the hip, toes pointing to the side. As you visualize yourself as a bull, breathe forcefully through your nose. Inhale, hold your breath, and then slowly exhale again through the nose in Vrishasana.
याम्यगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्
Next up is Lolasana. Now place your hands on the ground in front of you and lift your body off the mat. Cross the toes of the left foot over the right as you balance on your arms and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
लोलासनं सदा कुर्यात् वायुलोलापघातनात्
Now repeat Vrishasana, the bull posture on the other side.
याम्यगुल्पे पादमूले वामभागे पदेतरम्
Next up is Balagunasana. Now place the right foot flat and tuck the toes of the left foot to sit on the left heels. As you keep your hands on the respective knees, visualize Balagunahaya, one of the 84 siddhas in your inner space.
आसन कौगुण जलभिकार जाई
Now stand up and then squat down, bring your arms in and around the legs, holding onto the ankles from the outside in Grahasana as you visualize yourself as the entire planet.
पादतले भूमौ संस्थाप्य जानुमध्ये कूर्परौ स्थाप्य हस्ताभ्यां बाहु परस्परं धृत्वा
Now repeat Balagunasana on the other side. Sit on the right heel as you keep your hands on the knees and visualize Balagunahaya.
आसन कौगुण जलभिकार जाई
The next asana is Utkatasana. Now step both the feet in, sit on raised heels, keep your knees together, and place your hands on top of the knees, holding onto weights, as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
युजास् बीजोस्तेता ऊर्ध्वजाने यत्रासने पादतलयोत्परि
We move on to Vajrasangarasana too. Now join the soles of your feet and separate your knees. Hold on to opposite elbows behind your back as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पनापानि होय जैसे दो एडी गुड़ानि वैसे
Now place your hands on the ground, step your heels onto the hands, keep your arms straight, gaze to your nose, and visualize you're able to lift off of air alone in Anilasana.
दो हाथ भूमि पर जाने कहनी जाड़ी ना भी लगाने
Now stand up, place the back of your hands on the mat, step your feet on your hands, and walk around, visualizing you're wearing padukas, walking across India in Padukasana.
हस्ततलयोः पादतले कृत्वा तिष्ठेत् गच्छेत् पादुकासनं भवति
Now place your hands on the mat, kick your legs up and let them fall back down again and again, visualizing yourself as a rooster in Kukkutodanasana.
हस्ततले भूमौ कृत्वा पादतले च ऊर्ध्वम् उद्दानं कृत्वा
The next asana is Viparita Nidhyasana. Now place your hands on the ground, lift your legs up into a handstand, and move around on two hands dancing as you feel yourself become free of all inhibitions. Calmly breathe through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
हस्ततलाभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य
Next up is Kunjarasana. Now separate your feet and place one hand on the mat, arms straight, the other hand on the respective ear, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनम् उत्तमम्
Now exchange the position of your hands, repeat Kunjarasana on the other side.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव कुञ्जरासनमुत्तमम्.
Now squat down, keep the heels close to your body and hold onto your ankles as you lift your feet up and visualize yourself as a kadamba tree in Kadambasana.
पार्श्वेभ्यां भूमिमवष्टभ्य हस्तद्वयेन गुल्पौ धृत्वा.
Now place your feet flat, sit on the ground, knees to the chest, hands on the knees. Visualize any excess vata being released from your body in Pavana Muktasana.
द्वयोस्तु पादयोः पाणिं लात्वा स्वस्त्वनितम्बके.
The next asana is Chakrasana. Now lift one leg behind your neck, extend the other leg forward, keep your hands at the side, and lift your body off the ground. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वतानं चतुष्पादं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Next up is Dhanurasana 2. Now hold on to both the big toes in Prana Mudra. Keep the right leg extended and lift the left foot towards your ear as if you're pulling a bowstring back. Visualize yourself as a bow in Dhanurasana 2.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Next up is Ashtavakrasana. Now lift one leg over top of your shoulder and hook the other foot over top. Extend your legs out to the side. Lean forward and down and balance on your arms as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Pranasana. Now place one foot flat on the ground and place the other foot on the opposite thigh. Bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee, gaze up and visualize you are immortal and able to exist solely on prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति स चामरः.
The next asana is Parshvamatsindasana. Now place the right foot at the outside of the left hip. Step the left foot over the right knee. Twist your body around the raised knee. Bring the arm below and interlock your fingers behind your back as you gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Nithyananda, the master of Hatha Yoga.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डलुक्मण्डलकण्ठनास्त्रम्.
Now repeat Chakrasana on the other side. Lift your other leg behind your neck and lift your entire body off the ground as you gaze up and visualize yourself as a powerful source of energy.
पूर्वदानं चतुष्पाठं पीठं वज्रासनं तथा.
Now repeat Dhanurasana 2, the bow posture on the other side. Pull the foot behind, towards your ear as you hold on to the opposite leg as well.
पादाङ्गुष्ठौ तु पाणिभ्यां गृहीत्वा श्रवणावधि.
Now lift the right leg over the right shoulder and hook the left foot over top of the right foot. Extend your legs out to the side, lean forward and balance as you visualize yourself as a flying crane in Ashtavakrasana on the other side.
वासिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Now repeat Pranasana on the other side. Bring your shoulder underneath the raised knee. Gaze up and visualize you're immortal, able to exist from prana.
एतत् प्रभेदं वक्ष्यामि करोति स चामरः.
Now bring the left foot to the right hip and the right foot over top of the left knee. Twist your spine around the raised knee. Interlock your fingers behind your back as you repeat Parshvamatsindasana on the other side. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Sage Matsindana.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठरप्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डलुक्मण्डलकण्ठनास्त्रम्.
The next asana is Ardha Paschimottanasana. Now keep one leg extended, the other foot pressed against the perineum as you lean forward and down and hold on to the front foot with both hands. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाशीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Next up is Crown Shasana. Now bring the left foot outside the hip, foot flat, and lift the right foot in front of your face as you keep the knee straight. Visualize yourself as a crane.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
Now bring the other foot towards your perineum. Lean forward and down. Hold on to the front foot with both hands as you visualize Swamiji in Ardha Paschimottanasana on the other side.
एकं पादं प्रसार्य एकं पादस्य पार्श्वनाशीवनी सम्पीड्य.
Now repeat Crown Shasana on the other side. Lift the other foot towards your face as you keep the opposite leg outside the hip.
उत्थानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकम्.
We move on to Swastikasana. Now sit in a cross-legged position and bring your feet in between the thighs and calves. Keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to your nose as you embody peace, well-being, good fortune, and prosperity. Visualize a swastika in your inner space in Swastikasana as you breathe in Jivachala Kumbhaka.
जानूरोरन्तरे सम्यक् कृत्वा पादतले उभे.
Now maintain the same posture. Cover your heels with your hands as you tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, and visualize Sage Goraknath, the founder of the Natha Yoga Hindu Sampradaya in Gorakshasana.
जानूर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Next up is Bhagasana. As you bring the left heel against the perineum and the right foot on top of the left thigh. Enter Shanmukhi Mudra as you meditate on the enlightened one. Gaze to your third eye and visualize Swamiji. Inhale all the way, close your mouth, your nostrils, your eyes, and your ears.
वामपार्श्वगुणं संस्थाप्य दक्षाङ्गुलिं वामजगणे.
Now place your feet on top of opposite knees and your hands on the ground next to your body, palms facing up. Gaze to your nose, visualize Swamiji and breathe in Kaka Chancha Kumbhaka. Make your mouth in the shape of the beak of a crow. Inhale through the mouth and exhale through the nose in Yogasana 2.
उत्थानौ चरणौ कृत्वा संस्थाप्योपरि जानुनो.
Next up is Urdhva Kukutasana. Now rotate your hands, place the palms next to your body and lift your body off the ground, sitting in Padmasana as you visualize yourself as a rooster.
वाशिष्ठमदकौण्डिन्यं ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च.
Next up is Siddha Haratali Asana. From Padmasana, bring your hands in between the thighs and calves. Place your palms flat on the mat, but don't lift yourself up, stay seated. Gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
प्रथम पद्मासनौ को करे हस्तदो वा गोडासन्धितेरै.
Next up is Hamsasana. Now lift your body off the ground and balance on your arms. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as an elegant swan.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा स्कन्धपर्यन्तं ऊर्णीत्वा.
Now raise your hips and push your hands in between the legs. Interlock your fingers behind your back and place your forehead on the ground as you visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Karmakasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन को करे गोडासन्धि माहि करिधेरै.
Now rise back up. With your hands in between the legs, bend your elbows upwards to hold onto your shoulders, visualizing yourself as a turtle in Kurmasana 2.
बामी जंग परिदक्षिण पावा दाहिनी जंग परिबामिल्यावा.
Now tuck your chin to the chest, gaze to the nose, lock your throat, and cut the granthis, the knots in your spine in Granthi Bedasana.
अथ वक्षे नीलकण्ठ ग्रन्थिभेदासनं शुभम्.
Now roll onto your back. Keep holding onto the shoulders as you gaze to your nose and embody a turtle laying on its back in Uttana Kurmasana.
कुक्कुटासनबन्धस्थं कराभ्यां धृतकण्डरम्.
Sit back up in Padmasana. Bring your hands in between the legs, one palm flat. Hold the wrist and lift your body up on one arm as you visualize yourself as a rooster in Pangu Kukkutasana.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Repeat Pangu Kukkutasana on the other side by lifting yourself up on the other arm, visualizing yourself as a rooster.
कुक्कुटासनं स्थित्वा एकेन हस्तेन अन्यस्य मणिबन्धं धृत्वा.
Now, sitting in Padmasana, place your elbows on the toes, interlock your fingers in Parasha Mudra, rest your chin on the fingers and press your thumbs against the throat as you visualize you have gone beyond all greed and covetous in Gridasana.
जानुर्वोरन्तरे पादौ उत्थानौ व्यक्तसंस्थितौ.
Now, place one hand over the other, palms facing up in your lap. Engage Ati Bandha's Mahamudra Bandha, gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Padmasana 3.
उत्थानौ चरणौ विधाय विधिवक्षस्थितौ योगिरात्.
Now place your hands on the knees, gaze to the nose, visualize Paramashiva and chant the Mahavakya internally in Padmasana form.
एतत् पद्मासनं कुर्यात् प्राणवायुप्रसिद्धये.
Now hook the fingers of one hand around the big toe and move it around. Visualize yourself as Pinaka and then repeat the movement on the other side in Karpukasana too.
अतान्यासनमावक्ष्ये योगपूरकरक्षणात्.
Now cross your arms behind your back and hold on to the big toes as you remain seated in Padmasana. Visualize yourself as Pinaka, gaze to the nose, perform all Tribandhas in Karmukasana 3.
कार्मुकासनमाक्षित्य उदरे पूरयेत् सुखम्.
Now raise your chest, gaze up and visualize yourself as the action of Paramashiva's third eye destroying anything you come across in Dridhasana.
ऊरुभ्यामुपस्थाप्य पादयुग्मं प्रयत्नतः.
Now roll onto your back with your arms crossed, legs in Padmasana. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as a snake as you breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka and Nagrasana.
प्रथम पद्मासन कोंताने दो हाथ पाछाने आने.
Free your arms and legs. Pull your knees against your chest. Bring your chin to the knees and squeeze your body into a ball in Kandukasana.
वेत्रासने स्थित्वा हस्तपादान् निष्कुष्य.
Place your feet flat. Interlock the fingers around the neck. Gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in Utpavanasana.
प्रथम सुदोषेन करावे घोड़ा उबारा से मिलावे.
Now bring your hands underneath your heels with the palms facing up. Then push your hips off the mat. Lock your throat, breathe in Mocha Kumbhaka and visualize yourself as a powerful alpha ape in Marakata Pitasana.
उत्तान शयनं पादतले उत्तान हस्तयोः स्थापयेत्.
Now bring your hands to the lower back. Lift your hips up off the mat and straighten your legs in Uttana Shikipita as you gaze to the nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space.
जङ्गोर्बलहीनश्चैत् उत्तानशिखिपीठकम् अप्रमत्तप्रकुर्वीत भुक्ते प्राग्विजितेन्द्रियः.
Now raise your legs up, point the toes towards the sky and place your arms flat, supporting your body with your hands as you visualize yourself blissfully traversing Narakaloka unscathed in Narakasana.
ग्रीवाखण्डेन भूमिं विष्टम्भ पादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नयेत्.
Now bring your hands towards the lower back and lower your legs down. Engage your core intensely as you visualize yourself as a boat crossing the ocean of samsara in Tiryanokasana.
नौकावत् स्थित्वा ऊर्ध्वपादाग्रद्वयम् ऊर्ध्वं नयेत्.
Now bring the hands back to the ground, point your toes up and visualize yourself as the KAILASA flag, respected across all nations in Vajrasana, the flag posture.
तिर्या नौकावत् ग्रीवा पृष्ठकूर्पैः भूमिं वष्टभ्य.
Now lay down on your back. Keep your arms at the side of your body, palms facing up. Completely relax. Unclutch from any movements you might want to perform. Pull the awakened Kundalini Shakti up along your spine all the way to the crown of your head. From the root center all the way up along your spine. In Shakti Chalan Mudra, visualize that your body is dead and Swamiji is liberating you as you internally chant Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Vritasana.
Atashavasanam Uttanam Shavavad Bhumau Shayanam Tu Shavasanam Shavasanam Shramaharam Chitta Vishranti Karanam.
I welcome you all with my love and respect. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda.
Now, slowly return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, your wrists and your ankles, your elbows and your knees. Pull your knees up towards your chest. Rock your body from side to side and return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Nithyananda Krama 308 asana sequence. With this, we now get ready for another Tritiya Vinyasa Krama TVK preview. So stay tuned and get ready to experience another 15 asanas of this sequence.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes, now let us enter into the next asana, which is Harinasana. Now stand on your knees, hold on to opposite arms with your hands, and kick your heels up against your buttocks again and again. Balance on your knees as you pull the heels up again and again, visualizing yourself as a deer, calmly breathing through your nose in Sahaja Kumbhaka.
उड्डानं कृत्वा पार्ष्णिभ्यां नितम्बं हरिणासनं भवति.
The next asana is Ushtrasana too. Now stand on your knees, keep the feet flat, hold onto the heels and lean back, tilt your head back, push your hips forward, and open up your chest intensely as you visualize yourself as a camel.
मेरुदण्डग्रन्थिदाढ्यासं पिपादयिषु पुमान् कपोतोष्ट्रासनाभ्यासं कुर्यान्मितहिताशनः.
Next up is Malasana. As you place your legs over top of your shoulders, your hands flat on the ground, lift your entire body up off the ground and visualize that your legs are flower garlands hanging around you.
हस्ताभ्याम् अवनिमवष्टभ्य स्कन्दयोजानुनी संस्थाप्य पार्श्विभ्याम् उरसि निधाय.
Next up is the Ganga Vatarana Karana. Now stand tall on the tips of your toes, lean forward and down, bend your ring finger inside and place it on the ground. lean forward and down. And now lay down on your stomach and lift your legs up, your hands still in the same position. The next asana is Narasana. Now, we are going to enter another inverted posture, so seek support of a wall if needed. As in Kapali Asana, instead of forming a triangle with your hands and your head, make a line. Bring your hands next to your head on the ground and lean your head on the mat. Lift your legs up and visualize the divine masculine energy flowing through your body.
इति योगासनस्थश्च योगी भवति साधकः.
Next up is Adho Mundasana, from the headstand posture. Now, lift your arms up. Stand only on your head. Visualize Paramashiva is encompassing you and keeping you stable and in place.
अधो मुण्डासनं वक्ष्ये सर्वेषां प्राणिनां सुखम्.
Gently lower your body down. As we enter Midaki Pavasana 2, sit in a kneeling posture on top of your heels. Then interlock your fingers. Keep your arms straight and bring them outside one knee. Tuck your chin to the chest. Gaze down. Visualize your body softly being purified.
आसन को गुणमागी बागी जाय.
Now repeat Midaki Pavasana 2 on the other side. Bring your hands to the other side of your body. Keep your body stiff. Mobilize your spine.
आसन को गुण गुणमागी बाय जाई.
Next up is Virasana 3. Now, sit on your knees with the heels outside of your hips. Separate the feet and place your hands on the knees as you gaze to your nose and perform Uddiyana Bandha. Pull your stomach in and up and embody Vida, the state and space of bravery in Virasana 3.
दंड पद्म भरद्वाज वीरवज्र समानितो आसनानि सदा कुर्यात् सुदीर्घैरे च पूरकैः.
We are now going to enter another inverted posture. In Syenasana, place your hands on the mat and then lift your entire body up into a handstand. Then bring your forehead down, lower your face to the mat, and push yourself back up as you visualize yourself as a hawk.
विपरीत नृत्य च स्थितो नासिका भूमौ संस्पृश्य.
The next asana is Pincha Mayurasana. Now place your foot on the ground and lift your body up. Point your legs diagonally as you visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरस्पिञ्छमायूरं पद्मपीठसमन्वितम्.
The next asana is Gudohikasana. Now tuck your toes and sit on the raised heels. Keep your knees on the ground. Then make your hands into fists and keep them on your thighs. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize that you are milking a cow. Breathe in Sahadra Kumbhaka.
श्लिष्टर्गुलिश्लिष्टगुल्फो भूश्लिष्टोरुप्रसारयेत्.
Now stand up on the tips of the toes and raise your arms up above your head. Gaze towards your third eye as you visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana 4.
पादाङ्गुलाभ्यां भूमिं धृत्वा बाहु ऊर्ध्वीकृत्य तिष्ठेत् उष्ट्रासनं भवति.
Still standing on the tips of the toes, join your hands in Anjali Mudra above your head. Visualize yourself as a mountain standing stable for thousands of years in Tadasana 2.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताडासन विभेदकान् विनोतानं सदा कुर्यात् अन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Now stand flat on the feet and raise your arms up so the palms are facing to the sky. Visualize yourself as a palmyra tree in Talasana.
બે હાથ ઊંચા કરીને પંજા પહોળા રાખીને ઊભા રાહું તે.
With this, we come to the conclusion of today's Tritya Vinyasa Krama preview. Let us now conclude today's Nithyananda yoga session and get ready for the power manifestation. Stay tuned, manifest the Shaktis of Paramashiva. In a comfortable cross-legged position, join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes, visualize Swamiji and chant the Purna mantra.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते. ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः. हरिः ओं तत्सत्. सर्वं भगवत् श्री नित्यानन्द परमशिव पादुकार्पणमस्तु. ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gahana Sadrusham Tattvamasyaadhilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, we welcome all the Paramashivoham participants for the next session which we are going to have, the exciting session which is the manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Right after the yoga which we had the Prathama Vinyasa Krama, Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama and the review of manifesting the 15 asanas of the Tritiya Vinyasa Krama as well. So now we're going to move on to the next 21 minutes of intense, quick, powerful manifesting the powers session as well. So we're going to do the power manifestation now. So requesting each of the participants before you enter the power manifestation, if your cameras are turned off, if you're sitting on the Zoom rooms, please turn on your cameras and please be seated. As the power manifestation session is completely mandatory to keep your cameras turned on and give your complete participation in this entire 21 minutes of manifestation. Today, we'll be manifesting the power of third eye, very similar to what we did yesterday. We're going to do again reading and seeing shapes blindfolded. And let's see what is going to be there in today's power manifestation as well. I'm not going to tell anything further what we are going to manifest, but we're going to do shapes today in the rounds of the power manifestation. So before we begin, please bring your eye bands, pen and paper if you have the alchemy products, Atmalinga, any of the blessed items from Swamiji's pictures or anything, any Rudrakshamala blessed by Swamiji, please bring that as well. And you can wear it on, keep it near you, so that the energy space is radiating the space of Paramashiva, the space of Swamiji. So in the meantime, let's listen to the Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye. And I'll guide you step by step today as we're going to enter. As today is day 5 of the Paramashivoham, I hope all the participants are able to manifest at least one power. Maybe consistently able to manifest maybe consciousness or matter, maybe body scanning, maybe any of the power, at least one power you are able to manifest throughout this entire 5 days of intense powerful cognition and power manifestation session as well. So now let's listen to the Shastra Pramana and we'll enter in the meantime.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, let's now listen to the beautiful Maha Shastra Pramana. Now, I request all the participants to be seated in the space of listening as I recite the Shastra Pramana and then give you all the translation. Kapalantarmanonyasya Tishanmilitalochanaha Kramena manaso dadyat Lakshayet lakshyamuttamam. This beautiful Shastra Pramana is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 34. The beautiful Pramana says that by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center, having the eyes closed in succession, and with that stability of the mind and inner space, in that space of oneness with Paramashiva, the divine goal Lakshyam is revealed, and you will be able to see any place or object without the use of the eyes, and you will be able to be in oneness with Paramashiva. This is the beautiful Shastra Pramana of Paramashiva.
Yes, so as we now listen to the Shastra Pramana, as we listen to the Shastra Pramana, which are the scriptural reference to manifest the power of third eye, so let us all enter now into the manifestation. Hope all the participants are actually ready for this entire power manifestation, what we are going to actually manifest throughout this entire sequence. So requesting each of the participants again, if your cameras are turned off, please turn on your cameras. Please be seated. Please be seated, and we're going to enter into the manifesting Shaktis of Paramashiva. The only powerful cognition where you need to hold into this entire power manifestation is everything which is happening, including the gadget with which you're seeing or whatever you're able to manifest. Everything is in the space of Paramashiva. Swamiji is making everything happen. The power manifestations, especially what the power which you are going to manifest, it's directly manifested by Swamiji himself. Because every single day in the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, we are receiving the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where Swamiji is initiating us, raising our space into the space of Paramadvaita, into the higher states of consciousness. So when we sit and dedicate ourselves every single day, maybe 11 minutes, 21 minutes, 25 minutes, every time into the power manifestation, we manifest more and more Shaktis. We are, like as I said earlier, in the glimpses of the Paramashivoham program, the first day, we have more than 463 plus powers, and in the 21 to 56 powers are directly guided and made all of us to manifest those. You can choose any one of those. Anything which you feel that you can manifest, you feel, yes, I'm able to manifest, and these powers are able to relatable with me. And you go ahead and manifest those powers as well. So now please blindfold yourself. I think I can see all the participants are ready now. Please blindfold yourself. Close your eyes. Please put on your eye bands. Keep yourself completely comfortable. If you're sitting in Padmasana, that's the best posture where you can sit. If you're not able to sit, but keep yourself completely comfortable. Keep your eyes closed. Be in that unclutched space to remember Swamiji. Now start chanting the Mahavakya intensely. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes. And now start writing down all the different revelations, visualizations, colors, shapes that you saw in this round of the manifestation. And all of you must know that when we manifest the power of third eye reading, it is not just the ability to see without the eyes. When you start manifesting the power of third eye reading, you are first cleansing, you are decalcifying the third eye. So it might take a few days, but don't think that the manifestation that is not yet fully happening is you not manifesting. Swamiji calls it beautifully the flickering period, like how when a butterfly starts flying, its wings are still weak, or when a child starts walking, its legs are still weak and it keeps falling down. But the will persistence to stand up again and again and again and decide that you are Paramashiva is the most important lesson and powerful cognition we need to learn and hold during the manifestation. So I request all the participants to now start sharing your visualizations, your revelations in the Zoom chat or other social media platforms you're watching in.
Yes, now let's all move on to see. Hope all the participants have written down your answers. Let's move on to see the image. In this first round of the power manifestation, it's in a very simple shape. It's a shape of a star, which is there, which is in yellow in color. And there is a black background. And the star means the star itself is in yellow in color. And that's the shape of the round one of the power manifestation. So if any one of the participants were able to manifest and get through the round one, you can leave your comments on the Zoom chat or on the YouTube comments telling, yes, you are able to manifest this and this is what Swamiji is showing me. But even though if you're not able to manifest, whatever you're able to see, whatever you're able to like go through and able to see colors or pictures or something, please leave that comments as well. And so we know that, yes, this is what you are manifesting. Now let's enter to the round two of the power manifestation. We're entering to the round two. Please keep your eyes blindfolded. Please put on your eye bands again. Again, it's going to be shapes. Please close your eyes. Be in that unclutched space and remember the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji on your third eye. Just be in that comfortable space. Whichever form, we know that we are receiving Swamiji's form in a very beautiful darshan in every single day throughout the past 5 days of this entire Jayanti Paramashivoham, as Swamiji is gracing us in a completely unique darshans. Please keep your eyes closed. You can remember any one of those forms as well. And keep chanting the Mahavakya along with me. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes now. We have now completed the process of seeing the image with our eyes blindfolded. Now let's take a few moments to start writing down all the visualization, shapes, colors we saw during this round. And also, don't feel that the way you have to see is how you see with your eyes. That is not the case all the time. When you start just seeing whatever you perceive, meaning if you hear something, like example, if you hear the word water, or if you hear the sound of the water, then you can know that it is water, because many balasans and participants have experienced this kind of manifestations, where at the first they were not able to see, but they were able to hear, they were able to smell, they were able to feel something, and that was the right answer. So allow every perception that happens during this manifestation to be revealed, to be expressed, because that is only when you start allowing Swamiji to completely flow through you. So now I request all the participants, viewers on YouTube and other social media platforms to start posting your answers, posting what you saw during this round of the manifestation.
Yes, so now let's all move on to see the image, which is there. In this second round of the image, as you can see, it's in a pentagon, and it's blue in color, and behind the background as well, it's as similar as the first one, which is in black. And this is the image which is projected for all of us in the second round of the power manifestation. In the meantime, you can leave your comments telling that what you are able to see in the second round of the power manifestation. So the acharyas will know and consider that yes, you are manifesting and you are in the level of manifesting the power of third eye. Now let's all move on to the round 3 of the power manifestation, the third round. Please keep your eyes closed. Please blindfold yourself. Just be in the unclutched space to receive Swamiji in your life. Keep your eyes blindfolded. Keep yourself completely comfortable to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Start chanting the Mahavakya now as we're entering into the round. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Let you all open all your three eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now let's all slowly, very slowly, please open our eyes. And now let's start to once again write down the answers that we have received in this round of the manifestation. And this time, I want all of you to make sure that you hold the right powerful cognition that any of the powers that you manifest, it is not you manifesting, it is Swamiji manifesting. Swamiji's intense power that he's initiated all of us in, the power that Swamiji has given all of us is what is expressing through us. It is not our own will that is manifesting. The answers is always there in the entire cosmos, because every second we are downloading. Even now, scientists don't know where exactly in our brain we have registered the color blue, but we know so many things. It is because every second we are downloading all the information we know. So it is this same process that Swamiji has initiated us, and it is only through Swamiji's energy and power that we can see through the third eye. So don't feel if you are manifested, great, Swamiji has manifested extraordinarily through you. But if you have not seen the right answer, don't feel, okay, I'm not manifesting. It is just that Swamiji is working on you, making the foundation stronger. So with this, let's all now share what we have seen in this round of the manifestation.
So now let's all move on to see the image, which is in this final round. In this round, as you can see, it's again a simple shape, which is an oval, which is in red in color, and the background as well is in black. So this is the image which is projected in this final round of the power manifestation. So now with this, as we come into the conclusion of the entire 21 minutes manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva, requesting each of the participants, let's take a few minutes to go ahead onto our social media. If you're on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, or YouTube, share your experience. What did you experience in this entire, the yoga which we had and the power manifestation both together? As we prepare ourselves, we're going to move on to the next session very shortly. Stay tuned. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Sit as Paramashiva. Inhale and exhale deeply with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands. Visualize, meditate, connect with him. He is a living, alive being. Drop your form into his form and dissolve. Remember, you are a Sarupya Mukta, means your form is dissolved into his form. All my disciples, now I am initiating.
Come back and be seated now. Today we are going to be learning about various beautiful truths about how we say yes to life, how we are saying yes to life. And we are going to be learning about Upanishads as part of the first session, Introduction to Upanishads. So it's a very beautiful and exciting topic. So I request all the participants now, you can come back as we enter into the session. We'll be starting with the Sadguru Vandanam. So now we'll be starting with the Sadguru Vandanam and let us enter into today's sessions. Nithyanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. I welcome all the participants back for yet another day of beautiful sessions. So now we're first going to be entering into today's first session. As part of today's first session, we are going to be understanding about the Upanishads. We're going to be having a short introduction about the various Upanishads. So let us now get ready as we enter into the session. Upanishads, Swamiji says, are the existence songs about its existence. Basically, when we first understand about the Upanishads, we can understand a very beautiful aspect of what this Upanishad, the beautiful quality of these Upanishads. The very apaurishyatva, the authorlessness makes the Upanishads the most authentic scriptures. There's a verse beautifully. Apaurusheya, Aprameya, Achintya, Anirvachaniya means authorless, immeasurable, incomprehensible, and inexpressible. The Upanishads, very beautifully, if we see in all the Upanishads, never we'll find any name of any author for an Upanishad. Because all these Upanishads are directly revealed from the space of the cosmos revealing about the cosmos. When Swamiji explains beautifully, the rishis who are revealing the Upanishads, they were experiencing the cosmos, they were reflecting the cosmos into words. And because they were in that space of Advaita, in that space of non-dualness, they never even held their own identity to even mention their names as part of what they created as these Upanishads. Swami says the Upanishads stand for the living Advaita, for that space of oneness. You can never be violated. When we even little bit try to comprehend, try to understand these Upanishads, we'll understand so much fearlessness happens in us. We are no more again and again holding the dualities anymore, and we drop those dualities and come into that space of living Advaita, into that space of oneness. Automatically, all the so-called fears and threats will simply melt down. That is what Swamiji says is living Advaita. Upanishads are the first and foremost sacred texts based on which your lifestyle should be aligned. Swamiji says the Upanishad should be read and recognized very properly and digested, realized, lived, radiated, spread, and worshipped. Upanishads are the purest, the pristine, pure truths. Very beautifully. See, if you see anyone else's, if you read a book, suppose, or any history, common history, if you see from the past, all of what was written, because it was written by the people who had more power, who won, all of these people, when they wrote down, they all had a specific vested interest. They all had either some greed or fear or some benefit they were getting by writing down what they were writing. And because of that, it was not authentic. Whatever they were not revealing was not authentic. Swamiji says the part, when it reveals the whole, should not hold the identity of being the part. When you do not hold the identity of being the part, then the whole is automatically revealed very beautifully and authentically. But when the part tries to claim an identity, then it does not reveal the whole completely. It cannot reveal the whole completely and will not be able to understand and get the benefits of understanding the whole. If you understand this very beautifully, like how we were understanding the non-dualness, the Upanishads reveal how we are in that space of the whole and not being the part alone. Going to that space, back into that space of the wholeness, that space of Advaita. So we're going to be learning deeper about these truths of Upanishads. First, like, how are the Upanishads revealed to understand? Sri Rama gave Muktiko Upanishad to Bhagavan Hanuman under the sacred banyan tree in Adi KAILASA, one of the Sarvagnya Pithas under KAILASA. The Agama records very clearly, Sadashiva, Paramashiva, gave Agamas, revealed the Vedas, everything to the Saptarishis first, originally to the Saptarishis, at the south of the Kailasa Parvata. Under the banyan tree, the Ramayana describes clearly with the Saptarishis, Ramachandra Prabhu stayed and realized all the Vedas, received all the revelations of Agamas and Vedas from Paramashiva under the banyan tree, which is that part where Paramashiva revealed it to the Saptarishis first and Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu revealed it to Bhagavan Sri Hanuman, revealing it to the world. And now we understood how the Upanishads first got revealed. Now to understand what does the Upanishads mean? Actually, if you just want to translate the Upanishads directly, what Swami says, the word Upanishad just means sitting. Just means sitting. That's all. But if we look in what is it meaning when you're saying sitting, we can give the meaning sitting with the divine, sitting with the master, where you're sitting with the cosmos, where you're reflecting the cosmos directly into you, as we understood. Guru, the master, is the representation of the cosmos for us. For that disciple, the Guru is the representation of the cosmos. So when you're sitting with the Guru and just reflecting the whole, the space of non-dualness, the space of Advaita, when you're reflecting the whole cosmos, when you sit, when it's, if you understand the meaning more precisely, it's not you sit, not saying your body sits, But you sit means your ego falls and you sit. That's what the exact meaning is. And that is when the truth is revealed. Swamiji says these Upanishads actually are revealed from the space of complete unclutching. So at that time, there is no identity held or no individuality held at that time when it's revealed. When complete unclutching happens and when that direct truths are reflected directly, like Swami says, the person who's revealing, the Rishi who's revealing, has to have tremendous inner silence. When he has that tremendous inner silence and completely complete inside, he just directly reflects the cosmos and reveals these great truths. These are the Upanishads. And very beautifully, if you see, Swamiji has revealed and explained very beautifully about all these Upanishads to us, explaining directly the cosmos in the most simplest way for us to understand. Actually, there's a very beautiful truth, very beautiful story revealed in one of the Upanishads. How do the Upanishads enrich our lives? To understand it, a small story which is revealed in these Upanishads. Once there was a small bird sitting on a tree, eating bitter fruits and sweet fruits. When he eats the bitter fruit, he feels suffering and pain as we map it to our lives. When he eats the sweet fruits, he feels the joy, the enjoyment, temporary enjoyment which he has, satisfaction. There was another big bird sitting just above on a higher branch in that same tree. That bird was neither eating nor spitting out the fruits. No pain, no pleasure, unclutched completely. He was just sitting. This small bird was sometimes eating the sweet and sometimes eating the bitter fruits. Whenever he eats the bitter fruits, he says, "Oh, life is pain." And he would look up and see that big bird over there, sitting completely unclutched. He would say, "Oh God, see that bird, so peaceful, so quiet, not having pain continuously like me. Let me go to that bird." And he will slowly start jumping towards that big bird, going higher towards that big bird. After a few minutes, on the way, he would get tempted by the sweet fruits. He would eat the sweet fruit and stop going towards that bird. And after 2-3 sweet fruits, naturally he would land on a bitter fruit, and then immediately he would remember, no, life is pain, I'm suffering, I have to go back. Like this bird was continuously doing. He was jumping again and again like this. The bird wasted a few hundred more years. If you see this story, how it's explaining our whole life. Finally, when he tasted the worst fruit, completely he decided, no more I'm going to engage into this reality, into this delusion. No more I want to have this delusion. No more opening the mouth. Enough done. He just shut his beak and straight climbed up and jumped. And what he's spitting out, Swamiji says, is that ultimate frustration. He spits out what is in his mouth and takes a strong decision. He goes towards the big bird to be with that bird itself. When he went slowly nearer and nearer to that big bird and touched him, suddenly this small bird realized that the aura or the energy around that big bird is slowly engulfing him. Slowly, he saw he is not a separate bird. He is just a shadow of that big bird. He was always thinking he was a separate bird. There was always that individuality holding on to himself. That's why he thought he could get something more. But he was never a separate bird. The moment he realized that, the shadow disappeared into the big bird. We can see beautifully how it's explaining our lives. How, like, we see Swamiji sometime and then we are tempted by something else, and then we are beaten, or we feel suffocated in life. Then we again jump back to Swamiji. How it's explaining about this same relationship. Again and again, how we are jumping, again and again tasting bitter fruits, tasting sweet fruits, and continuously losing our attention again and again from our ultimate goal, which is Paramadvaita, which is becoming Swamiji, which is becoming our Guru, reflecting our Guru, the cosmos in us. So this is what these Upanishads very beautifully reveal. The Guru is that possibility, the highest possibility that wake up all for us towards our highest spiritual possibility, our highest possibility ever. Until then, we are just continuously running with fear and greed towards this reality. Or when we get the beatings from life, when we suddenly, that few moments when we get beatings from life, we look up and we see Swamiji over there and we say, no, I have to become Swamiji, I have to become Swamiji. But ultimately, unless we decide to just drop this reality, completely unclutch from this reality, when we do that, when we completely just unclutch from this reality and we say, no more, I do not want to engage in this reality with the will persistence, then we break the time dimension. No more time is under us. Then we are no more jumping sometime to this, sometime to this. We just break the time dimension and we straight ascent to the consciousness, straight ascent to that our highest possibility, the Guru. Now, how is this related to the Upanishads? When we understand, the Upanishads were revealed from that space. So when we start imbibing and learning these Upanishads, cognizing, very important for us to cognize these truths, start functioning as from these cognitions which the Upanishads are revealing. When we start doing that, we'll start to see, it will be so simple for us to simply unclutch from this reality and ascend to a higher reality. Now we'll understand our deep sleep reality, our wake reality, and our awakened. That's an awakened reality. How can we establish on that reality? In that unclutched reality, you are not continuously engaged. Like how when you see the darshan, how you feel so happy in that same state continuously. In that awakened reality, not again and again jumping back to this wake reality with the fear and greed, the binding emotions, all of that. How we can do that? When we start cognizing these Upanishads, it's very important. Why it's sitting with the Guru? When you're in that space of oneness with the Guru and just reflecting the Guru, you're cognizing the Guru continuously. Well, how we can do this is by continuously just reflecting Swamiji and cognizing Swamiji in our lives. Continuously, all the various truths Swamiji is revealing to us. All of that, taking it as a cognition in our life, we start to live in that space of living Advaita, in that space of living enlightenment. So now we're going to be going through a short introduction about these Upanishads to Swamiji, how Swamiji is revealing. The rishis who revealed this, how they had no state of individuality. Like they decided to drop everything. See, Swamiji says the ultimate tyaga, the ultimate renunciation, internal, see, it's internal renunciation. The ultimate someone can do is giving up their identity. The rishis, what they were revealing, what their life was, which is what they were revealing as these Upanishads, what they decided to do tyaga of that. When they did tyaga of that, they were simply able to reveal the highest truths, reveal those highest truths in the most authentic way, the most integrated and authentic way for us to understand it. See, only when there is no vested interest, no fear and greed, what is said can directly be reflected into our system without any fear and greed. We can directly reflect that. So we're going to now observe how these rishis, how the Upanishads were revealed, and get a small introduction about the Apaurushyatva and the various qualities of these Upanishads. So now let us come to the space of listening as we enter into this part where Swami is going to be explaining beautifully about the Upanishads.
Om Nitya. The more I remember this word, more is pouring out. I'll continue to expand on Apaurushyatva, means authorless. So many dimensions need to be explored. We need to understand about this concept of Apaurushyatva, authorless. Please understand, yesterday as I was explaining, any idea, any truth, any concept, any theology, the more the person is present in that theology, more it is useful only for him, not for the whole world, not for the whole, not for the humanity or the society or the whole universe. Less the individual is present, more the concept, the idea, the theory, the philosophy, useful for the humanity, society, for the whole. Less the part is present, more useful for the whole. More the part is present, less useful for the whole. Understand? less the individual is present, more the truths, concepts, ideas are useful to the whole humanity, society, and the universe. More it is universal, less individual. More individual, less universal. The individual's influence should only be for the sake of enriching, never for the sake of establishing the person's identity. I tell you, history is always written by the people who won the wars. That is why it is never factual as it happened. No. No history is factual. Only when the author's individual vested interests, fear and greed to certain ideologies disappear, only then the history becomes factual, whole, useful for the whole universe and whole humanity, whole society. History is written by the people who don't have any vested interest, only is called Puranas. Puranas are more factual than any history written by the people with vested interests. Don't read any book where author is heavily present. If the author has disappeared within him and he doesn't have any vested interests, fear or greed for an ideology, then read that person. Not just his books. Read that person's very life. Be around him and learn. You will catch the truth. Apaurishyatva. Even if author wants to establish his name, there is a corruption. There is a reason. There is a vested interest. There is a fear or greed. Sometimes authors don't put their name, but they put some popular person's name because they wanted that popular identity to protect their work. That is why so many works are attributed to Adi Shankara. Only when the individual is absent, his personal vested interests, fear and greed disappears, dissolves. He becomes a pure channel for the existence to sing its own existence. Upanishads are the existence songs about its existence. Existence songs about its existence. Upanishads, they are so extraordinary. No one can
claim ownership. All human beings put together from the beginning, we have built so many cities all around the planet Earth. But can all of us put together claim, even after all this work, can we claim ownership for the planet Earth? No. It is too big to claim ownership. Natural disasters and calamities are again and again the nature's legal notice to us saying, don't claim ownership. Natural disasters and natural calamities are the legal notice sent to human beings again and again. Just because you built so many cities, don't claim ownership. Maybe you have done a great job, but that does not give you right to claim ownership. These great truths revealed in the Upanishads, listen. The truths revealed in the Upanishads are too big. Just because through you it got revealed, you can't claim ownership. It is foolishness to claim the ownership for a country because you found the sea route for the country. Yes, you might have found the sea route, but you can't claim ownership for that country because of that. Just because you have found earth is round, you can't claim ownership for that earth. The truths revealed in these Upanishads are too vast, too big. Rishis not only did not want to claim ownership, they did not even want to leave their name as the authors. Those few beings who raised themselves to vibrate in the very frequency of the cosmos, the very frequency of the Brahman universe, they actually disappeared into that. When they disappeared into that, whatever truths they received, whatever truths oozed out of them, expressed through them, that got recorded as Upanishads. I think those rishis understood when they disappeared only these truths were expressed. That is why they very clearly decided not to own those truths even by claiming authorship. I tell you, for a person who lives having few cows for his livelihood, he has a small goshala with 2-3 cows, and with that milk he makes curd, butter, ghee and sells. For that kind of a person, asking him to give all the milk and pour it on a deity as Abhishekam is the biggest sacrifice, understand? Because That's the fruit of his whole life, his efforts. An agriculturist, asking him to give away all his grains in Annadanam. That is a too big sacrifice, because that is the essence of his whole life, his whole life's fruit. If an agriculturist gives the grain, that is the sacrifice. A person who owns a goshala, if he gives away all his milk, that is a sacrifice. You can see many times a jewelry shop owner. I have heard many times, when people go to them for donation, they will give money but never gold, because somehow sentimentally they feel that is their life. And same way, a textile shop owner, he may give money but never clothes, because he feels that is his life. I tell you, same way, a writer giving up his name and authorship without mentioning his name is the biggest sacrifice. That is the biggest sacrifice. If you are an author, you will understand what I am saying. If you are a writer, you will understand. And especially after expressing such lofty ideas, I tell you, any dust, if it digests Upanishads, he will sit as Mahadeva. He will become Mahadeva. Any Shava digests Upanishads will become Shiva. The strength, the energy, enthusiasm, excitement, life, knowledge, bliss, intelligence, the way it gets infused into you, I tell you, Upanishads can make any Shava into Shiva. It made ordinary village boy into Nithyananda. Understand? Upanishads, I can tell you from my experience, it made me, it can make you, anybody into Mahadeva, Shiva. Whenever an author gets into the greed of how better I can perform, he will hit an inner space called author's block. Please understand. Whenever the greed, how better I can perform, enters into the inner space of the author, he hits at the blockage called author's block. He will be struggling now. What words he has to put? What should he do? It's called writer's block. The individual's presence, more the individual, less universal. More universal, less individual. This very apaurishyatva, authorlessness, makes Upanishads authentic, most authentic scripture. When the historian's individual vested interest disappears, history becomes truthful, factual. When the scientist's vested interest disappears, science becomes universal and useful. I tell you, most of the scientific researches in the modern day are aimed towards bringing the conclusion which is useful for the person who is funding the experiments and researches. Nowhere the Satya is the goal. Nowhere the truth is the goal. It is very rare people stumble upon the truth. If you want the truth, go behind the scientists who don't have anybody funding them for any vested interests. Because I am doing a lot of researches in the field of yoga, kundalini, meditation. We have already done so many breakthrough researches. Last Haridwar and Varanasi Inner Awakening, the research we have done and established now proves beyond any doubt the power of Kundalini in the field of anti-aging. What medicines are able to do, at least, because medicines are able to do only 5% of what we were able to do, we were able to cause more than 200-300% the anti-aging effects on the human body through meditation and Kundalini. Understand, but the field of scientific research, when I am working with more and more universities, more and more scientists, and more the people who fund, people who give grants, when I am entering into this, that's a different world. When I look at that world, I realized one truth. There is nothing scientific about any scientific experiments. I am very open. Most of these surveys, researches, most of them are funded by some people aiming to prove some ideas, concepts, truths, which is useful for them. For them to establish something in which they have vested interests, they go on funding this kind of researches and they get the result they want. It is like conclusion is already arrived, then researches are conducted. Not that hypothesis is supposed to be explored. Hypotheses are just explained by the researchers. A real research should be exploring the hypothesis. A real investigation should be exploring the truth. When the vested interest enters, the truth dies. This apaurushyatva, authorlessness authenticates the power of these truths. Let me be straight, honest, truthful to you all. authorlessness makes this whole Upanishads authentic, because they are not even interested in establishing their name. Forget about for-profit, non-profit. They don't even want their name to be established. When you are overwhelmed by the greatness of the truth, you will understand you can't own that.
Okay, so we saw beautifully how Swamiji revealed from that beautiful space how the Upanishads were revealed. Like that space of complete unclutching, there was no more holding on as an individual or as a duality, to see that complete space of oneness. That is why all these truths will immediately be able to help us. It will kindle our consciousness immediately, because those were made in the space of oneness. So we'll immediately be able to connect with all these truths, which is going to be revealed. So this is one of the beautiful sacred truths and cosmic truths which was revealed as part of the Upanishads. So now I request all the participants, we're going to be entering into a small exercise now. We are going to be doing few things. Okay, so now we are going to pen down 10 powerful cognitions which we received from this session. So I request all the participants now, you can take your pen and paper and be ready now as we enter into the session now. Write 10 powerful cognitions which you are able to receive from this session. Just pen down 10 cognitions, and right after that we'll move to the next part. Just 10 cognitions which you are able to see, which you received from this session now. So let us now take some time and pen down the cognitions as we enter. Yes. So I hope all the participants were able to finish penning down at least 10 cognitions which we received. It's a very beautiful class. So many cognitions which Swamiji gave. Going to that space, unclutching, not holding an individual identity. The cognitions can be as simple as that. It does not have to be at all complicated. It can be very simple cognitions. So now we are going to be moving on to the next part. I hope all the participants, you can share whatever, just a few minutes you can take to share whatever you are able to see, what are the cognitions which you are able to receive. You can please share in the chat as we move on to the next session. You can take some time and just spend down and tell whatever cognitions you were able to see which you received from this class. Yes. So I see some of the participants. I request the participants, you can please come on the camera. Keep your cameras on at all times. And make sure you're attending and participating with whatever the various truths that Swami is revealing. See, it's very important we participate and engage. It's very important we participate and engage, because see, throughout the day we are going through many sessions. All of these sessions are preparing us for the darshan, where we are going to receive that blast of energy, that quantum entanglement with Swamiji. All that energy is going to be transferred and make all these cognitions into reality for us. So for whatever reason you're attending the program, it's very important we listen and participate throughout the day through all the sessions. So now with that, I hope all the participants finished penning down whatever cognitions they received. And with that, now we are going to be entering into the next session, next part of this session. We're going to be doing the power manifestation now. As part of the power manifestation today, we are going to be manifesting the power of quantum memory, the power of quantum memory, the power to recollect large information without thinking, which is the intelligence behind the brain. So we can understand, see, actually, what we can understand from even science, what science says is, our brain is only awakened very low, like we only have like 1%, 5% awakened of our brain itself. And quantum science says that even Einstein, like such an intelligent scientist, even he only had 13% of his brain awakened. But if it's only that much, and we're able to still even do so much in whatever we are able to see, just imagine if our full brain was awakened, what possibility we would have. So let us now understand this science, the Shastra Pramana, the powerful cognition with which we should use to be able to manifest this power, to awaken our brain completely. So the Shastra Pramana for the power of quantum memory comes from the Sarvajnanottaragama, verse 15. And now I'll be chanting the Shastra Pramana, and then we'll see the powerful cognition and enter into the power. एवमेकात्मभावेन संस्थितस्य तु योगिनः सर्वज्ञत्वं प्रवर्तेत विकल्परहितस्य तु एवमेकात्मभावेन संस्थितस्य तु योगिनः सर्वज्ञत्वं प्रवर्तेत विकल्परहितस्य तु. The Shastra Pramana, as we see over here, beautifully reveals. We'll just be seeing the translation and then understanding the powerful cognition. Within such a yogi who establishes himself in absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva, Bhagavan Paramashiva, and who keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notions, the exalted superpower of all-knowing, Sarvajnatvam, gets unfolded in all its fullness. You can see over here exactly what Swamiji was describing. You can see over here how this Shastra Pramana is describing over here. See, when we keep ourselves free from all sorts of differentiating notions, as the Shastra Pramana is saying. All the differentiating notions, what are they? Continuously, you are having the various thoughts which are going in your head. Even what the thoughts which you are having in your head is not in a complete arrangement, if you understand. Continuously, it's flashing, 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 flashing from all the various engrams and patterns which you are having. When we are able to unclutch from all of that, basically, when you say unclutch, basically able to clutch on to Swamiji, only keeping Swamiji and reflecting Swamiji in ourselves. Then the exalted superpower of all knowing, Sarvajnatva, that non-dual oneness, when we are able to keep ourselves in that non-dual oneness with Swamiji, with the very representation of Bhagavan Paramashiva, the cosmos, which is none other than Swamiji himself, Guru. When we are able to do that, then we'll immediately be able to see how this power of Sarvajnatva is manifested. How we can understand this? Why is the power of Sarvajnatva manifested at that time? See, our brain is reflecting, like Swami says, our brain reflects the cosmos. It's like a mirror. Our brain is like a mirror. Our body and mind is like a mirror over here. And the consciousness is reflecting on that mirror. And what is being reflected as this reality? The reflection is this reality. Swami says very beautifully. The reflection is this reality. When we understand, over here, if we understand this, what this example which Swamiji is giving, now if the mirror over here, where the place where the reflection is happening on the mirror is our brain. When that place is not completely clean, when the mirror is not clean, when it has dust on top and it's either broken or it's not completely clean, then the reflection which we are seeing also will be like that. The place where the reflection is happening, as we understood, was the brain. Now, all the patterns, all the things which are continuously running in our mind, all those things which are continuously running, when we are the dust and the cracks in the mirror, when we complete with all of those, when we unclutch from all of those, then we are becoming a pure mirror to reflect the consciousness. Then this power of Sarvajnatva is immediately manifested in us. We are reflecting consciousness is nothing but the representation, the cosmos. You can understand the whole cosmos is that consciousness. When you're reflecting that completely without adding anything, which you are continuously putting, you are giving something to that, you are trying to add more and more, the thoughts and all the various desires, incompletions which we are having. When we unclutch from all of that, then we can reflect the consciousness directly. And then we'll simply see our reality will manifest very beautifully. So now we saw the Shastra Pramana for this power. Very beautifully how Paramashiva revealed how we should reflect and manifest this power of Sarvajnatva. Now we are going to be manifesting this power of Sarvajnatva. We are now going to be entering into the power manifestation. I request all the participants, we can now sit in a comfortable posture now. Completely unclutch from all the thoughts, all this differentiating notions, as Swamiji said. When you completely unclutch from that, we simply see that completely reflecting the reality Swamiji is giving us. The consciousness is coming. When completely only reflecting that reality, then that is when this power of Sarvajnatva, because we are directly reflecting the whole cosmos. Even now we are directly reflecting the whole, we are the cosmos. But we are again and again clutching onto this body, clutching onto some various thoughts, which is stopping us from being in the power, the space of oneness, the space of Sarvajnatvam. But when we decide to unclutch from all of this, unclutch from the body, unclutch from all the various thoughts that are going on, then you start to see that you are just reflecting the cosmos as it is. You are just being the cosmos as it is. You're just being the space of consciousness. And we can just do that just by visualizing Swamiji. That is just reflecting the whole cosmos. Visualizing Swamiji, clutching on to Swamiji and unclutching from everything else. So with the same power, this is how even the rishis, when they reveal the Upanishads, you can understand. This is the same thing which they did. So now let us take some time now. Sit in that Nirvikalpena Manaha as it's revealed, as Paramashiva reveals, where you're completely unclutched in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi, without any thoughts, without completely all those patterns, differentiating notions, in that non-dual oneness. Let's sit now as we connect to Paramashiva, completely unclutched. We'll now be chanting the Mahavakya. Just few minutes, connect to Paramashiva, chant the Mahavakya now. Completely dissolve your being into Paramashiva. Let only Paramashiva be there. All the thoughts, questions, doubts, everything drop now. It's time to put away all of that. Tell your mind to be silent for some time. Just let your mind completely relax, and let the brain just completely reflect Paramashiva.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Yes.
Om Nithyananda.
Now you can slowly open your eyes. All the participants can slowly open your eyes. And now we'll be seeing what was the answer. We're going to be seeing the page of Living Enlightenment, page 186. So we can see over here, 200 forms of Indian singing styles are available, rooted in Samagana, Samaveda. This is one of my Anyakaras for Bididi campus. Please understand, when you live these 4 tattvas or principles of integrity, authenticity, responsibility, and enriching, you will first of all unearth so much energy in your inner space. Get it out. I can see it in which follow these principles. Human beings have so many wonderful things that should be unearthed. These 4 tattvas or principles will unearth all your possibilities. Second, it will help you unearth others' possibilities. This is the essence of or the input I wanted to give. I bless you all to be successful in living these 4 principles. Today I received a message from a devotee who wanted to take up the life of renunciation sannyas. She said, I have posted pictures of the beautiful house and the life I'm going to leave behind when I take sannyas. I sincerely request you, if you still think that there is something beautiful in your life which you have to leave behind for sannyas, please enjoy that first, complete it. Do not come to take sannyas without completing all other enjoyments. Otherwise, there will be a deep vengeance in you when you see other people enjoying those things. When you are renouncing out of completion, you want all others to enjoy their life and do whatever gives them most joy. Sannyas is the renunciation that comes out of total completion. Understand, it is out of completion that Shiva gives up on wealth. The Shamantaka jewel, Kubera, god of wealth, and all the valuables. So you can see over here, you can correct how many ever things, how many ever words or anything came close, or even a deep feeling connection with Swamiji which you felt. If you felt even a deep feeling connection with Swamiji, you can post and share. Make sure you enrich, make sure you post in your social media platforms, whatever you are able to see which manifested. Because only when we share, we are empowering more and more that dimension of us to get strengthened. Like how much we share. You show to everyone, no, I have this much money, I'm very rich. All of these various things, you buy car by showing you have a very good car. All of these various ways, When you say that I have managed to connect to Swamiji, Swamiji has manifested through me. When you post it, more and more you strengthen that part of you more than other parts. So now I request all the participants, you can take some time, you can post it. And with that, we'll now be moving to the next session. I thank all the participants for participating as part of the session. And we'll now be moving to the next session. In this next session, we are going to be learning about deeper truths about the Upanishad. We are going to be entering into the first Upanishad according to the sequence with how Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu revealed what Paramashiva revealed to Bhagavan Sri Ramachandra Prabhu. The first Upanishad comes as Ishavasya Upanishad. It's very important for us to understand this Upanishad because this Upanishad is the science of existing. The science of living is revealed in this Upanishad, how we should live. So it's very beautiful to see what even the first part which Paramashiva revealed, why was it the first, and how we can understand the powerful cognitions from this Upanishad. So now we are going to be entering into the Upanishad. Just one part of the Upanishad Swami is going to be explaining, and we'll just be understanding basically about the whole Upanishad. So first, if we understand, the first verse of Ishavasya Upanishad says, Ishavasyam idam sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat tena tyaktena bhunjithama gradhakkasya svidhanam. The Upanishad says, the first verse, consciousness enveloped must this all be. Whatever moving there is in the moving world, with this renounced, you may enjoy, covet not the wealth of anyone at all. See, to understand this very beautifully, we're going to be understanding directly from Swamiji himself about this more. First, understanding the base material with which the whole universe is made. Understanding it is consciousness. This is what Swami is revealing. Isha, the consciousness, which has all the auspicious qualities, that is the base material with which this whole universe, whatever we perceive, is made of. It's pervading through every time, everything which we see, it is pervading. The consciousness. The consciousness is not just the source, it is the base, not just the base material. It continues to be the base which keeps the material together in this shape. It is like, if you do not have air, how you will not be able to exist according to how we have perceived this world. The same way, consciousness is the base material. Without consciousness, nothing exists. Only consciousness is the base material from which everything exists. We may not be able to see it now. We are not perceiving. Okay, then you may be asked, where is consciousness? How is consciousness? Where I'm not able to see consciousness in any place. Then how can you say that consciousness is the base material from everything? I'm seeing the matter more than even the consciousness. So now let us understand a little more clearer. What is the base material of this world? Yatkincha jagat tyam jagat. Whatever you think as moving in the ever-moving world, as Swamiji says, it means moving. Change is your perception and factual. See, now sometimes how we have to understand this more clearer is, we cannot immediately come to a conclusion because you're not perceiving consciousness now immediately, you're not perceiving it. You cannot come to a conclusion that it does not exist. See, there are so many things which we do not know, but once we get to know it, it opens a new dimension in our life. Suppose when you were a child, you do not know that, like you are stuck with just few toys and various things you are playing with at that time. But when someone gave you a cognition, like a cognitive shift, hey, start, like Swami says, when you are a child, you may be playing with toy cars, playing with toy money, playing games like Monopoly, all of those. But now when you grow up, when the cognitive shift happens, you have to start getting real cars, start using real cars, start using real money and working your life, real house. When you're a child, it may be okay. But when the cognitive shift is given, you have to accept it. Same way, when you're a child, you may not have thought of having a real car or a real house. But now, when the cognitive shift is given, because it has not been given to us until now, we may not know about consciousness, but that is our true existence actually. Now, Swamiji is giving us that true cognition, how we can see this consciousness, how we can understand this consciousness. See, actually what Swamiji explains, there are 4 ways. We see the perception, fact, truth, and the reality. These 4 things. Now, when you're a child, you may be having just the toys. Your perception, oh, it gives me joy. Wow, let me have it. Whatever gives you joy, which makes you happy, you'll be having at that time. But when you grow up a bit more, you'll understand I have to accommodate some things which may not even give me the joy or which not be as I want it to be. I have to adapt to it and I have to accommodate it in your lives. That is when your perception is increasing more about life. See, when you're a child, you'll only be thinking maybe about, okay, this moment, what can I do? This moment, what can I do? But as and as you grow more, you'll start to say, okay, next few hours, okay, maybe in these few hours, I have to plan my life now. For these next few hours, what I'm going to do. I cannot afford to just simply lie down in the bed, play around with these toys and waste my life. I have to bring the new cognitive shift. I have to start evolving more. Same way, now, this may be through the fact level, But now, to go to the truth level, to the reality level, Swamiji says, when you go to the reality level, it is nothing. It's very easy. Consciousness is always there. There's never no consciousness. It is just the way we are deciding to perceive it. It's the lens which you're deciding to wear and perceive the world. If you decide to perceive it as consciousness, then you'll be able to see a much more larger picture of your whole life. That's all. That's the only difference between the truth, fact, perception and reality. Swamiji says perception is your senses operating within the limits of time and space. Within the limits of the time, between maybe on this moment or like in the next few moments, what you're going to do. Most of our life we run in the perception. Then next is the fact. Your senses are operating beyond the boundaries of time and space. It's not more amount of time and space you're adding to it. It's beyond that time and space, not just this time which you're there in and the space which you're there in now. It is beyond that. Now you'll be thinking, okay, where can I go next? I have to go next to a next place somewhere else. Not just in the current place you are. You're expanding, you're zooming out and expanding the vision of your life. Truth means your perception is transformed by the perceived because it is too huge. The time and space itself is transforming the way you perceive. Means now you start to get little control over your reality now. You do some changes to the reality you're seeing now to align it to the way you want to work with the reality. Then what is the reality? See, we should only keep the reality as our goal. The reality is perception beyond the boundaries of perception and time and space. Something which cannot be expressed. See, we cannot express immediately. We cannot express what is consciousness. You can only experience the consciousness. So you now need to get the powerful cognition to experience the consciousness. When you start seeing the reality, that is when you're experiencing the consciousness. Everything is seen as the consciousness. It's like this. When the stick is floating in Ganga, if your perception is small, you're only able to see that stick. Suppose an ant is seeing that stick. He might say that Ganga is separated. Ganga is separated by the stick. But as and as it evolves, if you zoom out a little bit, more and more you're zooming out. You're zooming out more and more. You're able to see more and more of how the whole thing is functioning. Like how now, if you see in just the way you're seeing the country you're in now, suppose, you'll only be able to see it in a very small level now. But if you zoom out more, like from space, if you see, from a little more higher angle, if you see the whole city or the country which you're in now, you'll be able to see more. You'll be able to see, okay, this is the place. This is where this city is. This is where that city is. You'll be able to look more. But now when you zoom out completely, you're able to see the whole earth. Like how more and more you zoom out, you get a broader vision of what is happening. Same way, when the more and more we are zooming out from the perception to the fact, to the truth, to the reality, the more and more when we do this, we'll be able to see the complete reality, how the whole cosmos is functioning. All the confusions in the world, we'll stop engaging with all the reactions, the patterns which we are going through, because we'll know something higher exists than that. Now, like sometimes we take some decisions which will destroy our life so much. It's because at that time we only have a small perception. But when we zoom out a bit and we start to see it little more larger, even a little bit more larger, then using the right cognitions, we'll not start reacting and having unnecessary fear and greed and stop the consciousness evolving in us by having this fear and greed. We'll be able to unclutch from those. When we have a broader vision, you'll be able to unclutch. Most of the times, whenever you have a broader vision, you'll be able to unclutch completely from the situation, from the current situation. You'll not immediately engage and just destroy yourself by engaging just in the current situation, in the matter level. all confusions in the world is the fight between the perception, fact, truth, and reality. Perception, like for example, we are going to be understanding a little more deeper about what Swamiji is saying. How we can evolve our perception into the fact, to the truth, to the reality. All the bliss, love, renunciation. See, renunciation is not giving up something external, but you're able to see a larger vision. You know something much more is there, and inside you do not cherish something. Now you cherish greed or fear. Like now you cherish greed for some food. Immediately once you eat the food, that's all, it's done. Your satisfaction. But again, it's coming up. Now, when you have a broader vision, again and again, I'm again and again falling into this delusion of getting that greed or that fear of not having something. Why should I again and again fall into it? Let me just unclutch and live. Automatically, you'll see everything will happen in your life. That is renunciation, doing tyaga of the inner chatter, the inner impossibilities which you're holding, all the inner confusions which you're holding. You being able to see the reality not just with your perception, not just with the engrams, with the past which you have experienced, but being able to see the reality in a much more higher level, being able to see the reality in the conscious level, you knowing what is the possibilities, not cherishing the impossibilities continuously. So now we are going to be entering into a small clipping where Swamiji is going to be explaining. Just before that, a small story. See, once there were 4 men traveling in a private airplane. Suddenly there was an emergency as the tail of the aircraft caught fire. Unfortunately, for the 4 passengers, there were only 3 parachutes available. The first person, in panic, you can see in a panic, he took a parachute saying, I just got married, my wife is waiting for me, and he jumped off. The second person declared, I am the most intelligent person on the planet Earth. And in that panic, because he was not able to be unclutched in that situation, in that panic, he just jumped off. The planet Earth needs my intelligence, he said, and he jumped off. The third person, one of the passengers was an old man. He told the other remaining person, the third person, I'm already old, but you have your whole life ahead of you. You take this parachute and jump. The young man quit. You can also come, sir. We both can go, because the most intelligent person just now jumped off with my backpack. You can see beautifully from the story how when you're not able to see a larger perspective of your life and you clutch on to some small identity of yours, not seeing the larger identity of yourself, when you do that, you'll not be able to, even the current situation which you're running in, you'll not be able to do that properly. You'll be completely confused and not being able to function properly, not live consciously your life. So now let us go through the small clipping which Swami is explaining about these 4 ways of perceiving the life. These 4 ways of seeing our life, how we are seeing our life through these 4 ways. And then we'll look into the exercise, into seeing how we can change and evolve to the reality. So I request all the participants now come to the space of listening as we enter into the satsang, the small clipping where Swamiji is going to be explaining about this beautiful thing in a very beautiful example.
ईशावास्यम इदग्गम सर्वम यत्किंच जगत्याम जगत. Whatever is moving in the moving world is enveloped by consciousness. I should use the word filled. When enveloped is an incomplete word. Filled. Enveloped means something which is getting enveloped is away from what is enveloped. No. Isha-vasyam idaggum sarvam yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Listen. Yatkincha jagatyam jagat. Whatever you think as moving in ever moving world, it means moving change is your perception and factual. Listen. Many times your perception is not factual, your factual is not truth, your truth is not reality. Listen, I am organizing words. Perception, fact, truth, reality. Perception. Earth is flat. Sun goes round the earth. Fact. Earth is round. Earth only is going around the sun. Truth. Listen. Earth is not exactly round and sun is going round the earth. Reality. How the earth looks, see it from Google map, and earth and sun both are going round each other. Understand? Perception, fact, truth, reality. I know lot of explanation and understanding is required. Perception. Earth is flat because that much only you can perceive. And sun is going around the earth because you see sun one side in the morning and the other side in the evening, and he has literally gone round. Then comes truth. Fact. Fact is earth is not flat, it's round. And sun is not going around the earth. Earth is only going around the sun. Means little expanded perception. The perception, when it goes little more than your perceived time and space. See, the fact, when it is added for 365 days and few thousand miles, listen, perception is because you can see only few kilometers and few hours. When you can see few thousand kilometers and few thousand hours, it evolves to fact. Perception evolves to fact. And when you can see few million miles and few million years, then fact evolves to truth, where actually earth is not exactly round and the sun is going around the earth. Please understand. This you need to understand. I'll explain.
Yes. So I request all the participants now. We understood very beautifully. See here, like how when we have a broader vision, when you're able to zoom out and you're able to see, then how you'll be able to see more clearer. Exactly like that, it's even our life. It's because we are not perceiving it even for the next few days or even for this whole life, continuously strategizing, basing on the whole life, seeing it in a much more larger level. When we see it in that level, if you see actually what Swamiji explains, after you'll see, I'm again and again taking one body, dropping this body, again and again taking one body, dropping this body. Why should I again and again do this? And that time when this cognition clicks with you, like in this way, just an example, if this cognition clicks with you, then you'll start to see, then what is it which is going through all these bodies? Then the consciousness. Then you start looking into the consciousness like this. See, in every way, seeing it in a much more larger vision, seeing it in a much more larger way. That is why we'll be able to see, when we see it in that way, many things will become completely irrelevant. If you are just seeing one part of the ocean, continuously waves, it will be so chaotic. But if you see the whole ocean, if you zoom out and you see the whole ocean, how calm the whole ocean is actually, if you see it completely. But if you're just seeing it from one short, small place, you'll see it looks too chaotic and it'll be too harsh. It'll be the waves and all of that. But if you zoom out and you see it, it'll be so calm. Same way, even our lives, even everything which we are doing, continuously basing it on consciousness. Again and again, using this cognition again and again, not reacting for anything which people are saying, but really looking in. Swami says, any fear or greed presented to you, keeping consciousness as the first collaborating, means again and again looking at consciousness first, keeping consciousness first. That is what is the whole sutra, what this one sutra of the Upanishad is explaining very beautifully. If we just understand this one sutra very beautifully, how it's explaining, we can just have such a big breakthrough in our lives. So now we're going to be doing a small exercise. Let us scan in our lives. Let us see in our lives and pen down 10 places where we mistook fact for perception. What is the truth in each of the situation and what is the reality? How we could have actually completed. See, it's very important we pen down. Only when we are penning down what we have, what all these incompletions, using the powerful cognition and breaking those incompletions, we're even participating. Then only it's of any use for us. Otherwise, if you're just sitting, you can just sit in a stadium and you can happily see a game going on. But unless you go and engage and play in that game, there's not going to be much use for you in any way. Only when you participate and engage, use these powerful cognitions in your life, using the powerful cognition to break a pattern which has formed, break some incompletion. Next time, it should not repeat again in our reality. Again and again, these incompletions cannot repeat. Again and again, using this cognition. Okay, let me just take some time, unclutch, see this whole thing in that space of unclutching, complete unclutching, complete completion. Then let me react in any way. Then you'll start to see, then only the complete change will happen in our lives. Only then you'll be able to see the change in your life. Surely all of us have come to this program wanting some change, right? So we have to participate and really do. So I sincerely request all the participants, now take a pen and paper. It's very important you write it down. Then only you're coming down to the reality. Otherwise, when you're speaking, you can get misguided very easily by your mind. Now take a pen and paper and write down some incident which happened. See how, because you do not see it in a much more larger way. You do not zoom out and see it. You just saw it in such a low perception. What the reaction happened in you, why you mistook maybe a fact for perception. See, the moment you take it for a perception, you are immediately breaking the oneness. Because the moment you take it as a perception, then your engrams, you're running from your engrams, your incompletions. But when you start to zoom out a bit more, then you're not just seeing that incompletions, that one lump of dirt over there, but you're seeing the clean space around it and being able to clean up that dirt also and looking at this whole situation, looking our life like that. So now take some time and pen down. We'll be giving a few minutes to do that, and then we'll move to the next part. request all the participants, now take some time and continue to scan and pen down what is the reality in each of those situations. What was the real reality? Were you running by your patterns, or how were you running at that time? See, if we understand this very clearly, very beautifully, how we can understand in a very easy way for us to understand this whole perception, fact, truth, and reality. See, we have the length, breadth, depth, time, and space. Now, your will, where you decide to, the way you decide to perceive your life, the way you decide to run your life, your will, is like a torchlight. It's like the consciousness is coming and is getting aligned into a will. That's what Swamiji says. The consciousness comes and gets aligned into a will. Your will is like a torchlight of the consciousness, radiating the consciousness, deciding where you want to put your consciousness, your energy. It's just a decision is your will. Now, are you deciding to put it in length? Length is the very narrow vision, seeing that the stick is separating Ganga. Then, are you deciding to put it in breadth, into a little more larger vision? Or are you ready to put it into the depth? Or are you ready to put it in the space? See, when you put it in the space is the reality. The space is the place where the consciousness is reflecting and manifesting this reality. Only that is the real reality. Anything else which we are seeing, it is still under the time layer, which is the delusion layer. So the reality comes only when you're seeing the consciousness coming and manifesting into the reality. Just the decision where you want to place your will. Are you deciding to put it in the length alone, just in the length, breadth, depth, where you're continuously having the reactions, not the complete, it's not still completely complete. Only when you put it in the space, this consciousness, in that real reality, only when you put it, then you start to see life in its real way. The way how I am only projecting this whole reality, and I am only manifesting everything which is being manifested. So it's a very beautiful understanding of how Swamiji explains about this perception, fact, truth, and reality. So I request all the participants, continue to see where we narrow, just a small example to understand how we can understand about this. So now I request all the participants, continue penning down whatever incidents in your life, just a few more minutes. If you have finished the first 2 steps, you can move on to the 3rd step now. And scan and pen down what is the reality to understand how I should have seen that I am only projecting it. See, anytime some incompletion is there outside, it's because it's being cherished inside. Because you are projecting it outside from inside. Nothing else, there's nothing someone else is doing. No one else can get incomplete with you. It is you who are becoming incomplete. So now just take some time and pen down what is the real reality at that time when any of those situations happened. How you could have seen it in a much more larger vision and completed it. So take some more time and pen down now. participants. Now you can see, now we have penned down all these places and we are able to see how we can see it from the reality. So from now onwards, everything which we do, starting to do it in the unclutched way. It's just very simple. All the things which Swamiji has given us is just doing that. Being unclutched, it's not engaging. See, the moment we start to engage in the situation, we start to zoom in. You can say zoom into the situation and we'll get completely engaged and we start to think it's us who's getting affected continuously. We lose the thing that consciousness is projecting and manifesting this reality the moment we start to engage. So now, from now onwards, everything which we do, completely unclutched and doing everything which we are doing. That is how we start to see it as the reality and not either as the fact, perception or the truth, but completely only as the reality. So I hope all the participants are enjoying this session now. Now we are going to be entering into the power manifestation. In this power manifestation session, we are again going to be manifesting the same power of Sarvajñatva. So I request all the participants now, let us come to the space of listening now as we enter into this power of Sarvajñatva. We'll be seeing the Shastra Pramana again for the power. See, Swamiji says once we do the completion and once we have declared, that's the best time for us to be able to do the power manifestation, because then our inner space is clean at that time. Our inner space is completely cleaned at that time. It's like a whiteboard. Now you've written so many things on the whiteboard. Now when you complete, you're erasing some of that. And when that is erased, you have more space in the right board. So when the right cognition is put in at that time, when we put the right cognition into us and we cognize it, we'll simply be able to manifest these powers. So now we're going to be entering into the next round of the power manifestation. Let us just see the Shastra Pramana once again as we enter into the manifestation, and then we'll start the manifestation. The Shastra Pramana, as we saw, comes from the Sarvajñanottaragama, verse 15. I'll just be chanting it out now. Evamekatma bhavena samsthitasya tu yoginah sarvajñatvam pravarteta vikalparahitasya tu. The translation for this verse from the Sarvajñanottaragama goes as, within such a yogi who establishes himself in absolute non-dual oneness with Lord Shiva and who keeps with Bhagavan Paramashiva and who keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notions, the exalted superpower of all-knowing Sarvajñatvam gets unfolded in all its fullness. See, now you can understand it like this, like how exactly like how Paramashiva revealed, how Swamiji revealed in the satsang. The more and more you're seeing it from a higher reality, you're projecting your will on the space, which the space has the time, length, breadth, depth already inside it. When you project your will on the space, where you're able to see how everyone is in that space of oneness, how there's no different, there's no non-dual, there's no dualness in that. There's no differentiating notions because you are perceiving yourself as everyone. Everyone is you, you are everyone. You're in that space of oneness with everyone. When you zoom out a bit, you're continuously seeing it from the higher space. You'll start to see everyone is connected to that same web, that same consciousness. Everyone is that consciousness. Like how the first verse says, Isha Vastam Idagam Sarvam. The whole universe is made out of the consciousness. The base for the whole Jagat, for the whole Jagat is that consciousness, is that Jiva, the consciousness inside us, is the same for the whole Jagat. When we are able to just come and unclutch from this reality, which is keeping ourselves free from all those differentiating notions in that non-dual oneness, unclutching completely, then we'll be able to see the power of Sarvajñatva. Now, even if we see in our own lives, the more and more when we are completely like, we are so engaged, we are so like engaged into that fear and greed and all of that, you'll start to see that even the knowledge, you'll not be connected to the source of knowledge of your own self. So Swamiji says when that rajas comes, that restlessness and the tamas comes, fear and that greed comes, when that comes, you'll not be able to see the knowledge, which is that sattva part of you, the buddhi part of you. But when you're completely unclutched and you're doing everything, then automatically you'll be connected to your knowledge. The more and more you start unclutching, you'll start to see more and more knowledge will start to be coming. The more and more you'll have the inner space to hold that knowledge continuously. Now, all those powerful cognitions start manifesting at that time. So you can simply see when we just are able to keep ourselves unclutched, we'll be able to see how that knowledge we are completely connected to that knowledge, and more we unclutch and start to see it in a much more larger way, the whole life. Then we will see the sarvajñatva manifests in us. That knowledge, that pure source of knowledge manifests in all of us. So I request all the participants now, let us enter into this power manifestation with this powerful cognition, completely unclutched from all the thoughts going in. Only Swamiji is existing. Like how Swami said, Paramadvaita is only Swamiji is existing. Holding that space, that only Swamiji exists in all of us. And completely unclutch, visualize Swamiji in the third eye, chant the Mahavakya, and we'll now be entering into this power. We're going to be projecting, first we are going to be manifesting the power, and you can note down from the page 202 of the Living Enlightenment book. Let us have a glance of it. I'll just be showing the page once, very quickly showing the page, and then let us do the manifestation. Glance at it once and manifest this power of quantum memory. Let's have a glance of the page once, and then just by seeing it once, manifest this power of quantum memory. So I'll be projecting it now. You can start chanting the Mahavakya. I'll be playing the Mahavakya and projecting the picture now. Projecting the page of the 202 of the Living Enlightenment book now, and then you can start the manifestation.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Now request the participants. Slowly you can relax now. Now post whatever you are able to see. Whatever you are able to see through the third eye, just post it in the chat. Whatever Swamiji, see, it's not us manifesting. It's very important. We have to understand it's not us manifesting. Because the moment we say that I am manifesting something, then again we try to take that as another identity. We try to add that to our identity again. So clearly understand that it's only Swamiji manifesting through you. It's because you are visualizing Swamiji, connecting to Swamiji. It's only Swamiji. See, put always on others. When we are able to surrender that manifestation to Swamiji, more and more manifests. But if we start to think that I am doing something, then we are removing the source. We are unplugging the source from where it's manifesting and trying to add it to our identity. So just understand it's Swamiji manifesting through you and post whatever Swamiji revealed through your third eye for this power of Sarvajnatva. And then we'll verify. We just had a glance of the page. Now we'll verify the whole thing. Okay. So now I'll be projecting the page. Hope all the participants were able to note whatever you are able to see through your third eye. And with that, we'll now be seeing what the page which was projected was. It's from the Living Enlightenment book, page number 202. Okay, I'm now projecting the page. Okay, so this is from the page 202 of Living Enlightenment book. The law of the cosmos is responsibilism. Heart, the Garbha Mandir, sanctum sanctorum, which is in you, is Ananda Gandha. Your Ananda Gandha is your Garbha Mandir, where your God, your Ishta Devata, chosen deity, super consciousness resides. Integrity and authenticity should be the Dwara Palakas, the guardians who will not allow tiredness, boredom, depression, or any form of powerlessness to enter inside. There's a question for me. When life does not give me what I want or the power to change what I don't like, how do I not entertain powerlessness in such a case? Listen, It is because you entertain powerlessness that life is not giving you what you want. It is not that life first denies you and then you entertain powerlessness. No, because you entertain powerlessness, life asks you to change or denies you. Change or denial comes from life. Only after you entertain powerlessness, you commit a crime, and only then does life give you a punishment. Life energy is not a hurry to harass somebody even before verifying if they have committed a crime or not. Entertaining any form of powerlessness like tiredness, boredom, depression, fear, worry, non-trusting attitude, or denial of life is atheism. Entertaining any form of powerlessness in your inner space is entertaining death. Don't do it. Entertain life so that even your death will be living. You will be living death. If not, you will be dead even while living. I have seen people who are dead even while living, and I have seen people who live death. All my sannyasis should be living death, not dead while living. No, change or denial comes from life when you entertain powerlessness. It is you who's entertaining powerlessness. Wow. So we can see beautifully over here how Swamiji is revealing a very beautiful truth. If any of the words which you got correct, anything else you were able to see which Swamiji manifested through you, you witnessed the manifestation of Swamiji manifesting, you can please post in the chat, and then we'll be moving on to the next session. Any of the participants were able to see anything which manifested, you can please post in the Zoom chat. If you're watching on YouTube, you can also post it in the Zoom YouTube chat. Okay. So now anything which you have seen which has manifested, you can take some time. Make sure you share whatever has manifested with your friends in your social media platforms, anywhere you are able to enrich. When we enrich, we start to create the complete cycle for it to manifest back in our lives. More and more, when you're enriching, do not think you're enriching someone else. When you're enriching, they're going to come, maybe they might ask you some questions. They might ask you, okay, how can I manifest this power? Or what is the right cognition I have? Even when you start speaking those cognitions more and more, you're enriching your own part. All the parts which are still not completely convinced of the cognition, you're enriching that part to start living that cognition. So it's very important we do the enriching to get the complete cycle. Enriching is the complete. Enriching is one of the most important parts because you're completing, you're making yourself whole. Now, one part of you has agreed, okay, these cognitions. Now, enriching others will complete all the other parts. It's the most easiest way to complete all the other parts in us to manifest our reality, to manifest this as our reality. And also, this power manifestation is not just for now. It is to use throughout the day, throughout your life. Anytime you need, use this power of Sarvajnata. Continuously, actually, try to use this power of Sarvajnata, this power of quantum memory more than you're using the other powers. The power of quantum memory, try to use it more than you're using your normal senses. It will help much more. Just connect to Swamiji each time, unclench a little bit. It will start to raise the quality of our existence in our lives. So I thank all the participants now for participating in this session and joining for this session. Very beautifully how Swamiji revealed these truths. Now we are soon going to be entering into the next session. We'll just be concluding the session with the Purna Mantra, and then the next session will be conducted by the next Acharya. So please stay tuned as we conclude with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tatsat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. I thank all the participants. Now please stay tuned as we enter into the next session conducted by the next Acharya. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyananda, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
Yes, and Nithyanandam, and welcome back to the program. I welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants to the next session, where in this session we're going to go deeper into the understandings from the Ishavasya Upanishad. So I hope all of you have had a beautiful session till now, and now we are going to be moving into the next session. But before we move on, I would like to introduce myself. I am Sri Nithya Parameshananda, and I'm going to be the Acharya for all of you for the next few sessions. Throughout the sessions, if you have any questions, you don't understand something, or even let it be from other sessions or some satsang that you watched, feel free to ask, and I'll be answering it from my best capacity from whatever I've learned from Swamiji. So with this, let's enter the session. I request all the participants to be in the space of listening. So what are we going to learn in this session? The powerful cognition we are going to be learning in this session is the powerful cognition in this session we are going to be learning is saying yes to life. This is a very powerful cognition which can completely change the way we look at life. Because if we see that when we keep saying no, 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 we start creating a negative ambience around us. We start looking at life from a negative prism, I would say, from a negative lens. When you start saying yes to everything, accepting the way life flows, you will start seeing that life, the energy of life that flows through you will increase. It is not saying yes to injustice or saying yes to inauthenticity, to wrong things that are being done to you. This understanding of saying yes to life is allowing the situations of life, when a situation is presented to you, without taking a choice, without requesting for hundreds of choices and going on the straight path, that is saying yes to life. For example, when we have a situation where should we go out and eat or should we go and cook in our own homes and eat? This is a very, very simple situation that happens in most of our lives on a daily basis, whether we should eat outside today or we should cook at home. Whatever happens, whether if your want is that you want to go eat outside, but another family member wants to cook at home, allowing that to happen, you will see that even though you have allowed the choice that you want to take not to happen, even though you have accepted to someone else's choice, you will see that what you would have expected, more than that would have manifested. So let's go into deeper understanding in this session. You may be having a lot of questions now about what I spoke, but now in this session, we are going to be going into the depths of understanding how to say yes to life and how it can completely change our lives. So the first understanding all of us need to have in this understanding of saying yes to life is how to experience reality by saying yes to life. That is the first understanding we all need to have. So there is a verse that is there from the Vedic tradition which says, even while doing deeds here, one may desire to live 100 years, thus one on you. Otherwise, that this is not the deed adheres not to the man. Let me read the translation out again. This verse is from the Ishavasya Upanishad, and it says, even while doing deeds here, one may desire to live 100 years, thus on you, not otherwise, that this it is. The deed adheres not to the man. So let's understand deeper what actually this means. This scripted language that the rishis are using, this coded language. Again and again, the Vedic tradition insists for life. The whole Vedic tradition in one word is live. That's all. Live. Live is so powerful. Clearly, that is all your patterns, engrams, fears don't find any place. You are just radiating and overflowing. Live, live, live. This is the direct words of Swamiji. There are aspects of your life that have been deciding against life. And let us now learn to complete those and understand what are these aspects. Physically, when you feel bored, that comes as tiredness. Mentally, you feel tired, that comes as boredom. All pain is suppressed anger. Whenever you become angry, you become violent and decide against life. Now, there's a question for all of you participants who are listening now. How many hours of your day are you tirelessly working, active and involved? For example, when we drive to office, are we involved in the process of driving, or do we sit in the car and then realize an hour later that, oh, we have just reached the office? This is the difference between living and just doing actions. And here are some of the examples that decide against life in us. So if we see, the first one is anger, then tiredness, boredom. These three are a very big component in our life that decide against life. So here there's a small satsang where Swamiji is going to be explaining about the powerful cognition of deciding for life.
Decide to live, when you decide for life based on the understanding everything is consciousness. See, I'll just give you few types of mental setups. Some people decide against life, seeing the suffering in the life, and by becoming powerless to face life, they decide against life. I tell you. I can give you an example. At the age of 6, when you are in school, your teacher asks some question. Who is the Prime Minister of India, first Prime Minister of India? You put your hands up and jump and shout, Mahatma Gandhi. Whole class will be laughing at you. And at that time you feel naturally, oh, I have done something wrong. I should not be putting up my hand and jumping like this. I should keep quiet in a crowd. This decision, even after you become 47, when you are sitting in a meeting, you are the CEO. Even then, if you have an idea, you won't speak out directly in the group. You will tell somebody else, and that person will tell that to the group, and he will get the name. You decide for your whole future based on one incident. Look in. Thousands of decisions you have done based on one incident against life. And the other day I was talking to a devotee. I was telling him, hey, always remember you are Mahadeva, Shiva, and move the happenings of your life with this understanding. He said, no, Swamiji, I just have a blood pressure and sugar. I tell myself I am Mahadeva and let this blood pressure and sugar be healed. When that does not heal, I lose confidence that I can change the other things. Listen. This blood pressure and sugar, you would have taken so many thousands of decisions against life, that is why it came. So now when you decide for life, decide at least few times till that whole part starts listening to you. See, your decisions against life has become a big chunk in you. You may not need to kill all of them, but you need to create the decision for life, at least to drive them enough. See, each time your decision against life becomes one soldier against you. If there are 2 million soldiers inside you, each time you create a positive decision, means for life, you are creating one soldier in your army. Now, you don't even have to create an army for you to kill the opposite army, but you have to at least create the sound, noise, that they should run away. So if you have taken 1000 decisions against life, at least 10 decisions for life you have to take. Only then all those 1000 decisions against life will be nullified. Many times you decide against life just because of a simple incident, for small reasons. So understand, there is one kind of mental setup which decides against life because of few incidents of life. Second, there are a set of people. There is a kind of a mental setup. They decide against life. Listen. They decide against life out of ignorance. That deciding against life is going to give them peace or liberation. That ignorance. People think, oh, instead of living like this, let me die. And you think if you die, immediately you are released from all this suffering? No. If death is going to be the freedom from all these sufferings, I would have started promoting suicide long before. No. It is no way going to free you. Please understand, if you commit suicide because you are not able to handle your wife, you may have 10 wives exactly like the same person with whom you are living in the hell. Now, from whatever you think you can escape, you will have more. You will have more. And unfortunately, in the hell, you don't have a choice of committing suicide. So out of ignorance, people deciding against life. And there are some people who want to choose for life, decide for life, but do not think that is what cosmos wants you to do. Don't sincerely, authentically stand by it. They say, all right, now I am deciding for life and let me see how much it goes, how far it goes. After 2 days, one small shaking, immediately they fall back. They collapse. Again they start entertaining the thoughts, I think instead of this, let me better withdraw. Please understand, all withdrawal you did is against life. Whether you withdrew from your job, thinking that it will be too stressful and responsible, or you withdrew from your love affair, thinking that it will not be possible for you to stand and give a fight against the people who are opposing you, or you withdrew from your career or responsibility, or you withdrew from your decision of sannyas, whatever withdrawing is against life. Listen. Withdrawing is against life. See, before you start, spend enough time in analyzing, is it non-violent? Is it not hurting others? All that, do it. Because anything violent, hurting others, the moment you realize, you should withdraw. That is living Advaita. I am not speaking from that context. Listen. Withdrawing because you become powerless is against life. Sometimes you may withdraw to feel more powerful. For example, if you are taking the decision of killing and withdrawing from it because you feel it is violence, then it is right withdrawal. Actually, this withdrawal itself is decision for life. So this is the basic understanding you need to have. Whatever makes you powerful and live Advaita, you should decide for it. And these ideas which I am expressing in the morning satsang, explaining these Upanishadic verses, you may need to listen to this satsang 3-4 times and internalize, because very subtle understandings, you can't handle this roughly. No. You can't handle this roughly. These subtle understandings need to be studied, internalized. That is why Vakyartha Sadas. That is why Vakyartha Sadas. I have decided I am going to build two beautiful mandapas, Yagashala and Vakyartha Sadas Mandapa. Every day Vakyartha Sadas will go on in the Vakyartha Sadas Mandapa. What went on between Shankara and Vyasa will go on forever in this campus. And I also wanted in all the ashrams, as much as possible, every evening have Vakyartha Sadas. Every evening have Vakyartha Sadas. Even if 10 of you sit across the table, chat over a cup of tea, that is also Vakyartha Sadas. When you do it sincerely, to explore the meaning of the scriptures and understanding and context, that is also Vakyartha Sadas. Every evening, we should have Vakyartha Sadas. Once sun sets, the Vakyartha Sadas should start. Because now whatever I am speaking, you may miss some words, you may have some confusion. You need to internalize again and again and again. Deciding for life. Listen. Deciding for life. Every time you decide for life, immediately it reflects in your being. I told this devotee who was complaining to me, I tried to cure my blood pressure and sugar. When that did not change, I got the negative belief. I feel that is not going to work out for me. No, don't do that. Understand, the number of times you decided against life only is sitting in you as disease. So you should decide how many number of times it may take that I have to decide for life to drive these diseases out. I am going to decide, that's all. This disease has to disappear. How many number of times I have to decide for life for this to disappear, I don't care. But I am going to go on decide for life. Whether these diseases disappear in this birth, in this body, or in the next body I am going to have healthy body, that is, I don't care about that. But I am going to just stick to the decision for life. This is enough. You will see immediately your body transforms. See, whatever you decide you are going to decide forever becomes the decision for life immediately. Just the other day I was telling in the satsang, if you decide clearly, till death you are going to decide only for wealth, you will feel, then why should I delay till death? Come on, let me start deciding now and let me start expressing. Life will be aligned, tuned. I tell you, frustrated beings, frustrated beings are the criminals of planet Earth. Listen, frustrated beings are the criminals of the planet Earth. When somebody is frustrated, starts deciding against life, they are the dangers to planet Earth. When somebody constantly decides for life, they become the juice of planet Earth, the essence of planet Earth.
Yes, so that was a beautiful satsang where Swamiji explained about deciding for life. Now let's understand the next cognition, which is nature of reality. The Ishavasya Upanishad says the Isha is the pure space, the consciousness, without any attributes. You cannot even give attribute of super consciousness or super consciousness. It is actually consciousness giving its own declaration and address about itself to all of us. The next verse is the visiting card of the consciousness. If you follow the verse, you will reach the pure consciousness. Here is the next verse from the Ishavasya Upanishad. It says, He is stable, He is the only one, He is He has swiftness which is surpassing the agility of the mind. He was present before anything came into being. He existed in the beginning. He is the embodiment of truthful knowledge, enlightenment, wisdom, and erudition. He has all-pervading omnipresence and omniscience, all-knowing. He is beyond the comprehension of even the gods, such as Indra. He has overtaken others who are running fast, even though he does not run or move himself a little bit. And it is really relying upon his powers and authority that the various gods, such as the wind god, are successfully able to do the deeds, such as producing rain, enabling mortals, creatures to have life and live, and bear the prana, the spark of life, the vital winds that sustain life creatures. This is the description of Paramashiva, as He is the one who is in everything. We say that energy is there everywhere, and that energy is nothing but Paramashiva's decision to keep life happening. It is consciousness, an unmoving one and swifter than the mind. The God of sense cannot overtake and go beyond it as he has swiftly moved ahead. Remaining situated, it outruns all of the other running ones. In it, life energy moves and expands itself in the space, supporting all activities. Earth is moving, moon is moving, sun is moving. Don't believe the sun is not moving. It is moving, but at a pace we cannot grasp. Everything is moving. This is the understanding of what is unmoving and what Paramashiva here in the Ishavasya Upanishad means as he is unmoving. What is that that is unmoving? The idea you exist is the only one unmoving. Before you grasp anything, the experience that you remember that I exist, before you perceive anything, before you are able to think, before you are able to understand anything, whether an idea or a concept or a truth or a sensory experience, whether it's the sun, moon, earth, or the universe, you have to grasp. Being with such grasp is isness, is the only unmoving. The isness, which is you, is the only thing which is unmoving. The inner soul, the Paramashiva component, which is there in all of us. The Upanishads, the cosmic, declaring its own authority and authenticity in this verse. This verse is the truth and technique which can be practiced. When the third eye opens, you will be able to see, perceive everything inside and outside, even without moving. Let's now understand how the perception of reality happens. This is a technique that we can practice to perceive reality. That moves, then moves not. That is far off and also near. That is inner space of all of this. This is also the outer space of all of this. The only thing which happens when only your third eye is awakened is that you will understand that there is no such thing as inner and outer. That is what is the result of the third eye awakening. It is the truth that consciousness moves at the same time. It is truth that the consciousness does not move. Truth that consciousness is far off from the farthest space, and truth that is consciousness is also nearer than the nearest space. The truth is the inner space of the whole cosmos. The truth is also the outer space of the whole cosmos, pervading and uniformly ever present inside and encompassing the cosmos from the outside, prevailing and uniformly ever presenting inside and encompassing this cosmos from the outside. So this is a very high and complex understanding. Now let's enter a small technique to understand this deeper and understand how this can make us say yes to life and manifest life itself. Now, this small exercise we are going to be doing for the next few minutes is where we are going to be deciding for life, completing with all our decisions against life, knowing unknowingly whether you decide against life. Now complete with all of them through your different energies. Everything you want is now your aspiration, which is given tathastu by the cosmos. Everything happening to you is now the tathastu you received earlier. Understand the original context for which you aspired for the present situation is happening of life. Celebrate life. If you are frustrated, you are on the right track. The formula for frustration is fulfillment of your earlier aspirations. Aspirations getting matured is frustration. Let me explain this a little deeper. So what Swamiji is actually explaining here is that now in this present situation, for example, a person wants to get a lot of wealth. So he is working in an IT job and he aspires that he wants to become the CEO of the company, and he becomes. But when he becomes the CEO of the company, he sees so much responsibility overwhelming him, and he's also making wealth, he's also manifesting wealth, but without seeing the positive side that what he aspired has manifested. He starts thinking, oh, politicians make so much wealth more than a CEO, but they don't need to do any work at all. They just bribe people and get the work done. This is just an example, so just understand it as an example. So then the person becomes this politician, but he sees so much of pressure on him. And then again, once again, he starts to think, oh, what is this? Why is there so much of pressure? I did not think that there'll be so much of pressure. And he gets overwhelmed by that pressure. So without seeing the right and positive side of things happening around him, he keeps seeing only the negative side. So, in the next 5 minutes, let us write down in the last 24 hours what are the different times we aspired for something, and what are the, in one column, write what were the different things you aspired, and in another column, write down what were the different things you manifested today. Whether few days ago you requested Swamiji to manifest healing and that happened, write that down, and then you will see the things which you aspired for is happening today, and the things which you are aspiring today will happen tomorrow. But as your cognition matures, you will understand and aspire for the right things. So now let's take a few minutes to do this process. I request all the participants to now start writing down the different aspirations that manifested and the different aspirations you requested it for manifesting today. Today, you took the decision for that to manifest. Let's take a few minutes to write this down. Yes, so now you can complete your list of what were the different manifestations that happened today and the manifestations you wanted it to happen, and you will see in the next few days or in the near future whenever that these things will happen. So whenever we take a decision and we see why is it not happening, it is not that it's not happening. Every decision we take is a blessing, is a tatastu given from the cosmos. So now with this same understanding, let us now enter the manifestation. The power manifestation is the way to make manifestations happen immediately. We all see in our lives that we want different things to happen, but the reason it doesn't happen is because it does not have the right energy, the power, the direct influence, and your will to manifest that. So when we manifest the powers of Paramashiva, these manifestations happen. You will see that when you declare something has to happen, it will happen. So now let's enter into the power of Sarvanyatva. So in today's power manifestation, we are going to be seeing a particular page. We are going to be asking Paramashiva to show us a particular page, and we will be manifesting and seeing what is there in that page and writing it down. Sandhya Srinivas, Ma, if you okay, the thing is, as far as my team is concerned, the audio is working fine, and if you have any other problems, you can leave the Zoom and join back, and I think that should fix the problem. Let me just type this message also to Ma. Yes. So let me first share with you the Shastra Pramana, and then we'll be moving into the power. Because the Shastra Pramana holds the technique that Paramashiva has given us thousands of years ago to manifest the powers. So here the translation of the verse from the Sarvajnana Agama, verse 15 says, within such a yogi who establishes himself in absolute non-dual oneness with Paramashiva, who keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notions, the exact superpower of all-knowing Sarvanyatva unfolds in its fullest in the yogi. So the technique here Paramashiva is giving is that when we establish ourselves in oneness with Swamiji, here the technique all of us are going to be doing is the very exact technique. We are going to be establishing our will, our connection with Swamiji, closing our eyes and visualizing Swamiji. That is more than enough to establish the connection. And then we'll be chanting the Mahavakya. Once you do that, start writing down all the different words that you see. Like you're going to be scanning a particular page from the Living Enlightenment book, and then whatever different words you see in that revelation that Swamiji gives you, you will be writing it down. So now let's enter the manifestation. I request all the participants to sit with a notebook and pen, or with any particular like device like your laptop or phone. Close your eyes, connect with Swamiji, and start writing down all the different visualizations, words, letters that Swamiji is revealing to you. And then at the end of the manifestation, we'll be verifying this. This is going to be a quick round of the manifestation. So just few minutes, just close your eyes and see any sentences, words that reveal to you, you can write it down.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes, now let's relax and let's now move to the verification process. Let's verify what we saw in the page number 225 of the Science of Enlightenment book. So here is the page. So basically, what is written in the book, you can now verify with the words, sentences, or letters that you saw. Anything that you saw is perfectly fine. So let me read the whole thing out for you. Authenticity is the action enriching. This action is enriching. Mahadeva, the embodiment of responsibility, appears to enrich Vishnu and Brahma and remind them about their inauthenticity and lack of integrity. Fortunately, Brahma and Vishnu completed and restored their integrity and authenticity. That is the reason the universe is still functioning, available to all of us. I tell you, whenever there is a lack of integrity and a lack of authenticity among human beings, Mahadeva, due to his ultimate feeling of responsibility, appears in the space of time, form, and name to remind people and bring them back to integrity and authenticity. Today is the day we celebrate Mahadeva's happening, all Mahadevas happening, not just one but all happenings. It is so beautiful to see how our Sangha restoring their integrity and their authenticity, taking up responsibility and enriching themselves and the world. I can feel the joy that Mahadeva would have felt when Brahma and Vishnu restored their integrity and authenticity. I feel the same joy when Rudra comes into your life with destruction. Face him with integrity and authenticity. He is not your enemy. He is only your own being, reminding you to get concentrated and centered with authenticity and responsibility. He is Shiva, who is your very integrity, very life, because he loves you, because he is very you, the causeless auspiciousness. So, yes. So, whatever words, sentences, letters you got right in this round of the manifestation, you can be very sure that you have started manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. So, with this round of the manifestation, now we are going to be moving into the next set of cognitions from the Ishavasya Upanishad. So, now I request all the participants to be in the space of listening as we now learn about the cognition of seeking. The powerful cognition of seeking is not just searching for a particular truth, but to understand the very source of from where things manifest, how this whole universe happened, and all of those questions that we have unanswered inside us. So let's understand about this powerful cognition seeking. What ideas are against life? One of the biggest life denial statements is you have only one birth. The biggest life denial statement given to planet Earth, the worst belief human beings are pushed into is you have only one birth. This is happening because of the idea you are just the physical body. The biology is enough to explain everything to you. But this is not the complete truth. You are not just the body, you are beyond. The belief you carry about you plays a major role. The good news is whatever you believe, you become that. You are that. The great news is you can alter it. If you have a wrong belief, you can mature that belief. If you have an immature belief, you can transform it. The possibility is available to you, and the greatest news is very simple. Now, let's understand the verse and then move forward, going deeper into the understandings from the Upanishad. So, the verse from Ishavasya Upanishad here says, one who can indeed live by seeing as it is all existing beings in the self, consciousness itself, and the self within all existing beings does not feel violated by virtues of not separating oneself from anything. The understanding is expanding the boundary you feel about you. Everything in life is nothing but a freedom struggle, but the real freedom can be revived and received. You can get it only by a person who is already free, not by anyone else. Freedom is the feeling of languor and feeling of larger and larger number of people, places, spaces as part of you. Freedom means expanding the boundaries, not just doing whatever you think you want to do. The next verse from the Ishavasya Upanishad, the seventh verse of the Ishavasya Upanishad says, in one who has cognized the reality, all existing beings become the very self, then what delusion, what sorrow of incompletion can be there for that seer living in the space of oneness, living Advaita? When we live in the space of Advaita, we experience actual freedom because there is nothing which is not part of us. Everything is part of us. And when everything is part of us, there is nothing to stop us. So, that is a small exercise we are now going to be doing. For the next few minutes, constantly engage yourself in the love current of all your actions are centered on love. How can that make you experience oneness with everything? Oneness can be gained. Exercise is every time you break a pattern, not only you are free from the pattern, you get extraordinary powers. When you see everything exists in your consciousness, the very soul, the very self, where the question of incompletion is not there, where the question of sorrow is not there, where The question of delusion is not there. It is just oneness, living Advaita. The pure consciousness is all pervading. Meditate on it. What is all pervasive? Is it the ocean? No, even water is not all pervasive. Is it air? No, beyond the Vayu Mandala, the air field, there is no air. Then what is all pervasive? Space? No, like space, even in our own space, there is only few billion planets, but the universe is much beyond a few billion planets we have ever understood or imagined. Vyakta, avyakta, manifest and unmanifest, the unmanifest and the manifest is beyond. If you catch the subtle understanding about consciousness, you will just know it is you. You will start to fall in love with you. You will know it is you. You will fall in love with only things which feel as you are part. When you contemplate what is beyond space, out and in, what is that that fills everything? What is that that makes everything run? What is the source of me? Then you will understand that is Paramashiva. When you enter into the search of spiritual knowledge seeking, you will have such liberating cognition and powerfulness. All these great truths will be told and be very clear. Unless they become experience, you will not be able to experience them completely. So now, this powerful cognition of seeking is what we are going to be understanding in this session. Now let's hear directly from Swamiji the powerful cognition of seeking.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om
Bhuvassuva Tapasatya Vaikunta KAILASA, all the 14 worlds she conquers. She actually conquers Kailasa other than Mahadeva. Except Mahadeva, the whole Kailasa has come under her control. So even Nandi was not able to handle her. Nandi gave up. She was almost about to conquer the whole Kailasa. Mahadeva stood in front of her and immediately she fell in love with Mahadeva and she realized her identity, that she is Devi, not just one queen. It is because she is Devi, she conquered all the 14 worlds. And her avataric mission was realized by her. Then Mahadeva smiles at her and says, all right, go back to Madurai, I'll come there and marry you. Because of Mahadeva's assurance, she comes back and the Digvijaya is celebrated today. Devi is gracing on Swarna Nagavahana, the golden snake vehicle. Please recite along with me. Anya Deva Huruvidyaya Anyata Huravidyaya Idi Shushruma Dhiranam Yenastat Vichachakshire. I'll read out the translation. It is said that by Vidya, the knowledge cognized from the right context of grasping the truth, consciousness, and the superficial knowledge acquired from the wrong context of grabbing, without cognizing the subtle truths, certainly a different result is achieved. Similarly, it is said that by avidya, the authentic actions and the ignorant actions, a very different result is achieved. Thus have we listened from those wise beings who have explained that absolute principle to us. Listen. Anyadeva Hurvidyaya Anyata Huravidyaya Idi Shushruma Dhiranam Enastat Vichachakshire. Constantly keeping your seeking alive makes you grasp the truth. You will not try to grab them. Understand? For example, you see somebody melting down, overflowing with that melting devotion, offers a bilva leaf to Mahadeva, and he is liberated. You see that, and then you also decide, yes, if I pluck that tree, leaf, and put it on this statue, I will have liberation. That is what is grabbing the truth. Understand? You are not grasping it, you are grabbing it. You only see the action. You don't see the context. So you see everyone sitting in that Bhatmasana posture and chanting Om, and all the rishis enlightened. Immediately you also think, let me sit and do Ah. That is only grabbing the truth, not grasping. Grasping means understanding the context. All the problems everyone faces in the life is trying to grab not to grasp. If you try to grasp the truth, you will have the approach of love towards the truth. Don't have the approach of a result towards the truth. All right, this is what I want. You want to say that I should sit and chant Om? Okay, I'll do. How many hours I have to do? It's not a bank account. 20,000 times you chant Shiva, Shiva, Shiva and put it in the bank account and Mahadeva has to appear and give you what you want. Now, most of the time, you try to only grab, you are asking, give a set of rules, standard instruction, give. I'll do that. If I can't, what should I do? Give the plan B, plan C. And understand, all the religions which caters to your mind, which tries to grab the truth, the religions which tries to cater to the mind, which grabs the truth, which does not have passions to grasp, they only give a set of rules, finally evolve into a socio-political cult. Anything other than enlightenment, even the pleasure and luxury, which is the side effect during the enlightenment process in Hinduism, even the pleasures and luxury is the side effect, happens while you are traveling towards enlightenment. Anything other than enlightenment is put as a priority. That tradition is not a religion, be very clear. It's a socio-political cult. All socio-political cults try to cater to the human beings who try to grab the truth, not grasp. For grasping the truth, you need completely different space where seeking, tremendous seeking becomes the first priority. Understand? When you are trying to grasp the truth, you will look in, wow, how can this simple act, he goes and plucks one bilva leaf from a bilva tree and offers it on a statue. How can such a simple act liberate him? Why is he so blissful? Why is he in ecstasy? If you approach the happening with a tremendous love, you will grasp the truth. You will grasp the truth. You will understand something more than the action is happening. He is having a different context altogether.
Yes, so that was a beautiful understanding where Swamiji spoke about the importance of seeking. How when we manifest seeking in our life, how when we just see a simple act happening, but when we seek and understand what is the deepest truth behind that act of seeking, we'll be able to understand much bigger cognitions and understandings about the entire life. In any situation, when you are being cornered, when you are being questioned, when you are powerless, see what is the source from this, where it is manifesting. Who is the cause of all of this manifestation? Who is causing it? Is it external or internal? You will see the answers that you get will completely break you from all of the different powerless cognitions that are pushing you down and show you the ultimate understanding about the power that is there within us to change any reality. So now, this beautiful understanding of seeking that we receive, let us implement it in our lives through a small internalization process and understand the entire process deeper. So now, let us contemplate about this powerful cognition of seeking. Pure consciousness is all pervasive. Meditate on this. For the next few minutes, let us meditate on this powerful cognition and write down any understandings you want to share about this power of seeking and consciousness, which is all pervasive. You can share in the YouTube comments or in the Zoom chat and share what you understood from this session. Let's begin. Any questions you have or any understandings you want to share, you can now take this time to post them and I'll be happy to read them. Have a Vakyata Sadas, have a beautiful discussion about the understandings you have received and any questions you have, answering them. Yes. So with this understanding that we have just received about the power of seeking, let us now once again manifest the power of Sarvanyatva. Now, in this round, we are going to be once again doing the same how we did last time. We are going to see a particular page and see what is written in that particular page. And then we are going to be writing all of that down and then verify it at the end of the manifestation. So, as I shared last time, the powerful technique that Paramashiva reveals in the Shastra Pramana is visualizing Swamiji, bringing that oneness with Swamiji. Only when you bring that oneness with Swamiji will you be able to manifest the power of Sarvanyatva. Because when you establish that oneness with Swamiji, the infinite knowledge just downloads inside you. So now, let's enter the manifestation. I request all of the participants to now be seated with a notebook and pen or your device in which you're going to type. Close your eyes and start visualizing Swamiji. All of us have multiple experiences where we have had different visions of Swamiji, different interactions with Swamiji, or the beautiful darshans Swamiji is coming in the past few days. Visualize Swamiji now. See that beautiful darshan and connect. Bring that gratitude for Swamiji for all that he has given us. The beautiful life that he has given all of us. And then from that space, listen to the Mahavakya being chanted and request Swamiji to reveal to you what is written in the page number 240 of the Science of Living Enlightenment book. So now let's enter the manifestation. Sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes. Bring awareness to your third eye and let us begin the manifestation.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes, now let's enter the verification of the power manifestation. Now I'm going to be projecting to all of you the page number 240 from the Science of Living Enlightenment book. And I'll also read out the page so all of you can verify what are the different words, sentences, and letters you got. Losing confidence in you takes away life itself from you. Please listen. Others losing confidence in you takes away the wealth from your life. You losing confidence in you takes away life itself from you. How many of you are cognizing this? When you break the word you give to others, they lose confidence in you. When you break the word you give yourself, you lose confidence in you. If you do not honor the word you give yourself again and again, then the habit of not honoring the word you give to yourself becomes part of your muscle memory. Losing confidence over yourself becoming a part of your muscle memory. That is why even your willpower cannot heal your body. I see this many times in my experience with people. Some people come out of even cancer with their willpower. Some people can't even get out of their simple cough or headache, even with all their meditation and everything. This is because the power of completion, integrity. If you are in integrity with you and the words you give yourself, even your muscles will listen to you. The words you give yourself is the bone structure you form for your life. You have to honor it. You are not able to even give yourself life, at least have complete with the words you utter towards yourself. The words you give yourself cannot be nectar or poison. The words you constantly repeat to yourself, the words you constantly tell yourself have to be enriching you, inspiring you, exciting you, and enlightening you. The word you give yourself, you are hara, what you consume to create your life. The first principle of life is integrity. When you start thinking, speaking with integrity, the ultimate inner cleansing happens. Yes, that is the beautiful words from the Science of Living Enlightenment book. And before concluding this session, I would like to read a few understandings and cognitions that the participants had given. The first one is from Ma Divyananda. She says, "My understanding is consciousness is like the canvas on which the cosmos and the huge drama is projected. But the consciousness is also feeling everything on the screen and is able to experience everything from the point of view of each character, as well as unclutched from everything. But due to fear of death, we are clutching too much to the each body and identity of our mind." Perfectly right. These are actually, most of these cognitions that you're holding is directly Swamiji's words, I would say. So these powerful cognitions are more than enough for experiencing a breakthrough in your life. And next we have Elizabeth Selva, who's saying everything that happens outside is a reflection of our interior. Everything we see outside is everything that our consciousness is projecting. What it would be like if we didn't have thoughts? What thoughts? We are happy without problems, we are enlightened. Yes, whatever we have inside is what we project outside. When we are holding inside that we want positive, when we keep saying yes, yes, yes to life, the different situations that happen to life, accepting that and manifesting happiness even in that situations is more than enough to guide you to the ultimate bliss. And with this, we come to the end of this session. And now let's take a small break to share these experiences and understandings that we had on social media and tell the world what you experienced through this manifestation and this session. So with this, I leave you all here to take a short break, and we'll be back with you after the short break. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda
Nithyanandam Paramasugadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gahana Sadrisham Tattvamasyanhilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Triguna Rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, I welcome all the Paramashivoham Level 2 participants here. We're entering into the next session of the day. Hope all the participants are able to hear and understand and listen to me now in this today's session, which we're going to have. So what did we learn in the previous session? So can any one of the participants actually go ahead and put your comments telling what did you understand from the previous session? In the previous session, we learned on the topic of seeking, and we had an internalization exercise as well about the power of seeking. Now we're going to move on. How to fall in love with seeking. So we're going to listen to that, and we're going to understand the higher powerful cognitions, how to fall in love with seeking. Here Swamiji is telling, seeking is your innermost core pain. Understanding it has not yet expressed its full potential. Your innermost core decisions to be free, to be awakened, the decisions to melt you and reinvent you, melt you, mold you as you want. The ancient Vedic rishis were constantly seeking for the cause and the truths of life, never blinded by what was in front of them. Same way, we should question everything and go beyond the veil and reality to discover the source. So how to experience consciousness? What are you seeking in your life? Here we have the verse where it beautifully tells, Sambhutim cha vinasham cha yastad vedo bayam saha vinashena mrityam tirtva sambhudyamritam asmute. One who cognized the pure essence of these both, the imperishable consciousness, the cause of manifestation, Sambhavat, and the destructible, Vinasham, the perishable, manifested entities, simultaneously such a person completes with the fear of death and transcends death by worshipping or by knowledge of the imperishable entities, and reaches the imperishable consciousness and celebrates the nectar of immortality and bliss, the eternal space of oneness. So what are you seeking in your life? Let's do this exercise now, where Swamiji very beautifully tells, never choose authentic entities. Impermanent naturally becomes poison in your system. Cognize what all is imperishable, inauthentic, ambitious in you. What are you worshipping in life? What do you think is goal of your life? So hope all the participants were able to cognize this. Let's do this exercise now. This is a very beautiful exercise. We're going to do it for the next few minutes. Requesting each of the participants to please bring your book and pen and please be seated, as we are going to do this exercise now for the next few minutes. Yes, so I hope all the participants now have actually done the exercise. If what are you seeking in your life? Cognize what all is perishable, inauthentic, ambitious in you. What are you worshipping in life? What you think is goal of your life? When you start cognizing the inauthentic, perishable, authentic, perishable inside you, you complete the fear of death and transcend death. The internal space of oneness becomes your reality. Amritam, amritam me nashnute. Death is a question which can never be answered. Life is an answer which can never be questioned. Because the truth of death is established and perishable. The fear fantasies paralyze your reality. Whether fear fantasies or lust, greed fantasies, they all collapse. You not letting you function. That is worshipping confusion. Also, so-called luxury, the sensory pleasures are agitation, gratification. Focus only on the principle of delayed gratification, vision for the future. All that is imperishable, if all cognitions, actions and visions are from the context of imperishable, you are living enlightenment. Here we move on to the next verse where it tells Hiranmayenena patrena satyasyapi hitam mukam tattvam bhushanne vrano satyam dharmana drishyate. It means the truthful, effulgent, eternal being is the ultimate sustainer, nourisher and protector of all that exists. You are the embodiment of the unperishable truth and reality. Your divine face of truth is concealed by the blinding, dazzling and upturned pot, which has golden orb of effulgence. This radiant golden pot conceals your glorious face of truth from my view. O Pushan, O Sun, O complete one, do reveal yourself by removing that glory veil. For I, on the path of truth, am eager to have your divine vision. So how to experience consciousness and how to reinvent yourself? There is a part of you which never dies, which is eternally alive, your consciousness, your bioenergy. When you fall in love, your capacity to reinvent yourself is awakened in you. Same way, when you fall in seeking, the capacity to reinvent your very core consciousness get awakened in you. The whole seeking and living enlightenment is nothing but reorganizing yourself. Reorganizing means changing the very cognition you have. The greatest blessing in the life is not even God's grace, but seeking for God's grace. It's not even enlightenment, it's seeking the space of enlightenment. Here, let's all listen to the next verse. Pushanne karsheyama surya prajapatya vyuhu rasman te yateyad rupam kalyane purusharasa sohamasmi. O Pushan, consciousness, who is a nourisher, sustainer of all the primeval solitary traveler, the disciplined principle of all, is like the bright effulgent sun, and is the Lord of entire creation, which is his subject. Please remove all your rays on the radiating brilliant golden light which had blinded me, so that by your grace I can have the divine vision of the most auspicious, graceful, beautiful form of yours. That which is there, the glorious sun, is a mirror of the Supreme Being, who is all-pervading, pure consciousness of the cosmos. Indeed, I am him. Sohamasmi. So hope all the participants were able to understand and come through this entire topic on the seeking. Now let's all move on next. So what is the next highest truth Swamiji wants to tell, and how many of us are actually experiencing that very space of seeking in each one of us? Maybe you can leave your comments telling that yes, I'm able to experience the highest truth of seeking here, and this is what I'm experiencing now. You can leave your comments telling that what you are able to understand in this entire discourse before we move on. We're going to move on to the next, where we're going to listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism now in a few minutes. Let us all get ready for that. Let us all get ready as we begin to listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
नित्यानन्देश्वरसमारम्भां नित्यानन्देश्वरिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahants, Kotaris, Tanidars, owners of Sarvanyapita, visitors, viewers, Kashivashis, sitting with us in Varanasi, in Nithyananda Sabha, through Nithyananda TV, Sadhana TV, Ara TV, Nakshatra TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Cities sitting with us: Los Angeles Adinam, Toronto Adinam, Kuala Lumpur Adinam, Seattle Adinam, Ohio Adinam, Oklahoma Adinam, Guadalupe Adinam, Philadelphia, San Jose Adinam, Oman Adinam, Puduvai Adinam, Houston Adinam, Dakota Dunes, Morris Plains, New Jersey, Bangalore North, Hyderabad Guptakashi, Singapore Adinam, Rajabalayam Adinam, Ponca City, Oklahoma, and more cities are joining. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I'll expand on the next verse of Isavasya Upanishad, the 15th verse. Please recite along with me. Hiranmayena Patrena Satyasyabihitam Mukham Tattvam Pushannabhavrunu Satyadharmaya Drishtaye. Hiranmayena Patrena Satyasyabihitam Mukham Tattvam Pushannabhavrunu Satyadharmaya Drishtaye. The translation goes: the truthful, effulgent, eternal being is the ultimate sustainer, nourisher, and protector of all that exists. You are the embodiment of the imperishable truth and reality. Your divine face of truth is concealed by the blinding, dazzling, and upturned part which has golden orb of effulgence. This radiant golden part conceals your glorious face of truth from my view, O Bhushan, O Sun, O complete one, do reveal yourself by removing that glaring veil, for I, on the path of truth, am eager to have your divine vision. Hiranmayena patrena satyasya abhihitam mukham tattvam bhusham apavrunu satyadharmaya drishtaye. Please understand, before entering into this verse and commenting on it, I wanted to set the context, the key ideas, the key truths, sacred secrets, masters, the Upanishadic masters are trying to reveal through this Upanishad. Seeking. Understand? This whole verse describes necessity, power of seeking. Seeking is not what you call as religion or spirituality. Please listen. Much of your religion and spirituality is just business and bargain, gambling, give and take, negotiation in the silence. Sometimes vocally, sometimes locally, sometimes silently, but negotiation goes on, goes on, goes on. Sometimes with that rough stuff of heaven and hell, sometimes with the subtle stuff of love and hatred, sometimes the more subtle feeling connected or feeling rejected. But much of your religion and spirituality is business, bargain, negotiation, gambling. Seeking does not fall under any of this category. Seeking is your innermost coarse pain. By understanding it has not yet expressed its full potential, your innermost coarse suffocation, by understanding it needs to expand, your innermost being's decision to expand, decision to be free. Understand? I am defining seeking. Your innermost coarse decision to be free. Your innermost coarse decision to be awakened. Your innermost coarse decision not to continue with the status quo. Continuing with the status quo, with the fantasy, someday something will happen from heaven or from somewhere, from sky, something will drop and everything in my life will be aligned and proper. Sitting with this stupid, fallible fantasy. Understand? Infallible fantasy is vision. Fallible vision is fantasy. When you take the responsibility for your visualization, it is vision. When you don't take responsibility for your thinking, it is fantasy. Much of your inner happening is the game of fantasy, and unfortunately you make that into religion. Fantasy should be entertained maximum to the level of entertainment, not more than that. Don't make a religion out of it. That's not the stuff out of which you can make religion. Understand? This pillar made of fiberglass can be used as a decoration piece, but you can't make the building stand on it. The fiberglass pillar cannot hold the building. It can only be a decoration piece. If you try to make the building stand on it, you are in danger. You are wrong. It is so unfortunate. We go on cherishing fantasy. Listen. Cherishing fantasy and we also have one more fantasy to support our fantasy. Someday, from somewhere, something will fall and everything will become all right. That's what I call status quo living. Yesterday, I gave 3 technical terms: agitational gratification, delayed gratification, light theologians. These are the 3 important keywords you need to remember. Today, listen. Listen very clearly. The status quo living. Just go on postponing with the fantasy someday something will collapse, something will fall, and everything will become all right. See, the worst thing of living the status quo, after some time you even forget you can take decisions. Now I have seen people, I've really seen people, for whole life, they are activists, means they get into the stage and give big lectures on cleaning the country, they even join the army which cleanses, which cleans the streets and schools, colleges. Finally, after some time, they learn only the art of mobilizing the huge gathering, huge volunteers, and doing something, doing a show. Slowly, they forget they themselves can do something. And I have seen this kind of people. The street in which they go for everyday morning walk is full of trash and dirt. Hardly it may take 10 minutes for them to clean that area, but they won't, because they forget they can do something. They always think they can only mobilize crowd, and that crowd only can do something. They can mobilize the mob, only that mob can do something. They forget they can do something. Understand, this example is very important. If you look into your life, many times You walk 3 kilometers to go and give lecture about cleanliness, but the house where you are staying or the street where you are walking, if you just bend and spend 10 minutes, that will become clean. You forget that it is possible, and you don't even keep that in your cognition. That is not there as part of you. Always the status quo life will be stinking life, where a simple reality which can be seen even by a child will be forgotten by you. Understand? In status quo life, you read, see, understand more from your brain than from the reality. Most of the time, the spelling mistakes you make while you read a newspaper or magazine or your iPod will be very funny, because you don't read from there, you read from here. You'll suddenly realize, oh God, second time, third time when you read, oh, this is what is there, but I thought this is what there. Even while you are seeing, you don't see here, you see from here. You don't see from here, you see from here. You don't read from here, you read from here. In the status quo life, you are almost caught in the cobweb of thinking, which is a very suffocating karma pattern, mental pattern, which does not let you relate with the reality. Seeking is the decision to melt you and reinvent you. Melt you and mold you as you want. I tell you, greatest blessing in the life is not even God's grace, but seeking for God's grace. I really tell you, it is not even enlightenment, seeking the enlightenment. Seeking, actually seeking is the time you can enjoy the glory of enlightenment, because after you become enlightened, you are that. What is there separately to enjoy? Seeking is the real honeymoon. Seeking is the real time and space where you can reinvent yourself, where you can melt, go on melting, 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 melting. An ordinary human being, from the birth to death, he goes on freezing, 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 freezing himself. His life is just a hormonal hijack from birth to death. He is just hijacked by his hormones, and by the time he wakes up, he is already landed in death. In the birth, he takes off. In few minutes, hormones put the knife on your throat and says, fly the plane as I say, where I want. And you are hijacked. When the hormones say, come on, land here, when you land, the land is death. It is just hormones hijacking you. So-called normal life is hormonal hijack. Rarely, when you fall in love with something or some person, you develop the ability to reinvent yourself, reorganize yourself, awaken yourself, and look into something fresh. But it is only during the seeking when you fall in love with the highest possibility. I can say when you raise in love, not fall in love. Raise in love with the highest possibility. Only when the seeking starts, your bio-memory starts reinventing itself. Please understand, if you fall in love with something physical, you will just alter all your physique. You may start going to gym, reduce weight, change your haircut, change your hairstyle, change your dress, change your skin color. This whole India is suffering with this fair complexion. The unfair obsession with a fair complexion. No, really. Biggest psychiatric disorder India suffers is the unfair obsession with a fair complexion. Largest fairness cream market in the world. Do you know that? Still these stupid fellows are associating white and beauty. This is the only country where fairness and beauty is associated and English and intelligence is associated. You tell anything in few English words, people think you are intelligent. No, really. In India, get down anywhere and just say, I am suffering from fever, so whatever you read in the school, the leave letter, or the first essay you memorized in your school, you repeat that, people will tell, oh, some big babu has come to our place. The language and intelligence is associated. The fairness and beauty is associated. Unfair obsession this country having with the fairness. Funny. When you fall in love with something physical, you decide to change your physical appearance, your hairstyle. If you are from lower middle class, you change your hairstyle and dress. If you are from middle class, you change your hairstyle, dress and skin color. If you are from upper class, you change even the shape of your body through some surgery. When you fall in love with physical, you adjust, alter your physique. When you fall in love with something super conscious, you get the ability to change your very consciousness. Falling in love with the super consciousness and awakening your ability to reinvent, reorganize your very biomemory, your very core consciousness is what I call seeking. In whichever you feel connected, you try to adjust yourself to that. When you fall in love with something physical, you try to alter your physical appearance. Whether you buy or grab or steal or hook or crook, you get the ability to change. When you are in love with something physical, you change your physical appearance. When you fall in love with something super conscious. You awaken your biomemory, intelligence. You awaken your biomemory and intelligence to alter your very core consciousness, your very biomemory, your very being. The ability to reinvent your very biomemory, reorganize your very biomemory, reorganize, reinvent, rediscover your very biomemory is what I call seeking. When you start seeking the higher possibilities, your body gets rearranged, your mind gets reorganized, your intellect gets reinvented, your biomemory gets rejuvenated, your consciousness gets recognized. Recognizing. When you recognize yourself, naturally you will be recognized. When you recognize yourself, world will also recognize you, that is recognizing you. I tell you, seeking the higher possibilities, physical or mental or conscious, seeking the higher possibilities, seeking the highest possibility is the key truth, the sacred secret. This 15th verse of Isavasya Upanishad is trying to express. I'll read the 15th verse translation once more and then expand. Listen. The truthful, effulgent, eternal being is the ultimate sustainer, nourisher and protector of all that exists. You are the embodiment of the imperishable truth and reality. Your divine face of truth is concealed by the blinding, dazzling, upturned pot, which has golden orb of effulgence. This radiant golden pot conceals your glorious face of truth from my view. O Pushan, O Sun, O complete one, do reveal yourself by removing the glaring veil, for I, on the path of truth, am eager to have your divine vision. Human being, when he started seeking, first thing he did, started looking up in the sky. He understood he has a possibility which is beyond his imagination. He understood he has to look up. He understood he needs to reach high. the first thing he did is look up. When he looked up, expecting to see the divine, all he saw was the sun, and he knows sun may be symbol, but beyond him is the truth. Understand? Hindus are natural worshippers, not just nature worshippers. Understand? We worshipped nature not with the limited understandings which other indigenous religions have about nature, the tribal religions have about nature. No. That is why I insist we are not just nature worshippers. We worshipped nature, but not just the nature. The force which is veiled by the nature, which is beyond the nature. You can see very clearly this Upanishadic verse saying, please, O Sun, O Bhushan, O complete one, do reveal yourself by removing that glaring veil. See, the sun which you can see with your physical eyes is a glaring veil. We always know only the veil which is dark and which covers, which dulls. But Upanishad Rishis are so clear, even if it is glaring, they know it is a veil. The Upanishadic Rishis say, please remove this glaring veil. On the path of truth, I am eager to see, have your divine vision. Maybe this is the voice of the first seeker on the planet Earth. This is the emotion described by the first seeker on the planet Earth. Or this is the path traveled by the first seeker on the planet Earth. The first apex body of Hinduism, Ananda Akada, follows Isavasya Upanishad and worships sun as their guru. It's based on this verse. This is the oldest Upanishad. Ananda Akada is the oldest Pita, the spiritual seat. This is the oldest expression. This is the oldest expression. The truthful, effulgent, eternal being is the ultimate sustainer, nourisher, and protector of all that exists. You are the embodiment of imperishable truth and reality. Your divine face of truth is concealed by the blinding, dazzling, upturned part. Hiranmayena patrena. Satyasya abhihitam mukham tattvam bhushannabavrunu satya dharmaya drishtaye. Seeking. How much ever I pour the words and decorate, seeking can never be beautified by any of the words I utter. It can never be glorified by any of the words I am trying to express. Only when you taste it, you know the power of it. When you taste it, you know the power of it. I tell you. I'll give you some example. When you are a teenager, when your mom asks to buy vegetables or milk or some groceries from the shop, you won't walk even up to the corner of your street. But when you fall in love, especially that puppy love, to have a glimpse of your girlfriend, you will be ready to walk 5 kilometers. To have a glimpse of your boyfriend, you will be ready to walk 5 kilometers. When your mom says just buy the vegetables, milk or grocery, you can't walk 5 house, the street corner. But when you fall in love, 5 kilometer distance looks nothing. Understand, when you fall in love, the capacity to reinvent yourself is awakened in you. Same way, when you fall in seeking, the capacity to reinvent your very core consciousness gets awakened in you. If your teacher says, hey, wake up in the early morning, at least 7 o'clock and start studying for examination, you won't do. But when you fall into seeking, early morning 3 o'clock you will be up and alive, reading Upanishads, doing yoga, meditating. I tell you, what puppy love can do to you, seeking can do the same thing to your consciousness, not just to your body mind. In puppy love, the energy you radiate in your body mind, you will radiate tons of it in your very core consciousness in seeking. When the seeking was awakened in you, even you will be surprised. When the seeking gets awakened in you, even you will be surprised about you. I tell you, when the seeking was awakened in me, even I was surprised about my capacities, about what I am doing. Your very understanding about you will become different when the seeking is awakened in you. You become so serene, so graceful, so alive, so light, ready to take off. You are no more a hard stone. You just become one with the thin air, ready to go higher, higher, higher and higher. Seeking makes you light and light. L-I-T-E, light, L-I-G-H-T, light. Actually, when I am going to work with you on your bioenergy in Nithyananda 1008, the first thing I am going to do is awaken your seeking. If you have to make a pot out of clay, first thing you have to do, pour water and make it soft. Only then it will stand as you want. Then you can bake it. To make the shape stable. So the first thing, the water I need to pour into you is seeking. Then making the pot is the whole process. Baking is energization. First step in the whole Nithyanandoham process is pouring my seeking into you. Awakening the seeking into you. Just to experience seeking, come to Nithyanandoham. Just to experience seeking. What happens next, everything is bonus. If you taste seeking, that's enough. You got it. You got it. You really got it. In seeking, you just see. And you can do anything available, possible for human beings. It is like you can take out your kidney and wash it and put it back, take out the intestine and clean it and put it back, take out the heart and pump little energy into it and put it back. If you can do that, how easy it will be for you to maintain your health. Exactly, you get that capacity. Relating to your consciousness in seeking. You just know which part need to be corrected, completed, cleansed, altered, and awaken it. Seeking awakens that potential in you. Not just cleansing your liver or kidney or intestine, but the source energy of your liver, kidney, intestine. Seeking just intoxicates you with the ultimate truth. Then nothing else is needed. When you are intoxicated with the ultimate truth, nothing else is needed. Life in its fullest form is experienced. The moment seeking starts, you wake up to cosmos. How every day morning you wake up to this world. Same way when the seeking starts, you wake up to the cosmos. The higher energies. I don't know what else to add. Go on adding. It is the spirit of seeking. Keeps the highest possibilities available to human beings. The spirit of seeking is much more than enlightenment itself. It's much more than anything which can be said and which can't be said. Only word I can add Nithyanandoham chalo. To experience seeking. Nithyanandoham chalo. I bless you all. Let you all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Advaita, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನಪೀಠಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಗರ್ ಆಫ್ ಮೈಸೂರು ರೋಡ್ ಬಿಡದಿ ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham
Arambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Srimahans, Mahans, Tanedars, Kotaris, visitors, viewers, Nitya Kriya Yoga participants, every one of you. Sitting with us through Sadhana TV, Ara TV, and two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha. Los Angeles Adinam, Ohio Adinam, Toronto Adinam, San Jose Adinam, Vancouver, Bhubaneswar, Istanbul, Turkey, Oklahoma Adinam, Guadalupe Adinam, Phoenix, Arizona, St. Louis Adinam, Australia, Seattle Adinam, Singapore Adinam, Bangalore North, Warrington, UK, Houston Adinam, Hyderabad Adinam, Tallahassee, Florida, Dubai Adinam, Puduvai Adinam, Manhattan, New York, Varanasi, Hosur Adinam, China, Guptakashi, Indrani, New Jersey, Trinidad, Tobago, Los Angeles, Sherman Oaks, Hong Kong, Sirgari, and some more cities joining. Kuala Lumpur Adinam, St. Louis Adinam, Seattle Adinam. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, the Meenakshi Brahmotsavam, 4th day, Devi is gracing on Swarna Shipika, the golden palki, Meenakshi in the golden palki with the pearl crown, Sundareshwara on Sarvalankara. First let us receive their grace. Let's enter into ninth verse of Isavasya Upanishad. I'll continue to expand on the ninth verse of the Isavasya Upanishad. Please recite along with me. Antam tamaha pravishantiye avidyamupasade tato bhuya ivate tamaha yavu vidyayam rataha. Let me give you the English translation. Those who worship avidya, the ignorance that veils the true knowledge of truth, consciousness, enter into blinding darkness characterized by the absence of perception, but into greater darkness of ignorance than that. Enter they who, considering themselves as scholarly and learned, are engaged in vidya, the incomplete knowledge acquired for vested interests, characterized by the impure perception of truth, consciousness. Listen. Only if I sit on the edge of the seat, I make you also sit on the edge of the seat. Listen. I have expanded enough on the first part of this verse. Antam tama pravishantiye avidyam upasate. I have expanded enough on that. Tato bhuya ivate tama yavu vidyayam rataha. I have expanded enough on this verse. The first part I have expanded enough. I'll expand on the second part and the context of the whole verse. Listen, most of the time, the knowledge is so addictive. After a certain period, the knowledge becomes so addictive, you start feeling this is enough. Please understand. If you started your seeking because of some problems you face in your life, and if those problems are attended, addressed, after that you think, why continue seeking? This why continue seeking, even after my problems are attended, that is the time either you become dull, means you develop a don't care attitude towards ignorance. What Upanishad declares, avidyam upasate. Or you become active. If you become active, that's more dangerous, because with that knowledge, but without having experience, you create big chaos and mess. Listen. This story can completely explain this one verse. Brahma and Vishnu searching Mahadeva's head and feet. Brahma goes up, Vishnu goes down. Both are seekers. Vishnu goes on and on and on and on and on, At one spot he feels enough, tired, bored. At least tiredness and boredom will not become cunning. He comes back and says, no, I am not able to do, forget about it. He develops a don't care attitude towards ignorance. It's okay, what can be done? I am tired and bored, leave it. But Brahma not only is not able to find the truth, he tries to become cunning with that knowledge but not having experience. He becomes cunning. That is the most dangerous. That's the most dangerous. He becomes cunning. He gets engaged in vidya, the incomplete knowledge acquired for vested interests, characterized by impure perception of truth, consciousness. Listen. When Brahma becomes cunning, not only he doesn't accept, he tries to lie, saying, I found, and he develops a false evidence, that is false rituals, false techniques. To say, I found, if you use this technique, you will find. I wanted to tell the whole world, never ever fall prey to the fellows who say they design techniques based on their own experience, but which is not aligned to the apta pramana, the words of the rishis. Understand? In Vedic tradition, you can design any technique. Any permutation combination is allowed. You are given so much freedom, but it should be in tune with the Vedas, the Apta Pramana. Don't ever accept if it is not in tune with the pramanas of rishis, apta pramana. Listen, if you accept somebody's words that it is the technique from their own experience and it is not in tune with the original Vedic tradition, be very clear. It is false evidence, false technique, false rituals, just like Brahma bringing a flower as a false evidence, saying that he reached Mahadeva's head. These fellows, without reaching, trying to prove they reached. See, these false flowers, false evidence, what Brahma brought, that is also a flower. But it won't take you to the ultimate. So-called these techniques also may help you to have a little peace. Wheezing will be healed. Little good for health. But that won't lead you to enlightenment. Understand? Enlightenment is altogether a different game. Having little health, good feeling are not sufficient. They may be good initial side effects of a technique, but technique itself is not aimed just towards little health and feel-good feeling. Don't become victims of Brahma. Catch Mahadeva. Don't become victims of Brahma. His false claims and the false evidence he brings, false techniques he brings. Catch Mahadeva. Understand the context of this verse. This verse describes two major problems a seeker faces when he starts transforming his cognition that he is consciousness. Understand the context. Meditate on the context. Look in and face all the difficulties you face when you shift the cognition. You are the consciousness. Mahadeva, Shiva. Look into the context. Try to experience the truth. Again and again and again, if you search for the context, if you reach the context, you will understand what Upanishads mean by this verse. Antam tama pravishantiye avidyam upasate tato bhuya ivateta tama yavu vidyayam rataha. Some of the major difficulties, problems you will face during your seeking is defined and explained in this verse. Your mind will try to encourage you to become a false guru. That is what the second part of the verse describes. Engaged in Vidya, the incomplete knowledge acquired for vested interests, characterized by the impure perception of truth and consciousness. Today, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Yes. So, Nithyananda, Hope all the participants have understood the whole powerful cognition. Let's enter to the final exercise, which is the power manifestation, manifesting the Shaktis of Paramashiva. So what are we going to do today in today's power manifestation session? In the previous session, as we did, we went through the power of Sarvajnanottaragama, Sarvanyatva, which is from the Sarvajnanottaragama, and we're going to manifest this very same power again. And we did a level 1 in the previous round, which is the power of close to the power of quantum memory, power to recollect large information without thinking. And this very power manifestation is revealed in Sarvajnanottaragama verse 15, and where Paramashiva very beautifully tells, when one manifests this power manifestation, they are in the non-dual space, the space of oneness with Paramashiva, who keeps himself free from all sorts of differentiating notions. The exalted super power of all-knowing, which is called as Sarvanyatvam, all-knowing, gets unfolded in its all fullness. So in this round of the power manifestation, we're entering into the round 5, the level 5, and we did the round 4 in the previous round. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to be projecting a page of page number 250. I'm not going to project here, but I'm going to project onto my screen, and that of the Living Enlightenment book. I'm going to choose the page number 250, and what we're going to do is we're going to have a glance of it, and we're going to start to manifest the power of quantum memory. And we're going to see, pen down after a few minutes, we're going to pen down and see what all the words, what all the sentences, what all the images, what all are getting revealed. And then we'll verify and see. We're going to project the page 250, and we'll see how Swamiji is manifesting through each one of us. After this, you can share your recorded video with your experience of the power manifestation and share it on the social media and invite your friends to join the Paramashivoham. So hope all the participants are clear. Now sit with your crossed legs in Padmasana if you are comfortable, or in the Ardha Padmasana with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Visualize Paramashiva has come down as Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam from KAILASA. Remember Paramashiva in your third eye now. Sit with this very powerful cognition and meditate on it. Be in that absolute unclutched space to experience the state, space, powers of Paramashiva. We're going to have this round for the next 5 minutes. Then 5 minutes we're going to receive Swamiji, grasp as much as information as we can. Because Paramashiva is nothing but the infinite possibilities which is there in front of us. So let's begin. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. Keep your book and pen ready as we enter to the round 5, the level 5 of this power manifestation.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham
So yes, let's now move on to see the answer what you have written. Let's take a few minutes now to pen down everything what you have written for this round of the power manifestation. Please pen down everything. As we're going to move on to the verification step, let's move on to see what does is revealed to each one of us in this page number 250. So in this page number 250 from the Living Enlightenment book, the title is Responsibility Means Expanding Your Possibilities. You will have to demonstrate it. When you declare that you are enlightened, you should be able to stretch yourself to the anyakaras you create. Declaring enlightenment is not more power, it is more responsibility. Is it clear? So it is your individual choice. You can declare any day that you are enlightened. You are after all a Swami now. You are an independent entity by existence. You can move the cosmos as you want. If the cosmos is not moving as you want, just create another one. That's all. The space of positivity, possibility, Ishwaratva and enlightenment is your space. So from there, you can declare anything you want and make it into reality in any way you want. And anybody who wants to be part of this order can start applying and preparing yourself to be part of this order. Great. And Swami is ending by telling that you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share, and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda. So this is the whole essence of which is written on the page number 250. So now let's all now prepare ourselves as we take a few minutes to share your experience onto the social media. As now we're going to move on to the next session. We'll be having a new Acharya joining us, next Acharya joining us for the next session, where we'll be learning on Upanishads, key to unlock your inner treasure. We're going to learn about it. We're going to have a satsang, a complete satsang, where Swamiji speaks on the various different topics on the Upanishads, and we're going to learn on how to live in that very space of Upanishad as well. Let's all prepare ourselves. In the meantime, you can go ahead and share your experience onto the social media. And we're going to move on to the next session very shortly. Thank you. Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, we are on a mission to revive the Enlightenment civilization.
If you resonate with our message and want to be part of us, be sure to like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to click the bell icon.
So let's now enter into the next segment of the Jnana session, which is on the Upanishad. Let's all bring ourselves into the restful awareness space and give our complete listening towards what Swamiji is going to reveal on this very topic on Upanishads.
Sambodhim cha vinasam cha yastat vedo bhayagumsaha vinashena mrityum tirtva Sambodhyam Mritamashnute. Just simple two line. It's the 14th verse of Isavasya Upanishad. The first Upanishad. I'll give you the translation. One who cognizes the pure essence of these both, the imperishable consciousness, the cause of manifestation, and destructible, the perishable, manifested entities. Simultaneously, such a person completes with the fear of death and transcends death by worshipping or by knowledge of the perishable entities and reaches the imperishable consciousness, celebrates the nectar of immortality and bliss, the eternal space of oneness. Now listen. It's a literal translation I read out. The key word in this whole Upanishad, you need to understand what Upanishad is trying to convey it to you. Listen. Listen intensely what Upanishads are trying to convey through this to you. The first thing, the key word, what you are worshipping in your life. Please understand. Here worshipping does not just mean in front of whom you bow down, in front of what you bow down, what you think as goal of your life, what you remember again and again. Please understand. You may be bowing down in front of Shiva deity for money, then you are worshipping money. Whether it is right or wrong, don't bother now. First let us diagnose, understand what you are worshipping in your life. You may bow down in front of any god, goddess, guru, but what you think as the essence of your life, what you think as the lakshya of your life, that is what you are worshipping. I tell you, if you do not have any goal, just living, then be informed you are worshipping confusion and darkness. Now there are many people, I am telling you. They think, let us drag on the life. At one day something will happen, everything will become all right. No. You are worshipping darkness and confusion. If you are not standing up for yourself, you are only worshipping darkness and confusion. The key concept in this Upanishad is, what are you worshipping? Listen. When Upanishads say, Sambudinja vinasancha yastatveto bhayagunsaga vinashena mrityum dhirtva Sambudhyam mritamashnute. What you think as your goal, what you think as the essence of your life, what you think towards which you are moving, in your life, you are worshipping that. Remember, listen, understand, you are worshipping that. Today I wanted Vakyartha Sadas on this subject. All the Gurukuls, Vakyarsadas groups all over the world take up this subject. What are you worshipping in your life? What you think as goal of your life? For some people, it may be money. For some people, it may be pleasures. For some people, it may be name and fame. For some people, all of this, part, little. For some people, just confusion. I tell you, there are people who worship confusion. How you bring any problem, I'll find solution. I have some people, you bring any solution, they will find a problem for it. No, I have some people. Even in my own Sangha, I have some people. You bring any solution, they will find problem out of it. I call them confusion worshippers. Worshipping confusion. Worshipping the status quo. Worshipping the inaction. Worshipping the non-transforming, stuck-up space. Understand? Stuck up. Just stuck without moving in the life in any direction is hell. That is hell. Stuck without moving in any direction. Confusion worshipping. First find out what are you worshipping in life. Second, how much is consciousness and how much is materialistic, perishable? Look in, find out how much is imperishable and how much is perishable. What is imperishable, which you are worshipping in you? What is the perishable, which you are worshipping in you? For example, some part of you may feel, I think I should have name and fame, recognition, money, all pleasures in the life. And some part of you, yes, but all this is not going to be the end. I need to be achieving something eternal which does not move, which cannot be taken away. Just see how much of you wants perishable, how much of you wants imperishable. Sambudhim cha vinasham cha yastat vedo bhayagum saha. Vinashena mrityum tirtva sambhutyamritamashnude. Analyze, what are you thinking? What is moving you? What are you worshipping? What is in the center of your heart? Paint it. Don't try to paint Shiva. Find out why you are worshipping Shiva. That only you are really worshipping. I call it gambling bhakti. People come and tell me, Swamiji, if you do this for me, I know you are incarnation. As if I am waiting, I have to prove me to them. Gambling devotion. So they gamble. If you do this, this. If you do this, this. Swamiji, if you give me 10 crore in lottery, I will accept you are enlightened. Or if I give 100 crore, you will accept I am incarnation. If I give 1,000 crore, then you will accept I am a god. So I have to establish my godhood by giving 1,000 crore to you in lottery. Understand? When the devotion, feeling connection happens, you being showered with what you want is different. When there is a gambling game is going on, your so-called devotion is different. When you build your mind on perishable, your life will be logical. If you build your mind on imperishable, your life will be magical. Please recite along with me. Antam tama pravishantiye avidyamupasate tato bhuya ivate tama yahu vidyayam rataha. Those who worship avidya, ignorance, that veils the true knowledge of truth, consciousness, enter into blinding darkness characterized by the absence of perception, but into greater darkness of ignorance than that enter they who, considering themselves as scholarly and learned, are engaged in vidya, the incomplete knowledge acquired for vested interests, characterized by the impure perception of truth and consciousness. See, this verse talks about two types of people. One, who worship ignorance. Second, who worship of truth. Knowledge for the sake of vested interest, not for the sake of knowledge itself. Understand? Knowledge for the sake of vested interest, not for the knowledge itself. When you start worshipping the knowledge for the sake of knowledge, you become embodiment of vidya, knowledge. But if you are worshipping the knowledge for some other vested interests, as I was describing few days before, for the sake of luxury or for the sake of any other comforts, if you stop seeking, you will be suffering with the half knowledge, the incomplete knowledge, the impure perception of truth, consciousness. I am telling you, please understand, when you enter into the search of spiritual knowledge, seeking, you will have such liberating truths about freedom, all powerfulness. All these great truths will be told. But be very clear, unless they become experience, don't try to mess up with the concepts of freedom. Please understand, most of the time, giving into your patterns, you will start declaring as freedom. You will say, after all, I am enlightened, I am a soul, I am free. Then finally, go and eat the beef. Ramakrishna says beautifully, an example. The crow may try to boast about itself, but finally end up in eating what it eats from the dustbin, dirt. So understand, most of the time, these so-called knowledgeable people also, with the incomplete knowledge, they give in to their patterns and declare they are free. Please listen. I'll give you a more clear example. Without becoming Paramahamsa, try to live like a Paramahamsa. Really, without getting to the space of non-attachment, trying to live as if unattached. Listen. This is the most dangerous game people will play. But of course, nobody else need to punish them. They themselves will be punishing themselves. They will be punishing themselves. Giving into your patterns cannot be freedom. Here, what Upanishads are trying to tell, I'll expand, listen, step by step. These incomplete knowledge people with incomplete knowledge, before even achieving enlightenment, due to their vested interests, because of their impure perception of truth and consciousness, even though they claim they are unattached, wise, they get completely distracted and destroyed with the incomplete knowledge. Actually, Upanishads are trying to very boldly describe the obstacles you will face in the initial level seeker and advanced level seeker. For an initial level seeker, the biggest problem is boredom, due to which you don't break whenever you hit the black. You just develop a don't care attitude towards your ignorance. Enlightenment comes as experience, not out of being expertised. It is not from expertise. It's from experience. Agnenaya supadaraye asman vishwani deva vayunani vidvan yuyotyas majjuhuranamena bhuyishtande uktim videma. O Agni, the fire god, knower of all our actions and all that is worth knowing, you must take us along the righteous and auspicious path of completion, leading us to experience the supreme consciousness, the original space of complete completion. O God, consciousness, may you remove all our incompletions that are obstacle in our good path of completion. Beyond coming and going, birth and death, unto you we surrender with many reverential words, bowing down again and again. Listen. If I squeeze this all 18 verses, the essence I see is intense seeking. Seeking is the way God in you wakes up. Understand? Seeking is the way the God in you wakes up. In the early morning, sometimes you will feel, you yourself will remember that you are dreaming. That is the way you wake up. How many of you have experienced the state what I am describing? Same way, listen. Seeking is the way you wake up to your reality. Don't fall asleep. Turn and sleep when the seeking has awakened in you. Understand? After remembering you are dreaming, if you just pull your blanket and turn and sleep, how stupid you are. Same way, after just having seeking, after smelling seeking in your life, after tasting seeking in your life, if you just turn and lose that intensity and seeking, that is the most stupid thing can happen to you in your life. Anything can be lost, not seeking. Anything can be lost, you can get it back. Money, stupid. You can get it in 24 hours. Health, you can get it within next few weeks, even if you lose it. Character, there is nothing called character. It is just your understanding, ideas. If you alter it, you will get it immediately back. Anything can be lost, you can get it back. Not seeking, because seeking is not something to do with mind. It is something to do with your very consciousness. Seeking is the love letter from your beloved who is living in your heart forever. If you miss that, you may have to wait for ever and ever to get the second letter. Understand, it's a message from your beloved who is residing in your heart forever. Anything can be lost, not seeking. Body can be lost, you can have immediately another one, because tons are there in the planet Earth. Billions of bodies are there. Mind can be lost, immediately you can make another one. Understand, anything can be lost, you can get it, not seeking. Constantly keeping your inner quest alive. Keeping the basic questions alive till they become experiential answers, not intellectual, experiential answers. What am I doing? Every day, what am I doing? What I am doing, is it exactly moving me, pushing me towards where I am supposed to reach? What am I doing? Where am I going? What am I doing? Where am I heading? Understand? Even in the Sangha, only if you are clear about what am I doing, where am I heading, you will be able to function. The system is such, I have evolved such a balanced system. I have kept lots of check and balances. Unconsciously, you can never win over the Sangha. You can never become a Mahant, Sri Mahant, or head of the Sangha by your so-called social, political efficiency unconsciously. You just remain in unconscious, but just because of your socio-political strength, power, you can become head of the Sangha will never happen here. I have made enough of check and balances. Constantly you have to remember, what am I doing? Is this helping me to head? Where am I supposed to reach? Only with the seeking, if you function, you will be fueled from right source. Understand? Your fear should not fuel you. Your greed should not fuel you. You should not work out of your fear and greed. That does not mean you will not work. There are many stupid fellows. I should not work out of fear and greed, so I don't work. Understand? Drop the fear and greed, not the work. No, there are people. I should not work out of fear and greed, so I don't want to work. Hey, drop the fear and greed, not the work. You should not work out of fear and greed. Seeking should be the energy source. Seeking should be the energy source. Seeking should be the energy source. Actually, if you make the seeking as the energy source from morning till night for your thinking and planning, even in the night you won't fall asleep. You will only fall in the space of Turiya and wake up. You will only fall in the space of Turiya and wake up. Understand the essence of whole Isavasya Upanishad. The lesson you need to learn from the Isavasya Upanishad is intense seeking. Intense seeking. The 18th verse emphasizes on praying and surrendering. Ultimately, man cannot make it. Only God has to make it. Only He has to make it for you. So that is why, O God, consciousness, may you remove all our incompletions that are obstacles on our good path of completion, beyond coming and going, birth and death. Unto you we surrender with many reverential words, bowing down again and again. Bowing down again and again. Agnenaya Subataraye Asman Vishwani Deva Vayanani Vidwan Yoyotyas Majjuhuranamena Bhuyishtam Dama, Bhuyishtam De Nama, Uktim Videma, the surrender, the devotion. Actually, when your bioenergy is kindled, awakened, the devotion and surrender will be the first thing happening in your biomemory. That will be the first thing happening in your biomemory. Your whole body and mind will start tasting devotion and surrender. Agnenaya subhadaraye asman vishwani deva vayunani vidvan yotyasmajjuhuranamena bhuyishtam de nama vuktim videma. Every time when I chant this verse, throat feels so sweet. Because the way it is described, we surrender with many reverential words, bowing down again and again. Bhuyishtam de nama bhuktim videma pranamami muhurmuhu, means bowing down again and again. When the gratitude overflows, that's the only thing you know to do. Nothing else can be done. You don't know what to do. Pranamami muhurmuhu, bow down again and again. When your bioenergy, God particle, Kundalini Shakti is awakened, you will feel tremendous seeking in your biomemory. Suddenly you will see the cognitions you built about you, everything is collapsing like a Hindi movie climax. How in the Hollywood, Bollywood movie climaxes, always they have to collapse at least 2-3 buildings. Only then climax will happen. How those buildings collapses. You will see your cognitions collapse. Not for bad, but for good. Because the right expansive cognitions will start happening, I tell you. That is why I am saying, when the seeking happens in your life, 10 times more you should be micromanaging and planning. Only then the seeking is being filled in your biomemory, or your biomemory is getting shaken by that seeking. Normally you are managing one shop. If a seeking awakens in you, you should be able to manage 10 shops. And the seeking fire, only then your seeking is penetrating into your biomemory. Otherwise, somewhere the wrong tube connection, it goes somewhere else. Understand. When the God particle, the Kundalini Shakti, bioenergy awakens in you, the first thing will happen, your biomemory will be shaken with seeking. Everything, the old cognition will start shaking, shivering. Like Bollywood movie climax, how the buildings collapse, cars explode, your old cognitions will explode, collapse, and the new will start happening. New cannot be exploded or collapsed because it will be stone. The first thing will happen in your biomemory is seeking, exploding. in your muscle memory, so much of energy will happen. Suddenly you will see the tiredness disappears. So much energy to live your day-to-day life. So much joy to live your day-to-day life. This Nithyanandoham experiences. Still every day in the Facebook, oh God, I'm so happy I've done it. Every day, stories after stories. We are in different world. We have not stopped smiling. We have not shut our mouth. We don't know where we are. One kid completely got healed from autism. Some 5 scale, something they were saying. And now nothing is there. Everything is clean. In Canada. I am venturing into the next experiment. Loading that same frequency of bioenergy into Spatika Linga. I am loading into 3 Spatika Lingas. And the process is successful. Understand? First time I am venturing into this. Same frequency of that bioenergy. Loading them into 3 Spatika Lingas. And I am sending it. Anybody who gets the darshan, touches or does any puja, you will have the same effect of Nithyanandoham process darshan. You are going to have the same glimpse of Nithyanandoham darshan. Same, it will be literally like having Nithyanandoham bioenergy process or Nithyanandoham darshan. It will create the same effect on you. I am sending 1 linga to Tamil Nadu, 1 all over India other than Tamil Nadu, 1 to the international countries. You guys can take it and do yatra, and people will have the same experience. Same experience, literally the Nithyanandoham experience. Plan to receive it, welcome it. The devotion, surrender, expressed in this verse can be a powerful source of energy for you, even by contemplating on it. Even by contemplating on it. Essence of this whole Upanishad is seeking the basic truths. Who am I? Who am I? What am I? Who am I? What am I? Who am I? What am I? Where am I heading? What I am doing? How is life happening? Keeping these basic questions alive. Now, aligning your every breath to these basic questions. Integrating your every breath to these basic questions. Integrating you to these basic questions is seeking. Integrating you to the answers to these questions you received from the Master is living enlightenment. Integrating you to these questions is seeking. Integrating the understanding. Master is the source of questions and the answers. Please recite along with me. Anyadeva Kurvidyaya Anyada Kuravidyaya Iti Shushruma Dhiranam Enastat Vichachakshire. Yes. The translation. It is said that by Vidya, the knowledge cognized from the right context of grasping the truth, consciousness, and the superficial knowledge acquired from the wrong context of grabbing without cognizing the subtle truth, certainly a different result is achieved. Similarly, it is said that by avidya, the authentic actions and the ignorant actions, a very different result is achieved. Thus, have we listened from those wise beings who have explained that absolute principle to us. Essence, the sacred secret, the key truth from this verse. The context you set for you. Please understand. The context you set for you before entering into action or life is more important than your decision of entering or not entering into life and what you do or don't do in life. Listen once more. The context you set before entering into life is more important than what you do or don't do in your life. Context. If you set the context of bhakti, your travel becomes pilgrimage. Food becomes prasada. Water becomes tirtha. Ash becomes bhasma. Music becomes kirtan. Man becomes human. Understand, setting the context is much more important than the action, commission or omission of acts. Doing something or not doing something. Doing something or not doing something is not that important than the context. So all the outer world rules and regulations, whether it is simple traffic rules or the law of the land, is based on the action performed. Commission and omission of acts, because outer world can understand only that, outer world functions only with that, outer world can measure only up to that. In search of stability and surety, possibility is forgotten. Listen. Yes, outer world can grasp only that. Whether you walk in the left side or right side, you should walk or not in the left side or right side. It can only go to that extent. outer world can understand only that extent is not wrong, but they try to become fanatically declaring only that much exists is something seriously wrong. The outer world, materialistic beings, developing rules, regulations, laws, whether we should walk in right side or left side, whether we should go in left side or right side, whatever. Forming those rules, nothing wrong, useful for day-to-day life. But when they try to declare, there ends the matter of life. Nothing further exists. Something is seriously wrong. Then something is seriously wrong. Things which may be conducive, guiding you in day-to-day life, may not help you, may not be conducive, may not be useful in life and death life. Understand? There is something called day-to-day life and something called life and death life. Which is conducive for your day-to-day life. Park in this spot, drive in this direction, walk in this place. These are conducive for day-to-day life. When these people who form the day-to-day life's laws, rules, try to dictate the larger truths or interfere in the field of larger truths, there starts confusion. There starts ignorance. There starts manipulation. There starts exploitation. There is no lane system among the planets. There is no lane system in life and death, traffic. Understand, the context set for day-to-day life may not be sufficient for life and death life. When you are entering into the street, you need to know traffic rules. When you are entering into life, you need to know the laws of life, the truths of living enlightenment. Setting the context before you enter into life. Please understand, life has no remote control. You have to get up and change it. Life has no remote control. You have to get up and change it. Setting the right context before you enter into the life. If you have the right understanding and context, so much of activism, will be there in you. Please understand, being alive, active, intensely active is one of the first qualification for spiritual life. Yesterday, one of my Mahant, I asked him few questions about this. vision department, which is relaying my satsangs every day. Actually, they dig almost how Vishnu digged at the feet of Shiva. They would dig a huge pit in front of me to fix this. All the electronic equipments, I was asking about it, and some security issues I was talking. For that he replied, after all I want enlightenment, why don't you give that and leave me? The wrong concept of enlightenment. Understand? Many times you guys think enlightenment is like a puri, bonda, bhaji, vada or pizza, sundal available in the street. I'll have to just deliver it to you and you can grab that and run away to one corner of your room and eat it secretly without anybody's knowledge. No. Have the right context, intense energy and activism. Understand? Intense energy and activism. It is activism. There starts the first step, enlightenment. Intensely alive, intensely active, intensely intent. Your intention should have intensity. The context set for life plays a very important role than commission and omission of acts. Because I have seen some of the richest people in the world, but having so much of anger and irritation about the society which demands them to make more money, which respects them only based on their net worth. Which constantly makes them to run to keep their identity alive. Please understand. I have seen some of the poorest human beings in the world who earn meal by meal. Not even they earn full day salary. Morning if they work, they get their meal. Evening if they work, they get their meal. If they are not able to work, they don't get anything. I have seen that kind of people. And I have seen some of the richest people. There are some people who spend what they spend for their one day can be an asset for some of the poorest people for their whole life. I have seen both ends, both extreme people. Some of these richest people, even though they are generating wealth more and more and more, they have so much of anger towards the mechanism which is pushing them to earn more and more. I won't call them rich people. I won't call them wealthy people. I'll call them who are caught in that vicious circle accidentally. Who is wealthy? Who is rich? I am defining. Please listen. Who can eat when he is hungry? who can drink when he is thirsty, who can sleep when he is tired, who is alive and active when he wakes up. Please understand. Who can eat when he is hungry? Not the fellow who has to eat whenever friends gather, family gathers, or whenever you need to eat for the courtesy's sake, you need to drink for the courtesy's sake. No. I won't call him rich. Who can eat when he is hungry, drink when he is thirsty, sleep when he is tired, be active when he is fresh. Who has straightforward, simple, realistic life, living with reality. Neither the ambitions, whims and fancies are required to fuel him, inspire him, excite him, nor the delusory, fear, imaginary, illusory greed can drive him crazy. Understand? Wealthy man is one who is healthy within. Healthy within is wealthy. Who has the right context for life, right context for what he is doing. Anybody who feels he is completed whatever he wants to do, he is complete within himself. He is fulfilled within himself. Feels he is living long. Person who feels incomplete always feels death comes much earlier. Death has come untimely. Please understand, there is no such thing as untimely. Death can never come in untime. He comes in time. He doesn't know something called untime. He always comes in time. When you have the context of being in the space of fulfilled, content, complete, you feel life has so much to offer. It's so rich, so vast. The person who feels life has so much to offer, life itself is too much, is wealthy. He lives wealthy life. Once you feel complete, you will feel like overflowing with life, sharing it with the whole world. Actually, enriching happens only after thoroughly you feel complete. You support others. You enrich others. You enrich everyone's life only when you feel fulfilled, completely complete. Setting the context of completion brings activism in your life. That activism is the first step for living Advaita. Again, I am going to repeat the same truth, maybe 11,248th time. Bring completion to yourself before entering into anything. Bring completion into yourself before entering into anything. There is no hurry in life for you to jump into something without having completion and destroy it. Bring completion into your life. Purnatva. Bring Purnatva into your life. Only when you enter into the space of Purnatva, you experience the love current of Mahadeva. Only then you experience love current of Mahadeva. Understand? The love current of Mahadeva is one of the most important, most powerful, most important and most powerful, brilliant, intelligent, energetic, efficient, alive, ultimate. Pushanye garshe yamassurya prajavatya vyuharashmin samoha tejo yatte rupam kalyanadamam datye vashyami yosavasau purusha sohamasmi. Listen. I'll try to explain the science of prayer usually. Mind always operates from duality. If you utter a word, he is not good, means already you came to the conclusion he is bad. You can't take a stand, he is not good, does not mean he is bad. Let us stop with he is not good. You will never take that stand. As a natural flow, your logic is always taught to take the extreme stance. The moment you hear the word, he is not good, immediately you know, he is bad. Understand, duality keeps the mind alive. Duality keeps the dilemmas alive. Your mind is so brilliant, it can even use religion to keep itself alive. Please understand. It can even keep religion. It can use even religion to keep itself alive. Prayer is one of the most misunderstood, abused concepts. The moment you are asked to pray, the moment you need to put the God in the high pedestal, you always decide to put you in low pedestal. And in some stupid traditions, it is even celebrated as humbleness. No. Understand, humbleness is not thinking less of you, it is thinking less about you. Understand, humbleness is not thinking less of you, it is less about you. Humbleness is not the image you have about yourself. It has nothing to do with the image you have about yourself. It has something to do with how many times you remember yourself. Stupid, one of the most stupid mistake humanity has committed, putting yourself down and thinking only then you can put your God up. No, understand? Putting your God up does not really requires putting yourself down. Putting yourself down does not necessarily make you to put your God up. This is one of the very important truth you need to know. Please understand. I feel so blessed. The Vedic tradition, the Hindu tradition, reveals the science of prayer so beautifully. Actually, this verse forms the basis of the celebrativeness of Hindu tradition. This forms the basis of the celebrativeness of the Hindu tradition. Even while you pray, you don't need to put yourself down or have a low self-inner image. You don't need to become a sinner to make God saint. God can be saint. You can continue to pray to Him. That does not require you should put yourself as sinner. In any form, consciously engaged powerlessness will only lead to bondage, whether during the period of your study or during the period of assimilation and cognition of the truths about your life, or during the periods you practice your profession, or during the periods you build your relationships, career, every part of life, or during the period you pray or you meditate, every part of life, entertained powerlessness only will bring tremendous bondage to you, suffering to you. Understand, even in front of God, you don't need to feel powerless to pray to Him, to ask Him. What a mature tradition. I'm going to create a hashtag, blessed to be Hindu, and go on adding. See the maturity, the duality keeps your mind alive. Even while you are praying, don't entertain duality, which is source of dilemmas. Even while you are praying, even while you think you do not have something, you miss something, let powerlessness not be entertained in you. Understand, most of your concepts about God is so stupid. It affects the concepts you carry about you. Understand, if you have no business with God and you have a stupid concept, it's okay. But when you are doing business with Him and you have a stupid concept about Him, is something seriously wrong. Especially when you have a stupid concepts like if you have to put Him in high pedestal, you have to lower yourself, which is, I can say, the greatest sin you are bringing it upon yourself, which will be very difficult to complete or get out or liberate yourself. Understand? Even when you pray, even when you have not experienced oneness, even when you have not understood experientially your oneness, you are one. Sohamasmi. I think this should be the word written in all temples. This verse should be written in all temples in golden letters. At least in all our temples, all our devotees' puja room. Because this gives you the right context and concept about God. Even while you are praying, putting Him in the high pedestal does not require putting you in lower pedestal. This duality, entertained duality, will make you so powerless, you will never be able to get out of it, because you will always feel the guilt. If you become powerful and raise, you will feel you are doing something against God, which is not true. The duality of the logic or inefficiency of the language. See, the language always will have the inefficiency and restrictions of the originators of the language. Blessed to know Sanskrit. One more hashtag. No, really, because that's a language where originators does not have any restriction in their inner space. So just like the vastness of the inner space of the originators, the language is also so vast. This concept, putting yourself lower, is not a prerequisite. It is not necessary for putting the God up. I don't know whether any other language even have the capacity to express this truth without the restriction of duality, because all other major languages function based on the duality. Is good means is not bad, is not good means immediately is bad. The language which functions based on duality cannot always reveal the truths because it has its own restrictions. Blessed to be Hindu, blessed to know Sanskrit to understand Hinduism in its original form. Now, most of you are committing one of the worst sin, you are building a self-torturing pattern in the name of prayer. Because you are always taught, put yourself down to put God up, which is not true. And once you learn this pattern of belief of if you have to put God up, you have to put yourself down, one of the worst thing happens is you never come up. Even by mistake, once in a while you feel good about yourself, you feel something is wrong. You get into the guilt. Oh, I'm feeling so good about me. Am I putting God down? Because I'm all the time supposed to be shivering inside, praying, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. No, that is one of the most dangerous belief systems you build in the name of religion. I tell you, slavery was never abolished. You are only made to think so. The reins have gone from one hand to different hand. The different hand is brilliant enough to make you believe slavery has been abolished. Whether through religion or through the food industry, pharmaceutical industries, the slavery continues to be maintained. Please understand. People will go to any extreme for the sake of power. I understood this truth when I read about different revelations by the insiders of the corporate companies and big money walas. Listen. Sometimes religion is also used as a controlling mechanism. Don't get caught in that net. The 16th verse of Isavasya Upanishad sets you free from all possible slavery related to mental games. There are many traditions where lowering yourself more and more is appreciated, respected, worshipped. The more lower inner image you build, more you are respected, worshipped, recognized. If that is what you want, get a pig or buffalo and put it on the throne and do worship. It has lowest inner image. Because without any shyness, it can go and put its mouth on anything. It is such a stupid concept. Such stupid concept. Please understand. To put God above, you don't need to put yourself down. Because prayer itself is a technique to break this non-duality. It is to break this non-dual perception. It is to break this non-dual existence. Lower inner image. Understand? The lower inner image. Lower inner image is the worst sin. If you are consciously asked to build that, it is like you build your own cage where you will be locked. Can there be more stupidity than this? The verse is very clear, the sutra is very clear, rishis are very clear. Even when I pray, I am you. Understand? Even when I pray, I am you. Sohamasmi. It's not that only after realization. Even while I have not realized my oneness with you, even though I am a devotee praying to you, I know the truth, I am one with you. I tell you, in all our temples, in our tradition, this verse should be written in golden verse wherever you pray, and prayer should be taught based on this verse. This is the definition of prayer. Even while you pray, remember God is above, true, but you don't need to be below. You don't need to be below for the God to be above. Kuruvanneveha karmani jijivishetsadaggu samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. Listen. Chant once more. Kurvanneveha karmani jijivishetsadaggu samaha evam tvayinanyatetosti na karma lipyate nare. Listen to the translation. One should desire to live in this world for hundreds of years, all the while doing his deeds dispassionately as sanctioned by the scriptures, and treating them as his offerings to Ishvara, or the quintessential Supreme Lord is the Lord of all creation. In this way, the deeds done by you, the man shall not cling to you. The deeds done by you shall not cling to you. The deeds will not cause their good or bad effects upon the doer of those deeds simply because they are being done with the doer mentally convinced that he has not done them. He is not intellectually and mentally committed to these deeds, or they are done without his claiming any rights over fruits of those deeds. There is no other way by which a man can free himself from the bondage created by the deeds. I'll give you the translation of some of the scholars and then give you my translation. And of course, above all, the interception from the Upanishadic rishis. Please understand. Exactly this verse means you should live. Your cognition should decide to live. Understand? One of the biggest problem all human beings have. Please listen. Whether you don't have money, enough money in your bank, or you don't have enough excitement, inspiration to run your life, whether you don't have enough money to run your life outside world, or you don't have enough energy to run your body, you don't have enough energy to run your mind, whatever you don't have, please be very clear. It is side effect of some of your decisions not to live. Always support life. You decide at some points better not to live. Instead of living this kind of a life, better not to live. Please understand. You should always think, I will live in a better way, wherever I need to transform. No question of better not to live than living in this way. Whether your body does not have energy to get up, or your mind does not have enough excitement, whatever you may think you lack is nothing but the side effect of the decisions you did in your past against life. So, through this verse, Upanishad declares always decide for life. Kurvan neveha jijivishe. Listen. Kurvan neveha karmani jijivishe chadaggo samaha. Kurvan neveha karmani jijivishe chadaggo samaha. Always, 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 at any moment, decide for life. Your decision against life is SDHT, self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial. All your tiredness, physical tiredness, mental boredom. Actually, physically when you feel bored, that comes as tiredness. Mentally when you feel tired, that comes as boredom. And all pain is a suppressed anger. Understand? Whenever you become angry, you become violent and decide against life. Whenever you choose for life, your anger melts down into love and compassion. Any decision, please understand, even people who attack you, cherish enmity towards you, never decide against their life, never decide they should die or they should suffer. Always decide they should not interfere in your life. Any attempt they try to do to harass you or interfere in your life should be failed. Decide only for life. Listen. When somebody attacks you, tries to harass you, if you decide, let them be killed or destroyed, it is against life. Always decide, let them not be able to disturb me or harass me. Let them fail in their attempt to harass me or disturb me. That's enough. Let them transform not to disturb me or harass me. That is enough. That is the decision for life, I tell you. Whenever you decide for life, you become so powerful, strong. Naturally, no one will be able to harass you, disturb you, and cosmos will decide what to do with them, what to do with the people who are trying to attack you, harass you. Cosmos will decide what to do with them. God will decide what to do with them. In you, be very clear, you always decide for life. I tell you, a person who decides for life will be Tyagaraja. He will be such an amazing sacrificer out of love. Without even thinking, he is sacrificing. Listen. Tyagaraja. Tyagaraja. Always decide for life. There's a beautiful story of the great Rishi, Dasichi. He even gave up his own body, his own spine, to be used as a weapon for the victory of the gods, Devatas. Always deciding for life. He did not decide against his life. He already achieved what he needs to achieve through his body. That is why he was ready to give it if it is going to be useful for somebody. Listen. Keep this as your cognition. Kuruvan nevega karmani jijivishechadagum samaha. One should decide always for life, yours and others. And whenever you decide for life, yours and others, it will never be in conflict with each other. It will never be in conflict with each other. Understand? Yours and others always being in conflict means that is animal world. Yours and others, when it does not exist in conflict, you become human being. yours and others, when it becomes complementing each other, you become Devata, space of Devata. So if you are living in a space where there is a conflict between yours and others' life, you are still living the animal life. The life of beast, animals. And if you are living a life where there is no conflict between yours and others, you have come to the human space. You have come to Bhuloka. If there is always a conflict between yours and others' lives, you are in Patala. If you are in the space of no conflict between you and others' life, you are in Bhuloka. When your life and others' life complement each other, you are in Devaloka. So you decide what kind of loka you want to reside. I tell you, thousands go in this Mysore road. How many decide to come and live here? It's not that we kept the doors closed and we are inviting anybody from anywhere. We only want to make sure that they don't harm the Sangha and Sangha is not harmed by them. We make sure that they are in the space of completion, that they are not in the space of competing or threatening each other. They are in the space of just non-competition, or there is no incompletion. Listen. Always decide for life. Kurvanneveha karmani jijivishechadaggun samaha. Decide to live hundreds of years. Today sit and complete all the decisions you took against life. Remember, whenever you made the decision, instead of this kind of life, better I can live, better I can go. All these decisions, thoughts, whenever you engaged, entertained, now it is time you complete with all that. If there is some complication, contradiction, decide, I will live. That is no question about it. If there is a incompletion, conflict, complication, I'll complete it and make myself better. But the decision to live is unquestioned. Do not tire your decision to live. Listen. Do not weaken your decision to live. Do not abuse your decision to live. All disease is just the expression of your unconscious decisions against life. Your decision to live can change your DNA. Understand just this one verse. Completion with all your decisions against life. I guarantee in the national channel you will walk out of cancer. The satsang is live now in one local channel, Arra Live, Arra channel, ARRA, am I right? ARRA, and national channel Sadhana TV, and international channel Nithyananda TV. I am talking with responsibility, with all my integrity. Listen. Just this one verse. Take it as a command from cosmos. command from Dharma Devata. Dharma Devata serves Kala Bhairava as a dog. The dog of Kala Bhairava is Dharma Devata. Dharma is the dog of Kala Bhairava. Understand, it is directly from Upanishads. Decide for life. Complete with all your decisions against life. Knowingly, unknowingly, whenever you decided against life, now complete all that. That is enough. Your DNA will have different programming, different energy. All your decisions against life should be completed. Incompletions created against life should be completed. And all the incompletions against life, all your decisions against life will be rooted in fear, and your wrong belief you may not be able to live. Creating a delusion you may not be able to live, and convincing not to live, and making you decide not to live and not living is fear. Creating the delusion you may not be able to live, and convincing you not to live, and making you decide not to live, and making you not to live is fear. With fear, you can do both. One, Baglo, run. Second, Baglo, participate. Baglo or Baglo. Understand Hindi downloading. Listen. Decide for life. If there is a delusion, you may not be able to live. Don't decide that you don't want to live. No. Decide, I'll complete this and continue to live. No question of giving upon. Not to give upon yourself and others is the decision expected from you from this verse. Kurvanneveka karmani jijivishechadaggum samaha. This verse is a spiritual support for all the sick, weak, tired, poor people on the planet Earth. Whether it is a physical sickness, mental tiredness, or boredom in the life, or poverty in your outer world, whatever may be the problem, this one verse, Kurvanneveka karmani jijivishechadaggum samaha, is solution. Listen. Fear has two expansion. Forget everything and run. Or face everything and raise. All your decisions not to live is made in powerless space. All your decisions not to live is made when your stomach is upset. All your decision against life is made when your stomach is upset, when you have weak guts. So whenever next time you have stomach upset, don't think, brood over, decide about life. Just take little haritaki powder, clean, then sit and plan your life. Do not entertain, believe, allow. Do not entertain, believe, allow anti-life decisions in you. No situation can make you powerless and give up on yourself. Please understand. Always decide. Kuruvanne veka karmani jijivishecha samaha. Whether my boss is hitting at me, or my spouse is firing at me, or the society is suppressing me, no question of shrinking, no question of making even single decision against life. No. And when you decide for life, I tell you, it will always be in tune with them also, and even they will start falling in tune with you beautifully and become part of you. Listen, that is why I insist on Kuruvanne veka karmani jijivishecha samaha. Always decide for life. Always decide for life. Always decide for life. Not having money in your bank account cannot make you poor. Poverty is you declaring bankruptcy voluntarily. Not having money in your bank account, but you giving upon and declaring bankruptcy is poverty. Same way, feeling tired is not giving upon life. Deciding not to get out of tiredness is giving upon life. Kena Upanishad. Brief technical introduction. The word Kena means whom. Upanishad appears as the 9th chapter in Talavakkara Brahmana of the Samaveda, and also known as Talavakkara Upanishad in our Jaimini Brahmana. 35 verses and Shanti Mantra. It's one of the very important Upanishad, and As per the Muktikopanishad, it's a second Upanishad. The whole order, Upanishad, is also called, known as Talavakara Upanishad. Kena means exactly, the word means whom, by whom. Kene shitam, by whom willed or directed. Directing the enquiry of the truth to its very source is the seed of Kenopanishad. Please understand. This Upanishad directs your seeking to the source. I'll start with the Shanti Mantra, then I'll introduce the Upanishad. Please chant along with me. Apyayandu mamangani. Listen, the verse actually is mamangani. Padabeta is mamangani, means the way I heard from my Guru is Padabeta. The Padabeta is mamangani. The ma plus not full a, half a. Mamangani. Apyayandu mamangani. Vakprana chakshuhu Shrotramado Balamindriyani cha Sarvani. Please understand, the original mantra is Sarvani, Patabeta is Sarvani. The half U is added. Sarvani. Sarvam Brahmaupanishatam Maham Brahma Niraguryam Mama Brahma Niragarot Aniraga Aniragaranama Aniragaranamastva. That is the word, that is the way the big words are taught. Aniragaranamastva Nirakaranam Me astu Tatatmani Nirate Ya Upanishatsu Dharmaste Mayi Sandhu Te Mayi Sandhu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Balasans, chant the Shanti mantra. By chanting this Shanti mantra, formally I inaugurate Kenopanishad. Understand the subject matter of the Kenopanishad. Now, that is the important thing. The essence of Isavasya Upanishad is seeking. The essence of Kenopanishad is seeking into the very source. Not just who am I, by whom am I? Understand? Who am I starts and ends inside your body. By whom am I starts and ends in cosmos. There's a big difference between who am I, by whom am I. Enquiring into you is seeking. Enquiring into the source is seeking the very source. The subject matter of Kenopanishad deals with multiple sacred secrets, sacred truths. But important sacred truth, the essence is, whom am I? By whom? By whose will everything came to existence? Whom am I? Some of the best brains produced in the planet Earth were rishis. Some of the best people happened in the planet Earth were rishis. I still wonder, seeing the kind of a subtlety and capacity to catch and reflect the cosmic truth. Please understand. If somebody explains to you what is Shiva, all pervasive, Akhilanda Kodi Brahmanda Nayaka, Satchidananda Varabrahma, Srishti Sthiti, he creates, maintains, destroys, puts souls in delusion and liberates. If you are able to visualize, even if you are able to enjoy it, be very clear, you are blessed. Only if your brain has developed the subtle grooves which can start enjoying these higher things, can understand it. If you understand, you will enjoy. If you enjoy, you will understand. A rough grass, politicians, dull head can never capture this. For him, he only knows what I can grab today, push it behind my seat, without even bothering about from behind the seat somebody else is stealing and running. He doesn't even have a time to check whatever he pushed behind the seat is there or not. A grass, power hungry, lazy, tired, bored man can't even understand. If you explain these subtle truths, his brain cannot capture those visualizations. Because he can't capture those visualizations, he can't enjoy. When he doesn't enjoy, he can't capture. It is like a vicious circle. I tell you, even about Guru. If you are able to enjoy his quality, you will understand his qualities. If you understand his qualities, you will be able to enjoy his qualities. If you are able to enjoy, know clearly you are blessed. You are blessed. Ignorant, tired, agitated, dull head can never capture the subtle truths or the subtle qualities. Because he cannot imagine, he won't enjoy. Because he doesn't enjoy, he can't visualize. Ability, the brain's ability to catch the subtlest visualizations come by a long practice of internal silence, what I call unclutching or meditation. Understand? By the tremendous internal silence, your brain develops the capacity to capture the most subtle visualizations. Ability to capture the most subtle visualizations is the awakened intelligence. Whoever is able to capture subtlest truths become rishis. His brain has evolved, developed such subtle grooves. It started reflecting the cosmic truths. It started capturing the cosmic truths. It started becoming a pure, silent water pond where the moon is reflecting as if it has come down to planet Earth. Moon is reflecting as if it has come down to planet Earth. Understand, practicing surrender or unclutching or Anandagandha Dhyana completion. All this not only brings peace into your heart, it raises the subtlety of your brain grooves and your brain's ability to capture the higher truths. Your brain's ability to capture the higher truths. Brain's ability to live the higher truths. Anything your brain is able to capture, it stores as record. The most subtle one your brain captured makes itself as your cognition and life's goal. Understand? Even once if you are able to understand capture the word Satchitananda. Sat Chit Ananda. The existence, conscious bliss. Anything which is subtle, the most subtlest experience, imagination, visualization, your brain is able to capture, it will make that as a base for its function. I don't need to do anything other than describe how the materialization happens to my balasans, the way they are able to capture. The moment their subtle grooves in the brain captures this, that power will start manifesting in them. Why I am saying balasans? Because they are more ready to listen. Their inner space has more peace. Their brains have more subtle grooves to imbibe what I am sharing. When I explain that science, if you can visualize it, that power will start manifesting in you. Because anything your brain can visualize, it will make that as your basic functionality. If I can explain moving from one body to another body, astral travel, and your brain is subtle enough to capture it, visualize it, you will start manifesting that power. All powers are like that only. You just need the completion space and Guru who properly makes your brain grooves to catch it. I wonder the sophistication with which these Upanishadic rishis were able to reflect the whole reality. I tell you, the detail with which they describe the stars and the planets in Vedas and Agamas, you will be shocked. Even I was wondering, how did they see? Unless you see, you can't pen down so detailed, such detail. The biggest conspiracy done against Bharat is the Indian astronomy and astrology was not given its due respect and legitimacy, brushed aside in the name of myth and mythology. If you read, you will understand. Oldest in the future, longest possible prediction can be done only by our calendar, Panjiga. Science is so perfect. I used to wonder, what was the telescopes they used? What was the satellites they used? How did they so precisely record the details? Actually, the exact method happened. I saw in the cosmic records. One rishi will sit in samadhi and reflect the whole cosmos in his inner space. The other rishi will just see his inner space, do fast forward, just like how you handle the iPad and pen down. That's the way they have done it. He will become so pure, complete completion, His inner space will just reflect the whole Milky Way, the whole cosmos. And the other Rishi who is recording will push, pull, do fast forward or rewind, even zoom in, zoom out and pen down. I commit with you guys, I'll make my balasans to do this. I'll give them this power. It's possible. It's possible. Just they need to evolve more into the space of completion and responsibility. It is possible. That is the way they recorded. Understand more and more your inner space gets into completion, more and more you will catch the sacred secrets about the source, cosmos. This question, by whom? Keneshitam. The Kena Upanishad, the essence of Kena Upanishad, you can experience the essence if you make your inner space completely complete. If you are ready with the completion, I can just show the exact reflection of Keneshitam. By whom? In this Upanishad, Devi is the Guru. Understand? It is directly from Devi, Uma. First time the word Uma appears in this Upanishad. Devi is addressed as Uma in this Upanishad. The word Ishvara, Isha, is used for Mahadeva in the first Upanishad. The word Uma is used for Devi in this Upanishad. You can reflect, capture, visualize exact, most subtle visualization with a little completion inside. Please understand. Understand this example. A 7 or 8-year-old child is made to see pornography again and again. The physical maturity age is quickened more than 70%, means the physical maturity, if it is supposed to happen at the age of 14, it is drastically brought down. By the age of 8, the body will be physically matured. If the body is made to visualize again and again the sexual action through pornography or some reminding, because whatever your brain visualizes, body becomes ready to it, make that into reality and experience. The brain makes that into your experience. That is why I say, if you want next generation to be sexually healthy, ban pornography. We always have a wrong idea. It is through porn next generation is going to enjoy the sex. No. It is going to be a big disease. If you want the next generation to have a healthy sexual life, ban pornography. Because that is going to reduce the age of physical maturity, which is going to drastically destroy the health of the next generation. Understand the truth I am trying to convey. Anything your brain can capture and enjoy, your life will make that into reality. If your brain can capture and enjoy the most subtlest understandings of cosmic sacred secrets and the spiritual powers, you will become just yogi, divya shariri. If you enjoy pornography, your body will be physically matured. If you enjoy the subtle powers, subtle understandings, simply your body will become divya shariri. You will become yogi, bala yogi, bala sant. Bala sant is a person whose brain captures all these highest conscious truths, subtle truths while you are young. The way your brain captures these great truths, simply your body starts manifesting it. You become yogi, you become a divya shariri, you become embodiment of Mahadeva. You become Bala Sant.
Yes, so in this clip, how beautifully Swamiji explained, we saw how Swamiji explained about the higher truths very, very beautifully, about the keys to unlock the inner treasure from the Upanishads. So beautifully he had explained. Now, with this, we'll be entering into a small internalization exercise. So in this internalization exercise, the first step is be in oneness with Swamiji. Keep your awareness in your third eye and continuously be in the space of oneness with Swamiji. Just feel everything is Swamiji and you are part of Swamiji. You are him. Do this for 5 minutes, keeping your awareness in your third eye intensely. Yes. So the next step, you'll be manifesting 15 powerful cognitions from this session using your third eye. Throughout the 2 hours, where Swamiji was explaining about the treasure, about the key of the treasure inside ourselves from the Upanishads, about how to unlock that inner treasure in us. How beautifully Swamiji spoke. From this, find and get 15 powerful cognitions using your third eye. So now we'll be entering into the next step of this process. See how you're going to apply the powerful cognitions in your life and pen down your decision to manifest them in your life. Again, see how you're going to apply the powerful cognitions in your life and pen down the decisions you're going to manifest in your life from now on.